Brands Hatch brought drama, it brought excitement, and no less than 5 safety cars within the first 75 minutes of racing. It was a close affair early on in GT3 Pro, and GT4 and TCR, well, they remained a close affair right from the start to the very finish. But today, we make the 3,200-mile trip across the Atlantic to Montreal, Canada, in the Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve for round 2 of Season 3 of the Sim 3D GT Series by FTR Events, here live and exclusive, as always, on Total Sim Sport. Now, this track is quite possibly one of the most relaxed and enjoyable race meetings on the calendar. The Canadian Grand Prix has found its home in Montreal, and on a circuit that is now named after the nation's favourite driver, Gilles Villeneuve. In fact, it was Villeneuve who provided the fans with a fairy tale debut on the first running of the race in 1978. However, today we have a slightly different setup. It's GT3, GT4s and TCRs that will be taking to the track and dueling it out. And over the course of the next 5 hours, we will find out who has been victorious in each of those classes. I'm Tim Cox, and later on we'll be joined by Chris Rowlands, and of course we have Sean Crowley-Swash working his magic in the production office. But right now, I'm joined by Dean Biggles to help guide us through the action with his insight and knowledge. Now, Dean, the Wall of Champions is synonymous for crashes, and it got its name due to the amount of champions that have had incidents there. However, I actually think that turns 3 and 4 could well prove to be the most treacherous, especially during the opening hour. It's a much tighter section of track, and that wall on the outside of turn 4 comes at you even faster than the Wall of Champions does. I think this could be a really, really interesting round.
Yes, g'day, welcome everybody. Tim, you are correct, of course, because the Wall of Champions living on the edge, but that living on the edge too is that 3 and 4. Also 6 and 7 a little bit further up, those S's. Yeah, you hit those chicanes, that car lifts off there. Well, all surface points, all 4 contacts are the ones that keep those cars down the track. So if you lose 2 of them, you try to steer in or out of the wall, of course, bang, you're into it. And you got a bit of a tank slap or a bit of gaffer tape you may require to fix that car up. Duct tape, whatever you want to call it. But this is a fantastic track, exactly. I'm going to be stoked, usually from a Formula 1, watching those cars that scream around here. But what's going to be interesting, my friend, is with about, what are we looking at, 30 or so, plus maybe 40 or so cars on the track at different speeds and variations. And, I can expect to see a lot of people through La Ping. That's that final hairpin turn before you go down Casino Straight, because that's going to be a run down to that turn 1 and 2, isn't it, World Champions? Which also is your pit lane entrance. So that can be tricky. Glad to be here alongside there, Tim, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, as we've seen so far. Well, this season of the only one race, but also the whole last season as well. With the safety cars that are brought into this series through their fabulous race director software that they run, it really, really adds to the strategy element of endurance races. It's not just, run the car as long as possible and eke out your fuel as much, because you have to suddenly think on your feet. Do we dip into the pits and fuel up, maybe put some fresh rubber on, or do we elect to stay out, gain a bit of track position that way? But then equally, it is so treacherous on those restarts, and of course there's the absolutely correct and famous phrase that cautions breed cautions. And quite often we can see safety cars again with the fields all jumbled up, etc. And you've got touring cars in amongst GT4s, in amongst GT3s. And you've got them all tripping up over trying to get the best possible run, where they don't want to get caught up behind maybe a slower car behind them. They're watching their rivals get ahead. And it just adds to the spice and the drama and the excitement, and it makes it more engaging for the drivers as well. And you mentioned about that entrance to the pit lane. You actually run into the pit lane faster. You have to brake later than what you would do if you were taking the normal racing line through the final chicane. So I think I agree with you there. It could be interesting that, we see some people maybe trip up on one another, especially with those different car classes coming into there. But also, this track is much, much narrower than what we saw at Brands Hatch in terms of the runoff areas. It's almost got a bit of a street circuit vibe to it, where the walls are, for a lot of the track, especially in the middle section of the track, the walls are right up against the edge of the track, and that could potentially prove a little bit treacherous and a bit hairy at times for some of our drivers.
It absolutely will. I can pretty much put bet. I was going to say channel points on it, but we're on YouTube. But if I was a betting man, I'm going to be betting on something, because it's just the amount of cars, and I'm going to use the word kerfuffling. It will be kerfuffle, because if you do lose it, you hit that wall. Because as you said, it is essentially a street circuit, and it acts like one. Those walls take no prisoners when you make a mistake, and when you've got no much of a runoff area, it's very tight through those turns you mentioned, 3 or 4. And if you go 6 and 7, some people even cut off the grass in between 6 and 7 to try to, just try to play, to not hit the wall there and play it safe. But when they come back on the track, there's the speed difference there, and you've got all these gladiators driving around this track, flat, gas pedal, down flat. It's going to be very, very, it's going to be dicey, but it's going to be spicy. Absolutely, for sure. That's what you get, isn't it? This is what you get with the Sim 3D GT series in the second round.
You most certainly do indeed. Now, just to run through the format for today's event, practice, that's just coming to a close. We've got around about 6 minutes left of that before we head across into qualifying. Well, it'll be open sessions. First off, we'll see the touring cars take to the track. They'll have 15 minutes with the track to themselves to come up and try and post the fastest possible time, and undoubtedly a little bit of slipstreaming maybe down the back straight between them all. And then we head across into GT4, where again they'll have 15 minutes before we round out the qualifying session with the GT3s, both Pro and Am categories. They'll be taking to the track, and then we head out into 4 hours of what we know from this series. It's one thing you can guarantee is fun, excitement, drama, and absolute cracker for the viewers and the neutral people watching at home. And we'll find out who has become out victorious. And I mean, last time out, especially in GT3 Pro and thus overall, Sean Campbell was absolutely just metronomic. The RSR by butt kicker driver, he pulled away and cemented what was a really, really strong lead after an incredibly tough fight early on with James Armstrong. Those two were really dueling it out and going toe-to-toe. But just credit, as well, had a cracking result. Backmarker Racing Yellow, our fellow commentator here at Total Sim Sports, Sebastian Boscher-Williams, he's in the car, and I believe he's going to start the race and take on qualifying as well. He had a good run, but I know from speaking to him post-race, he said, wow, those two guys, they were just absolutely electric. We couldn't do anything to keep up with them. It was all about pit strategy for us. And as for GT4, well, that's proven to be the real hotbed of action and competitiveness, because it's brought along so many new teams and really grown as a section of the championship compared to last season. Of course, all the field bar pretty much one of them running the new Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4 car with that absolutely epic soundtrack that it provides. And then down into touring cars, but today it's all about Hyundai, the exception of Track Limit Racing, who are the lone Audi RS3 team out on track. Now, Dean, in terms of obviously strategy, when we get around about, we're going to be looking about lap 5 to lap 7, where we start to see the GT3 starting to catch the tail end of the field, thus being the touring cars. How crucial do you think it's going to be to them just biding their time through, depending on where they catch them? And obviously, of course, we've got that long back straight, which provides an excellent opportunity for them to blaze past them. But do you think it could prove a bit interesting in people gaining and losing time through the sort of midfield section, where maybe it's a little bit harder to pass for them? Or do you think they'll make it through easily due to that power difference that they have?
I think that you're gonna, if you bite your time to play it safe, of course, well, you would have to line up, get out of that Laping, turn 10, and just get the power down. As obviously we get that straight line speed there, and try to get him down the casino straight, maybe 1 or 2 even, depending on how confident you are. Back it off. Don't go side by side to the World Champions. They'll end up in the fence. And then then you got a good power out of there, you can get them down into turn 1, the Virage Center, and then be a bit of a follow game through the rest of those S's. Otherwise, yeah, you could be risking it for the biscuit. And in a long race, of course, you got to finish the race first to finish first, as they say. And just a quick question, actually, I wanted to ask you as relatively new to the series, and if anybody out there is tuning in, welcome. We'll read the chat too when I get a chance, for sure, to say g'day. We are an interactive series here, of course. But yeah, to ask you the questions about that. So pit stops, what's the deal there? Is there fast repairs that they have? How many sets of tires? All that sort of juicy information.
For those that are new to the series, tyres are completely unlimited. It's not limited like other series, although I expect to see the drivers double stinting them probably, with the exception of the GT4s who have no real time loss for taking tyres when taking a full tank of fuel, although with those safety cars, that does throw the element of pit strategy in, and we did see some teams maybe even take 2 tyres or none in a GC4, where obviously they're having a time deficit depending on the amount of fuel that they're taking on. In terms of fast repairs, yeah, there's those, although in terms of the track temperature, we're currently at 27 degrees, so just bringing up today, we are 3:45 in the afternoon, local time here in Canada. As mentioned, 27 degrees track temperature, so that's only going to get cooler as things go on. We've got a nice cool 20 degrees Celsius ambient air temperature. So tyre wear is definitely proving less of a factor as obviously we head later into the day and the track temperature starts to drop further, which is going to allow even more extended tyre life, especially as the track will be even more rubbered in. So it's definitely going to prove to be a bit of an interesting one. That, and you never quite know really, because it's that those safety cars, it can happen at any given moment. We've seen them back to back, or equally we've seen them, you know, come randomly out of the blue, like we've seen in other real life motorsport series. But the phrase says quite rightly, the cars aren't real, but the racing definitely is, and it can really shake things up. We've seen people come from the back, but equally, you know, and have absolutely epic results. But we've also had people from the front dominate since the start. So on your day, you've got to be there to take these opportunities when they are presented to you. But we've got practice just coming to an end. We're about to head across now into the first of our 3 qualifying sessions. As I mentioned earlier, we'll have the touring cars out on track first of all before we head across into the GT4s, and then the GT3s with both Pro and Am out on track at the same time.
Yeah, Tim, this is going to be the absolute crucial part right now, because qualifying is going to be absolutely key here, especially with a huge field. And you want to be able to get through those turns 1 and 2, at least being on pole and second place here. You don't want to be packed up too much in the middle there, because safety cars will breed safety cars, of course, when they're called out. And that's a question out there for you guys in chat too. When and if you think a safety car is going to come up, I'd say more when rather than if. But we'll get underway for our qualifying session, because rehearsal's over, dress rehearsal's over. It's time now for the main show, and this is it. It's man versus machine versus just you and the track right now to put in the best time you can on Circuit de Villeneuve.
I mean, it's weird. It's a bit of a weird one with the safe car aspect. I mean, last season we raced on probably the most identical circuit to this would be the Charlotte Roval, which was a part of the season double header that we have each season here in this championship. And the first race, well, that was littered with safety cars. However, the second race, it was green from right from the very go, all the way up to the checkered flag. So you never quite know. And equally, the first 2 rounds, we didn't experience the safety car in either. So you never truly know. It is a real lottery. But I know from speaking to a couple of the drivers about this series, they said that normally when you stint's over, you just, disappear off, go for a drink and, freshen up. Ready for your next stint to begin again, and drop back in, maybe do a bit of spotting for your teammate. But with this championship and that strategy element, I know we've spoken about it a lot, but it's just so crucial that you can hardly walk away, because you never know what's going to happen from one well, I would say minute to minute, but it can be even second to second. It can evolve so quickly. It's so fluid, this series, that you have to be on your absolute A game right from the start to finish, which I think makes it all more impressive that Cheryl Campbell claimed the overall victory last time out as a lone driver. He had nobody helping him, and equally he'd been awake all night. I know he's on the west coast of the States as well, so it's an incredibly early morning for him. Get up, get in the rig, practice, and jumping into the race. So it made it all the more impressive. However, you know, we've got some other teams, you know, who've got 2 or 3 drivers with them and be sharing the workload, and team managers chipping in as well. Definitely going to be an interesting one. We're just watching Hayden Romnett of Driveline Sim Sport in one of the many Hyundai Elantras in this series. Just heading down to the final hairpin turn before we begin the long drag down the back straight. Now Cook he's just behind him. He's gonna get an absolute epic draft off him, and this is gonna really help here all the way down the back straight. So I'm putting my money down here that Cook is gonna take provisional pole for now.
Behind that one, exactly as you mentioned, you can see the purple there on the screen there. That's purple middle sector, so they're divided up into 3 sectors, just like the real Formula 1 track. But no DRS, of course, is enabled in this. You'll see that sign right there, just before the start-finish line coming up anytime right now. See those times on the board there from Cookie.
Oh, there you
as
go.
they come in, and there it is, a 145.6 on the dial. That's the quickest as Ethan Bass comes in there. I just wanted to, if we obviously get a chance at some point later on to go over those standings as well too in the championship after that first round. Looks like Holman at the moment might be going a little bit quicker in the 358 car because he's got all those purples next to his name. You get 3 purples, and that's a jackpot. Jackpot, aka be the quickest time. But remember, this is still early days as the track starts to grip it up and they start getting used to it. That track, yeah, you can see a little bit of cloud cover over there too, so we might see a drop in temperature of the track in some time.
It is, of course, we don't have to worry about rain in iRacing yet, although that is coming, and when it does come, well, I think that's just going to throw another extra set of balls in the air in terms of this championship and the immersion that it provides. And interesting one was that there was a second difference between Driveline and FTR Esports TCR. And a lot of that came from that slipstream that FTR had in the Hyundai down the back straight. Since then, RD Simsport, well, they're 2 teams in TCR. They've gone to the top of the timing sheets with Holman of RD Simsport 2 and Ferrier of RD Simsport 3 in first and second respectively, looking at the front row at the moment in TCR class. And Bass of TechSense going quicker than anyone else in the second sector, just about to come through the famous wall of champions and across the line. Let's see what sort of time he is able to set, and is he going to go quicker again? Well, there we go. Good enough for the front row, displacing RD Simsport 3. Not quite good enough for pole. Some 700ths of a second separating our top 2, and in fact, right now, around about a 10th separating our top 5. That is the sort of slim margins that we are dealing with here in Montreal, Dean. It's amazing.
You want to see it, of course. Absolutely. Great times. I mean, that's I mean, Formula 1 pace is practically around that I see. But, yeah, and it's going to get even closer, as you'd imagine, as you get a little bit used to the track. Doesn't really get anybody else trying to do anything at the moment. Sorry to cut you off there.
It's fine. I was just having a bit of a look on the clock because it's amazing how it runs away with you in this series. And we've got still a bulk of qualifying left in touring car. Got around about another 8 minutes left for the drivers to try and post faster times, and definitely some improvements going on there right now, Dean, isn't there? We've got Robinette. He's on an improving lap, the Driveline Simsport driver, and also number 366 of that's Cook of FTR Esports, who we saw earlier on.
Just getting verification of our qualifying time, I think, all up that we got, just to clarify that to everybody out there. How much that we have left before we get to the next session. Still, we got James Holden there leading this one. 7 minutes to go left to qualifying. Poll was up to at the moment if you want to put your votes in there for that safety car that I mentioned earlier, if it'll come out or not. Holman fastest for the first sector there, but made a little bit of a mistake through the second, so that might have very much cost a chance of taking out Christopher's provisional pole at this point, as he needs to gain about 4 tenths here. A little bit more than 4 tenths, by about 6 tenths really.
Intriguing one is we're in Canada and we have Canadians. It's got Canadian drivers bookending the TCR qualifying right now, with Cook of FTR currently at a provisional pole and Carr of Track Limit Racing in the final grid slot. Well, as I say about that, and that intriguing little stat here, we see Ferrier go fastest of everyone. Well, Holman did initially, then Ferrier, the RD SimSport crew. These two teams are on absolute fire here.
Yeah, fire in usually in the cold, isn't it? In Canada. Well, it's cold also in the United Kingdom. He's from the United Kingdom. It looks like we have an Irish driver and then the Canadian there, Cookie. And you have Mr. Bass there from the United Kingdom. So, yep. Hey, well, these countries produce some super ridiculously quick drivers. We will need now to throw an Australian in the mix here, and we can pretty much cover most of the racing grid around the world. Maybe a Dutch driver too. I think they're pretty good at the moment, aren't they? Winning some motorsports.
We have. I'm sure we'll be seeing Kevin Dewal later on, one of the Dutchmen in this championship, and equally, well represented in terms of nationalities. But maybe missing a few drivers in terms of covering our geography from the Asian sort of region. I know time zones do play a large part in that for them, and we haven't got long left of qualifying. Just coming up to the last 5 minutes remaining here. That's going to give the drivers about another 2 or 3 opportunities to try and improve, but sort of the story for the season we've seen, really. Quick time seems to be set early on and then just seems to pale off a bit and be a bit more of a calmer affair with no major improvements going on in the latter stages of qualifying here, Dean. I mean, what do you think's playing a part of that? Just drivers just sort of pushing that bit harder and almost forcing the car and scrubbing the tyres, where they're almost overdriving it, trying to find those extra, hundredths or even tenths here and there.
Well, I'm quite interested as James goes fastest, takes that one back to 3:58 for the Irishman. Which is what I'm impressed with, is I'm not seeing a lot of off tracks or any real tank slappers into the walls. So they are pushing, but to me, that's not absolutely on the edge. It says that next to one of the corners. Quite sure if that's 5 or 6, but it says on the edge right next to the wall. So literally, you have to be on the edge as quickly as possible. You have to basically be scraping a little bit of paint off the car to be pushing this tracks in the maximum, because that's where you're going to make up all that time to that middle sector. In and out as quickly as possible, isn't it? That's what they say. And that means bumping and grinding against the wall.
We just see somebody who haven't really featured so far, the Sim3D Robocop driver, Stadler. Just coming through the wall of champions, and I don't think from looking at the timing sheets, he's on too much of an improving lap. Let's see what he's managed to pull out in the final sector and if he can improve or even move up a grid slot or 2. But no, he goes a tenth slower than his previous best time. So no improvement from the German there. Now, this is a bit of an interesting one. So Fitzpatrick has got a couple of cars behind her, and as they both head into the pits, there's a big launch across the curbs there for the Prismatic driver. Or she ends that one and pulls in. Some drivers electing to dip in, put on some new boots, and have another crack at it with some fresh rubber on the car.
It could be. Yeah, just probably get one lap in if you're lucky. Michael's out there. Let's go, Geo. Come on, RD SimSport. For Josh, go Racing Sim Grid out there. So you got the chats out there. You go get support to your teammates out there. We want to hear you. The virtual crowd, of course, cheering on the drivers as they cruise around. I hope you can actually hear them. I don't think the drivers can hear with these engines purring, aren't they? It's beautiful sounding, of course. But hey, in a virtual world, you're there. Support them. This could be it. But yeah, you're looking at about a second at the moment separating your top 7. James Carr hasn't, I think, put a decent lap in that he would be representative of his 3-4-8 car. This is probably crunch time right now.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to have moved away from the Audi. It's been shown across a lot of the leagues and iRacing in general. Well, it was, of course, the original touring car to the service. And we've seen, obviously, the new additions through the Hyundai Elantra and the Honda Civic Type R, and then the recent addition of the Hyundai Veloster as well. And I think that definitely does play a part of it. The Elantra, a great all-rounder. The real sort of power play move that's having up its sleeve for the Audi RS3 is incredibly good from a standing start. However, that doesn't really affect us here. We have rolling starts from the get-go, and then of course, we weren't seeing any red flag restarts like you experience in other real-life motorsports, where you have a new standing start. Obviously, namely the F1. Just seeing, you might just catch there in the corner of your screen, GT4 starting to line up down the end of the pit lane. And I don't think anyone is going to get a new faster lap, well, to get to complete any lap, whether they're improving or not in the touring car class, because they're going to run out of time here. So I think we may well be done and dusted here, Dean.
Yeah, I'd say this is it. This is it, the final lap, whatever you're on. And as you can see on the screen there, just a lot of yellows. A little bit unfortunately for the drivers, a little bit more yellows than what they'd like. A couple of improvements would be personal best as the green, obviously, and purple would be you're the quickest of the session. But I'd have to say, I don't think there's going to be too much of a mixing around at the moment there. So James still going to hold that provisional pole for right now, and that may very well turn into a pole and steal that one away from Neil, and then Christopher in P3. That's confirmed 100% yet, but we'll see if anybody else can do anything about it. But as obviously, if they're all yellows on the dial there, that means they're not personally improving.
And there is the car park at the end of pit row of the GT4s, all just jockeying for position, trying to squeeze their car in like you would do on the motorway traffic. People trying to force their way into a gap that isn't really there, so you can get a nice bit of track position. Ready, is just someone joining them at the rear there, but that is just done and dusted. Yeah, well, I say that, it looks like, I thought it was just done and dusted in touring cars, but Bass, he is improved in the middle sector. So let's take a look now. He's going to complete his lap. So this is a bit of an interesting one, because this is over time. So whether he'll get this time will stand or not remains to be seen. As he cuts through the timing beam, well, he moves himself up a place, still remaining on the second row of the grid in TCR, but displacing Cook of FTR Esports. So a bit of a change right at the depth there, as we see the GT4s rumble out onto track. As mentioned earlier, made up of the Aston Martin V8 Vantage for all but one of the cars, being the 221 there in the Porsche Cayman. That is the backmarker racing orange with Ed Couscous currently at the wheel of that one. So that leaves us with TCR, just to run you through the order for them as they qualified RD SimSport 2 taking pole. RD SimSport 3 joining them on the front row in TCR. TechSense Fitzy there on the second row with FTR Esports. And then on the third row is Sim3D Sport RoboCup with the Prismatic Motorsport Academy. Now the final row in the touring car class is Driveline SimSport with Track Limit Racing. Now, us Brits do love a good underdog. We love a minority when it comes to sporting events, and obviously we've got the lone Audi RS3 in touring cars, but also the lone Porsche Cayman. Now it's a nice little all-rounder. Is that car can really, once the tyres are up to temperature, you can really throw it around. I'd be interested to see what Cooks can do in that, and how much we're going to see him really, throw that car over the curbs after the first couple of laps, and where he can qualify.
punching the tires too as well. So you're going to be, I mean, obviously during qualifying, just go burn through them. But it's going to be the race conditions is going to be the key. You can do some tweaks and setups and stuff like that they can. That will be very much interesting.
Yes, that's a really good point, that. So the drivers are eligible to make changes to their setups, obviously, during qualifying. But as soon as you head out onto the track for a race, then that is it. Your setup is locked, so you won't be able to make any further changes to it once you've taken to the grid and we've headed off for racing here in Canada. So yeah, like you say, maybe some changes going, but quite a lot of the drivers will have two very different setups. One for qualifying conditions and another for race. And Dean, I believe the results of the polling, what are they?
Gonna have a look at them right now, actually. That's a good question.
So I polled earlier about whether we see safety cars. I mean, personal opinion, I think it's got to be when, not if. I think
they're throwing it up, my friend. 66% back what I did. Less than 5. 26% more than 5. And 0 safety cars. Well, 6% of the people out there had confidence in that one. That would be nice, of course. Well, for some, bad for others, of course, depending on who you are in the field. The safety car can bring you back into play, of course. But if you're a leader and you're running away with the show, well, the safety car's not going to be your best friend.
Well, we saw it last season at Belle Isle. That was a real drama-fraught race, and this was on the GT4 category. It's probably good to mention about that now, as so a couple of times starting to come in. Dutch Payment just leading the way with Effect eSports. Catch pole in the wheel of that machine. Let's see, 299 even. Up on the front row at the moment with FTR Esports on the second row. Well, just still Hugh Jass, the championship leader in GT4. They are head on to the second row with RD Simsport. And then we've got FTR Esports GT4 with Track Limit Racing, and then D-Line and 49 Motorsport. A few drivers are yet to set times, maybe struggling with the off-tracks a little bit. That'll being Sim3D Ghostbusters, who've had off-tracks so far. Likewise, Vulcan Sim Racing as well. Cooks this, despite having a really strong Sector 2. As an off-track, so his time's deleted. And finally, TechSense as well, yet to set a time. Because the off-tracks and having their times deleted, definitely coming into full force here. Now, let's have a bit of a look. D-Line, they have done one lap and headed straight into the pits. Likewise, Sim3D Sport Ghostbusters, they haven't taken to the track yet.
Who are you going to call?
Wow.
There's the puns. There's the early puns, of course.
There we go. There we go. It's normally it's me who does that, but yeah, I'll fully let you have that one. That was a classic.
Oh, there'll be plenty. Trust me, as we go through the race. Of course, we'll try to keep it spicy and entertainment out there for you guys, but of course, we're going to capture all the action as Daniel goes fastest at the moment. This is also going to be very interesting because you're looking at the previous cars there of James setting that time, so it's about 2 seconds and change slower than these cars. Now, if anybody obviously does not that time, then James could be starting, with amongst these gladiators. If I'm not mistaken, it's
there we go.
Yeah,
so we've got very close times now. The GT4s, they are quicker in a straight line than the TCRs, but the touring cars tend to be a bit quicker in the corners compared to the GT4s, but it's obviously that overall extra power and grunt that they possess that allows them to have that faster lap time. But even so, it is incredibly close between the top time in touring cars and the bottom time in GT4s. Now that could prove a little bit interesting for cars tripping up over one another in the racing conditions. Now, as I was mentioned before, we had the time start to come in. Obviously, last season at Belle Isle, we saw numerous safety cars there, that notorious street circuit. And we saw in GT4 that the leader there, which was Paul Busby of Total Simsport team, funnily enough, built up a lead after every single safety car before having an incident 15 minutes from the end, despite having led every step of the way. Every single lap he was on for the Grand Chelem, which is something that's given to a driver if they qualify in first position. And then, there's Deutsche Payment just go a bit faster there, and Tech Sense Fitzy also improving. So yeah, Grand Chelem for a pole position, leading every single lap, the fastest lap of the race, and also taking the win, which you'd actually get for leading every single lap. But yeah, 15 minutes from the end, really caught him out, just touching a small section of grass that was on a street circuit, and around he went, and that was his race over retirement. And I think it'd be interesting to see if any other drivers suffer a similar fate here. As we've just got coming across the line there, that is the... Sorry, no, we're coming across the line. I'm getting my corners mixed up. I was going through the Wall of Champions there. That's the racing team Lindbergh. Bikerman currently at the helm for them. And, a little bit wiggly there. That's not going to help his top end speed down the back straight, Dean.
We're about halfway through the session. It certainly won't. You get a few more laps under your sleeve there, but Daniel at the moment setting the fastest time at 1:42.1. I'm expecting to see if somebody breaks into those 41s, that might very well be a good time. Anyway, that's Daniel's actually probably improved as well through the first sector, but I think Jordan Johnson's matched him, so there's going to be very close between those two to steal those positions, perhaps switch it around between each other. Certainly are the two quickest cars at the moment in Canada. Somebody wants pole, doesn't it, between them?
Only one person can get it. And I think it's going to be these two. Well, it's looking that way at the moment. It's going to be those two who are really going to fight it out between the pair of them. Who's going to claim the honours here in qualifying? Our lone Porsche Cayman in GT4 of Backmarker Racing Orange. They are currently in 5th place with Cookstus at the helm for them. And we've got the two Canadians of Hugh Jass and Sim3D Sport Ghostbusters. They are, well, they were occupying 6th and 7th, but Romano of Hugh Jass just heading up to the second row of the grid. 4th place for him with that improved time of 1:42.3 and half a second, covering our top 6 here in Canada in GT4, as Johnson was on a little bit of an improving lap and improvement in time, but not good enough for pole. Now just 0.04 of a second separating our top 2. That's right, not talking dealing in tenths, we're talking hundredths here at Montreal. And World Cup currently on an improving lap. The Canadian, the Team 19, the Sim3D Ghostbusters machine. So they're going to come across the line. Let's see if they've really hooked it up in the final sector. It's surely going to be on for an improvement. Green in sectors 1 and 2, so that's the best possible time for them. Improvement there, and there you go. Up into 6th place, displacing Porsche Cayman and Backmarker Racing Orange, here demoted down to 7th. We've got Jenkins on an improving one there as well, by the looks of things, Dean.
Yeah, that's interesting as well, too. So I'm seeing nobody really absolutely blistering through the third sector. So it seems to me that they've tweaked their car a little bit for slightly higher downforce to navigate through the first and second sectors, because that third sector is practically all just go, go, go. It's all just flat, straight, as you know, down the casino straight. So that's the interesting one of a race setup, I think, than a qualifying setup. That's why you're not seeing too many of the times improving.
Yeah, I've spoken to a few of the drivers. I know that some of them run a slightly higher downforce setup for qualifying compared to their race setup, which tends to be a bit more lower downforce, especially for a circuit like the one we have here today, where you've got that big long back straight, and trying to make the car almost untouchable along there, but at the risk of it being very much looser and less grippy aerodynamically through the twisty tighter bits. But knowing that generally there's only really one line there, so if they can just about hold it together, then they can keep hold of that position, because they know that they'll just be pulling away, or at least maintaining pace, with the car behind them along the straights. We've got, looking at the clock, we've got right about enough time for a couple of more laps here from our drivers to try and improve.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, because the alternative strategy might pay off, because once again, I said you have to fail really through the first and second sector, like side by side, follow your way through. It's going to be really risky to make overtakes through there if you get it, if you be bold and pull it off, of course, because once again, I said the wall takes no prisoner. Prisoners, plural. But you'll be, down that main straight. Good exit out of turn 11. And there's overtaking opportunities before the wall of champions. So, yeah, I think I would probably try to run a little bit more downforce than less downforce. But let's see.
Wow, look at that. Daniel Murph of Deutsche Payment just squeezing it into the 141s by a thousandth of a second. 141.999.
He did it, Dan. He wanted it. I wanted somebody to go on there. Actually, mine's rounded up to 142, but I'll take it. I'm sure Daniel's says, no, my friend Biggles, it's 141.9, my friend. All the nines on the dial recurring.
Well, like you say, it doesn't matter how you get in there, even if it's by a second, by a thousandth of a second. At least you've got the little claim that you got it into the 141s. We've got 2 minutes remaining here in GT4 qualifying, which is, I believe, we're going to start to see. We can pass the pit lane. We'll start to see the, I would say, orderly queue, maybe for now, forming of the GT3s, where they're going to be taking to the track. So in fact, they've just been summoned to head down there. So it's going to be interesting. A lot more cars in GT3 as, oh wow, Cooksters are getting incredibly loose and Larry there, just practically drifting it through.
Yeah, but you can. You got to get close to those walls. Apologise as one of those trucks will go perhaps pick up one of those cars later on. Just went past, revving. But just to give you an indication, I mean, I don't know how these cars will pan out, but to give you an indication that a Formula One car travels a full football pitch in 1 second. So when you're talking about these, 1/10 of a second and stuff like that, you can imagine that's pretty tight. At least, even in these cars, aren't as quick as Formula One. But still, trust me, they feel good and they feel fast. And if you're inside one, you'd better be holding on tight, that's for sure.
As we see Backmarker Racing Orange there, just heading in. So that's qualifying done and dusted for them. In fact, I think we've only got RD Simsport left out on track. They're having one last roll of the dice and having another go at it. There is the queue forming nicely for now in GT3. So just seeing, I think there we go. That's Hugh Jazz just heading across the line, and no improvement for them. They actually go 2 slower than their best. That's done and dusted, I believe, here in GT4 qualifying. It is indeed. And that's the turn of GT3. So let's have a quick run through. So Deutsche Payment, they have taken pole with a 141.999. With Texans, Fitzy, Ares joining them on the front row. There's Effect eSports with RD Simsport on the second row. Third row is Huge Ass and Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters. And then we've got Backmarker Racing Orange and Vulcan, Sim Racing, 49 Motorsport and Tracklim Racing, FTR Esports and D-Line. And then rounding out the GT4 grid is Racing Team Limburg. GT3 Amps and the GT3 Pros take to the track, and it's going to prove a bit more tricky. Much larger, section of the total field, and you see a little bit more jockeying for a position. Might see a bit of a, car parking down the back straight where drivers are just trying to get themselves into a bit of fresh air here, D.
Yeah, you're going to have to. It's going to be, it's spacing. It's going to be the key, of course, to try to find your way there, because, if you get the power on, if somebody's on a bit of a cool down lap, there are out laps, in laps, and all that sort of jazz, you're going to you find your moment to overtake. I expect probably some little bit of racing in this qualifying session more than anything. And just in that previous round there, so they did finish, Brian finished in the 13th for the slowest of the cars in the previous round, of course, and that's not slow, of course, that's quick, but it was about 1 second quicker than James's from the previous class, so there it is. So let's give you an indication of that. So what are we going to be expecting, about 1 or 2 seconds difference between this class now, so GT3s and the GT4s?
Between the front end and the tail end, just see a bit of slowing up happening there, and a bit of weaving down the back straight. Yeah, I think this would probably. I think it's got to be a good estimation, that one. There's just seeing stage 1 racing senior there, heading across the start-finish line, and there's Sim 3D Sport Predator as well in the BMW M4 GT3.
Say eSports Predator there? I mean, this is the thing too as well, even though this is a simulation, guys. We are now seeing, aren't we? We're seeing people that have just raced on a simulation rig to get behind a real-life motor vehicle and put in some damn impressive times, if not very, very competitive. So, once again, this simulation has a lot more to offer. If you get that rig, you get right equipment, you really put the hours in, you can beat some of the best drivers in the world, even on their own cars in their own league in real life.
Well, yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. A touring car league that I work with, one of the drivers winning it has achieved a scholarship to a British touring car team. It's been an academy driver for him. That's Ryan Elliott, for now partnering up with Team Hard. So it can happen. It does happen, and I think we're starting to see a bit of a transition between sim world and the real life world. Of course, Jeremy Broadbent with his exploits as well, moving across into real life racing. But yeah, I think it's definitely going to see that gap close. And talking of gaps, here start to come the times. So Baxter Jones of 11 Temps Racing setting the initial time to beat 1:34.2, followed by Backmarker Racing Yellow and Apex Tech Racing. First, the AM drivers there, Prismatic Motorsport Maneuver. They've gone 5th. And Stage 1, Senior Naya heading into 3rd there, so start to get more and more times pushing in as the drivers start to come across the line. A few of them times deleted due to off tracks. A slow lap there unusual. From Howe. Got the Prismatic Motorsports Athena driver, Emily Howe. Bit of a, I think maybe she'll even be disappointed with that one in the Porsche 911 GT3 in the Pro category. Pros denoted by red little tags to the left-hand side of their name.
Campbell, bang.
Wow.
Sean Campbell comes in there and just eats about 0.3 of a second. I was going to say, he was looking pacey there. He got the purple in the 3rd sector, I believe. They cut you off there. Absolutely super quick. That's going to be a pretty good time. I mean, now, you know, we're looking at about 8 seconds quicker than obviously the GT4s. But that's, yeah, to almost set half a second over everybody else in qualifying, that's a statement. That's like, let's bring it, my friends, or go home. Win or go home, essentially what he's thinking.
It is a real early statement of his intentions here, and clearly carrying over some of that momentum from the last round as Plummer for Apex Tech Racing joins him on the front row, going 0.04 of a second quicker than 11 Temps, who were previously occupying that 2nd row position. However, I could see our AM drivers really taking the fight to the pros here. They're, well, I was about to say occupying 6th, but they've just been demoted quickly there. That's a 9th and 10th to the 5th row of the grid. But, oh, a good time just slotting in there from Harry Pipes in the Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters BMW. 34.1, but still 2 Temps off that magical time set by RSR by butt kicker driver Campbell.
You do love your Ghostbusters, don't you, my friend? Yeah.
Calvin Dent, who owns Sim 3D, obviously, it's a bit of a you'll spot from all their teams that they're named after iconic retro films. So you've got RoboCop, Ghostbusters, to name but a few, and
must be Back to the Future in there as well. You're going to have to go with the DeLorean, of course. It can go 88 miles per hour, I think. In fact, believe it or not, there's a bit of trivia for you. The real DeLorean could not do 88 miles per hour. They had to add that in the dashboard for the movie. We could only go up to 80, I believe.
It was a bit of a disappointment of a car that looked so epic, but then, you know, Northern Ireland has never really been known for its sports car pedigree and heritage. Not to say they can't, you know, make such a car, but yeah, it was all show but no go, really, the DeLorean.
All bark and no bite. There it is. Oh, we're just seeing some of these. You've really got some of these guys have got to really push it through the wall of champions. I mean, those cars are bouncing up left, right, and center. But once again, still, I'm seeing it pretty clean here from a lot of these gladiators in the qualifying session. I haven't seen anybody really tank slap those walls this evening there, Tim. So I don't know. What is it just they're so well behaved? I mean, I cast a lot of races. I didn't see this much good gentlemanship behavior.
Could this be a sign of things to come here in Canada, where we're seeing everyone pushing really, really hard, but just as I mentioned that, Boscher Williams currently in 7th place for backmarker racing yellow in the Lamborghini Huracan.
Could have got a time. Look at that way he threw that around there. Look at that. You throw a car. That's a Michael Jordan could throw a shot like that if you're number 23. Let's see what that's going to be. Oh, it's not quite enough, is it? Yeah,
wow,
nice
no, it is. There you go.
It is, sorry, my bad. Right there.
It didn't look like it initially, especially when he launched it over the curves, but wow. I think
the toe that he's getting is also helping, because from the car up the road there, because that's down the main straight, of course, down the casino straight. A little bit of slipstream. It's not a massive difference as you get with the Formula cars, but that obviously made a difference. And the way he threw that car through that's probably the key out there if you want to get on pole this evening, guys. Just launch it like a rocket.
Absolute full attack mode. It was turned up to the max, and trying to crank it even beyond it was there. Boscher Williams, absolutely astounding way launched it. Now let's have a little look at Dim 3D Sport Predator. They're the quickest in that final sector, so they must have had a really, really good toe all the way down there. Wow, I mean, I'm a bit surprised still at a couple of our drivers, well, one of them being Howe of Prismatic Athena, still down in 12th position. We expect to see her right at the front end. We did all last season. She was in the BMW, made the transition to the Porsche 911 for this season. Maybe that change is not aiding her a little bit. Two very different cars to drive. One with the engine obviously in the front, and the other one with it firmly in the boot.
I enjoyed the Formula W series as well too. That was obviously in Miami the weekend, obviously from a Formula One background. But it's good to see those ladies out there just gun hunting, aren't they? Because they are quick. I tell you that, they're a zillion times quicker than me. And it's good to see more women in motor racing, because there is definitely more and more getting involved. So Sebastian showing as being out. So let's have a look at anybody else going to be able to bring in here at the moment. So that's the time set. That's the 33.8 is the one you need to get. And then we're going to flow all the way down to what we're looking at about. Well, still 1 second mark. We go to about, Rich there. 21 car in 11th.
We've got about 5 minutes left in qualifying here. And we've got Helson, a stage 1 green, suffering with the off tracks, has finally got a time on the board. Electing to put in a banker lap there, but really, really struggling here. So after 10 minutes, just finally getting his name on the board.
So the off tracks would have to be through that tricky section you mentioned. Well, it's probably 5 and 6, isn't it? Or 3 and 4. Because that's the only place you can really go off track enough, and that's probably more cutting the chicanes more than anything. Yeah,
the final chicane as well. You know, if you cut it a bit too much to the inside, get a bit too aggressive over the curbs, that can as well. There's a few potential opportunities to incur them. So it's a little bit of treacherous one. See Campbell going fastest of anyone in the second sector. Currently in third place, the RSR by butt kicker driver in the Porsche 911 GT3. Right on board with him right now.
Yeah, he's going to be kicking everybody's butt if he wants to kick it, of course. But his first sector probably was a little bit of a mistake. I'm not sure if he's going to have that straight line speed. That's going to be the key to see where he actually has sacrificed that. And, of course, slammed this car through here. And there it is. Bang it up to the wall as close as you can. Edge to the wall, riding on the edge. It's going to be close, isn't it?
Let's find out. Is it good enough to improve? Well, it is, but it's only good enough for a second. Going 100th of a second. Just over 100th seconds between Backmarker Racing Yellow and RSR Butt Kicker. Right now, we at the front end of GT3, we have got 3 different manufacturers occupying those top positions. Lamborghini with the pole, Porsche in second, and BMW in third. The Ferrari's definitely struggling here, although they are within the AM category, and well, AM Pro actually, apologies, if Track Limit Racing. And then the other one being JD Sim Racing. Those two currently 16th and 21st right now. And a bit of a strange one, because where the Ferrari might come a bit stronger is it's good in a straight line. It's good top speed, so it could be handy and useful under race conditions down those back straights, Dean.
It's good in Formula 1 2022 as well, too. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm going to bring a lot of the F1 references into this. This is totally not F1, of course, that the guys, but I'm relatively new, so I relied on your technical information for that one, Tim. But we'll call it as I see it anyway, and I think you might very much be right from some of the previous races that I've seen, but I'm still pretty much a noob to this, but tell you what, I'm having a lot of fun starting to cast all these different series, and proud to be a part of Total Sim Sport family as well. So thank you, guys.
It's a pleasure to have you on board, definitely. And just have a bit of a look at who's doing what out on track right now. We have got Howe of Prismatic Athena on a bit of an improving lap. Gone green in sectors 1 and 2. Made her way up to 5th, so where she would want to be. And driving for Porsche, as we've mentioned, so it'll be interesting to see what she can do. Or if she can move even further up through the timing sheets. But other than that, just having a bit of a scan through as we head inside the last minute here at qualifying in Montreal. Nobody else is improving, and this could be similar sort of story to what we've seen in GT4 and TCR, with no major improvements being made out there, Dean.
No, we've seen that before, haven't we, in all other qualifying sessions before earlier. Some of those lap times that come out have come out pretty early, and towards the end of the session, nobody's really just throwing a bit of a spanner in the mix. But hey, it's fairly possible. But now, time's not on your side.
The clock is definitely ticking down.
I was going to test my French out there for a minute. It's une minute left remaining here, as you have to do a bit of French, of course, here in Montreal.
Definitely. A sacre bleu. I'm not even too sure what it means, but I just know it's so good. You know how you when you learn a foreign language, you always pick up some random odd phrases that are normally quite useless in real life. But that is Pipes of Sim 3D Sport Predator just pulling over there. That is Colin Devine done dusted for him. Currently in third position, and I think going to keep one eye on the time being set by Bosch Williams. He comes through the line. Just see how he does. I think he's remained as he was, and that's qualifying done and dusted for him. So we are top 3. They are all into the pit. They are done, and there goes the checkered flag. And I can't see anyone on an improving lap. So yeah, again, this is done and dusted at the depth. No magical moments coming in right at the depth.
No, it's not, because it seems a bit early. Maybe because the track temperatures are decreasing a little bit. We've seen over time. I mean, it's not that crazy.
It's normally incurs a bit of extra grip out there, but maybe not the case. Drivers plateauing early on in the session, but well, I mean, some incredibly quick times out there from our drivers, and equally, we've got a few of the AM drivers in amongst the pros as well, namely Track Limit Racing. Their Porsche is headed up the AM category, currently 12th overall, and in front of no less than 4 of the pro cars. So great result from them. So we just see Castro head across, and that is an improvement in time, but not moving up at all through the order. So that is just done and dusted by the looks of things, and we'll be transitioning across into the race proper very shortly, just as the official section, and we'll be able to take you through your grid here as well. A bit of a mention to the two sponsors for this series. First off, we've got Sim 3D. As you've seen, we've got many teams in this series, but not only a supporter in terms of entering teams, but also as a sponsor as well. If you're looking for sim products made by sim racers for sim racers, then make sure you check them out, sim-3d.com. And also, we have got Go for the Gap for all the very best in motorsport prints and artwork. Make sure you follow them on their socials at Go for the Gap, and also on their Etsy store, where you can buy many of their many lovely products and absolutely epic pieces of artwork. So thank you to both of those for their renewed sponsorship this season, as they were last season as well. Now, prediction time, Dean. Who's going to come up on top in 4 hours' time? Who is going to be the cream that rises to the top? I mean, obviously Campbell, race 1 winner. However, Bosher Williams, well, I wouldn't get anywhere near him because he looks like he's absolutely on fire here and well up for the fight. However, we've also got BMW at the sharp end there. Sim3D Sport Ghostbusters, incredibly quick last time out at Brands Hatch. Is it going to be Lamborghini? Is it going to be Porsche? Or is it going to be BMW that takes the overall victory here in Canada?
That's a good question. Apologize out there for those those messages that go in the stream. Of course, the bots are working thick and fast. That actually, if you're getting bot spam at the moment, actually means that this channel is becoming very popular. Of course, so take that for granted. Of course, I like some of those products that you mentioned there from Sim3D. I'm really going to be checking that out. They look pretty snazzy. I'm just avoiding the question there as to who I think is going to do it.
Yeah, I
don't want to call anybody out just yet.
You're dodging that bullet very nicely there. Absolutely nicely done there. Well, it's going to be really close. I mean, we've had the temperature drop as we expected, down to 24 degrees temperature. We're just coming up to 20 to 5 local time here in the afternoon in Montreal. The track temperature is only going to descend the further we get in, but we're just being led away now by the Porsche 911 safety car, heading down Casino Straight, and we get ready to go racing for the next 4 hours. As we have the Lamborghini of backmarker Racing Yellow leading the field. There they are. They look back from the safety car. And as you mentioned, the Gladiators, the Titans of the Sim3D GT series, are taking to fight this one out. They're going to go around for an extra lap here, not just the short start here, and then we'll be off racing. I mean, it's going to be tricky, this one, Dean. These opening laps, we're going to have a lot of cars really close together in each of the classes. Now, obviously, they're going to leave a bit of a gap between one another, as is normal, standard, multi-class etiquette. However, there's a lot of blind corners here. You could find yourself coming flying around the corners to be presented by maybe a spinning car, or, well, I'm sure there's definitely going to be a few bits of stray bodywork by the time the TCRs come through from the GT3s and the GT4s that have already been through the corners before them.
3 and 4, 7 and 8, yeah, they climb up the hill there and then they go back down. You can usually see out of 8 and 9 before you go down to that final turn, 10 actually. Well, not the very final, but yeah, it's so crazy because you got to be, you're the gas pedal, you're a driver, okay? You're just going for it flat out. You're trying to your racing line, all of a sudden there's a car facing the wrong direction and the wrong place. Not sure if we have a little bit of time there for it. We're probably we'll see. But for a track map, I don't know if you could pull it up there quickly to kind of give an indication of how the 3 different divisions. Of course, it's fall all up, but you can see they're spaced out. So you've got this one, the next one, and the other one's further down the road. Traffic's definitely going to be a massive problem. And now all the nerves are going to be there. The sweat, isn't it? And I'd love to put a heart rate monitor on some of these drivers when they get that green light racing indicator. Sit back and relax. Hope you got everything ready. Get some drinks. We're about to get rolling.
Oh, you say, but you know, when we get racing, well, that's definitely something their heartbeat will be doing. I think you can definitely guarantee that one. And Well, it's going to be wild. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be full of twists and turns to the tail of this race, and could potentially, with a play a little bit of a twist in the story of the championship as well. Some of the drivers, could stand to make big gains. Some could stand to make big losses. As we head down Casino Straight, the safety car is going to pull in. You can see the lights are firmly off on that.
You keep an eye on the inside line, the outside line. So Sebastian's on pole, and he will be on the outside line there. Sean, the 26 car's on the inside. Now, Sean's got an opportunity here to go side by side through here. He's going to follow him. We're going to wait till the finish line, I believe, once you get green flag racing. But depends on the exit they get out of the wall at the final turn, of course, the Wall of Champions. Into that turn one's going to be crucial. Is he going to, where is really Sebastian going to defend? Is Sebastian going to go to the racing line, or is he going to go in between the racing line? We'll find out.
I mean, Seb, I think he's just going to get the hammer down nice and early as they come through the Wall of Champions. Let's get ready to go racing in round 2 of the Sim 3D GT Series by FTR Events, and we are away. We're under green flag conditions, and well, there you go. Foot to the floor, Boscher Williams and back marker Racing Yellow not hanging around at all here, and already pulling out a 7/10 advantage as we come out of turns 1 and 2 and head through into 3 and 4. Just wants to line it up nice and neatly through there and keep extending that gap as we head down to GT4. They are getting away now and being led away by Deutsche Payment, and they're going nice and early. Clearly getting wind of what was going on up in front of them. Moving through nicely, everything all the way drama free, but here come the TCRs, hard onto the brakes. You bet your bottom dollar these guys are going to be bashing doors, bashing wing mirrors and rubbing bottom panels all the way for the next 4 hours of racing here. And it's heading back up to the front. Well, Campbell already starting to close in. RSR by butt kicker. Further down the field in GT4, they're still remaining relatively orderly. Everyone's got away cleanly. Not the potential hotbed for drama that we might have expected to see. Everyone playing the long game here. I mean, you've got 4 hours of racing to do, Dean, haven't you? It's well worth playing the long game, but it still doesn't quite always stop some of the drivers who like to try and make some quick gains and quick wins early on.
If gap car, they are racing drivers. Absolutely. There has been a couple of actually that have gained some positions there in P11, and James Richards has gained 3. That's the 16 car. And that's the biggest gainer, I'd say, that at the moment. Dexter's lost a couple of places. But yeah, they are well behaved, of course, knowing it's a very long, grueling race. But hey, the tyres are still fresh. Also managing those tyres, because you can choose them pretty quickly in iRacing off the start. So manage them and then wait for the whole hectic that's going to happen for pit stops. Now, we did mention it's going to be the first 6 laps there for the pole at the moment. So for the safety car pole, for prediction.
Yeah, well, you never know, do you? Because, say, we have got quite a while of racing to go here, and see the GT4s still being led by Daniel Muth. Made the transition, this team, down from GT3 Pro. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, we've had
Tyler, I think.
It looks like there's been a few. Forster, Briggs, Marsh, and Spikerman all involved here. Let's take a look at the replay, see if this can try and give us some clues as to what has happened here. And just having a bit of a look at that one. It's
yeah, through the S's. It says it's a wall slapper. No, must be coming up a little bit further around here. Just try to see. Well, I'm not watching the live replay. My apologies.
It's hit for some reason there. It's not quite appearing on our end. So yes, here we go. Here we go. So they're heading to T2. Oh, there we go. It's up the inside into turn 2. And after getting away so well in GT4 class, that is what's triggered it. And we are under our first safety car of today.
Nobody collided, I believe so. There was a spin. Everybody managed to get around safely.
I think there was around about 3 or 4 caught up in that one. And that's definitely going to shaken up things a little bit.
There's a tap there and also a double tap. So, yeah, not too bad, I'd have to say. Somebody's off track there a little bit further up. But not a massive, huge collision. Luckily, because they were already at the back, they have to slow down. Obviously, from the GT3 cars, of course, and that would have been a bit of a kerfuffle later on. But it is safety car out, of course, is to slow everybody down a little bit, punch everybody back up so we can get more racing. And there it is. So the pole's out, and I predicted it, but not really that way.
Definitely not one we can look at in terms of strategy so early on. Obviously, well, just come on to our second lap, so the driver's not really looking to, dip in for any fuel. As nothing's going to have been better off, so not really worth doing here. But definitely going to close up some of. Definitely going to affect some of our drivers here in terms of those gaps that they've opened up very early on. They're going to close up, and it's time to go again. And I think it's going to be an interesting one of how the pace is controlled at the front and how the cars get away.
Oh, the safety cars breed safety cars now.
That is the big worry. I mean, I suppose the only advantage we've got is that we haven't got a jumbled up field. We're not later into the race where you've got all the classes interwoven with one another.
Yeah, you're right. But it's also an opportunity, I'd have to say, if you were obviously in another class, to give it a shot, right? I mean, if you get an overtake done, you got a bit of a buffer, of course, to everybody else behind you. But I don't know. Once again, they're probably thinking a little bit smarter because it's a long event, of course. It's an endurance race with three, just under 4 hours now. We've only had about a good, 5 minutes of racing so far in the green. Still plenty of time to go.
Still, wow, like you say, plenty of time, lots of time here in Canada for this one to really shape up some things and see how.
They might have to hurry up, my friend, because there's a snow forecast.
Well, that is one of the lucky things we don't have to worry about here in iRacing is the weather. Yeah, just temperature effects and whether the sun comes in or out from the dynamic
the
clouds.
Sun in Canada? Actually, there is actually at this certain time of the year, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, so you don't need some chains on those tyres. Absolutely not. But once again, we'll have to see if Sebastian can do it again. So he got that nice launch, didn't he, through there, covered it off. I thought that Sean might be able to, probably sneak one up the inside there, but thought nothing about it. In fact, anything Harry and Patrick running P3 and P4 were putting a bit of pressure on, weren't they?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is where, you see, lights are out on the safety car, so it is in this lap. And leads me to an interesting point. What sort of mind games does Bosch or Williams play in that Lamborghini? Does he go early and try and get the jump on RSR in the Porsche team behind them? Or does he look to really back up the field here and pretty much push the Porsche behind him into the BMW of Sim3D Sport Ghostbusters, and likewise Gannon of the RPM Racing Lamborghini as well? Just really compress it up so that when he does go, Campbell is left having to look into his mirrors, not just what's ahead of him.
It's a good question. It's managing that turn 1 and turn 2 that he did. It seemed like he got a very good entry and exit through there. He has the advantage, of course, because he can get to hit the gas pedal a little bit earlier than everybody else. He makes the call. And yeah, mind games, of course, down the casino straight right now. Well, guess what? If you're going to gamble, you have to gamble on what's going to happen there behind. But it's still early. If I was the other gladiators, of course, in this beautiful, fantastic arena of Canada in Montreal, you've got to, seize an opportunity. If somebody makes a mistake, that's really it. You've got to just gap car. But at the moment, I don't know if anybody's going to really risk it for the biscuit. You can see a little bit of swerving down the main straight there. Trying to get a bit of tire temperature in there, but we'll find out, doesn't it? Well, the script is there. It's up to these actors to this performance on stage.
Oh, we even just write it themselves, which you get the feeling. So the safety car, that's going to have pulled in. Bosher Williams now controls the pace, and oh, there you go. He's backing everyone up. He's going to go late. He's leaving it right to the last possible second here. And we are back under green conditions, and we are away once again at Montreal, and getting the jump, opening up a 7/10 advantage like he did at the start. Great stuff there for Bosher Williams. There's a bit of a fight on in the midfield here. Porsche versus Lamborghini. And that is the move done, a change for position. Apex ahead in the Porsche of RPM in the Lamborghini. Let's just have a bit of a check-in, see what's happening hopefully down in the field. There you go. In GT4, wow. Really pulling out that early advantage, leaving everyone for dead. 1.3 second advantage over the rest of the field, and this was happening down in CCR. It's a relatively similar story, more spaced out than maybe what you would have envisaged at this early stage, Dean. Clearly a few more drivers switched on the restart than others, but the TCR's really clinging hold of the back end of GT4.
Yeah, they are. They are, of course. It's because they're relatively similar in pace too. We saw about a second difference between them. So that's going to be the case. At the moment, you can see... full of action. Sorry, my timetable's going through the roof, but I'm trying to keep an eye on the action.
That's okay. Well, actually, yeah, it's just looking ahead. Actually, that's the 49 Motorsport Aston Martin there. Just it's already Holman, RD SimSport 2, managing to get past the GT4. It's looking a bit battle scarred. That GT4's not going to come past due to this, the extra grunt and power that they possess right now. There's a little bit of an intriguing three-way battle that's happening just ahead of them between D-Line, Track Limit Racing, and Racing Team Limburg. However, they just sort themselves out pretty much here on the front end. So let's see what's happening in talking the front end as well. Despite getting that initial gap, these two are clumping together in pretty much a copy and paste type scenario that we saw from the initial start.
It is, isn't it? Control C, Control V. As he's getting through the corners, absolutely, because now he doesn't have obviously the advantage of we're talking about Sean. Quickest man on the track, currently running at the 26 car. Now, is he going to lose a bit of straight line speed here as they go down the back of the casino straight? This is where the key is going to be to judge the pace. Or he's got a little slipstream. Harry, that's Harry Pipes, the 94 car, just lurking in the background, but this is it. Let's keep an eye. It's going to be a good indication to see the speed difference, and he is keeping up with the pace. So Sean, currently running P2 in the 26 car. Look at that, better entry and exit. I think he could probably pull it off here. So, yeah, Lamborghini versus Porsche. This is going to be really spicy. He's thinking about it already, mate. He is thinking about it already.
Interesting the different lines there that the two of them took. So, Campbell and the Porsche far more aggressive on the entry compared to Bosch and Williams, but they are pretty much remaining as they are as you look further down through the field of what's happening. Still pretty tight in a lot of places. Namely, this battle going on the front near the front end in GT3 Pro between Gannon and Plummer in the Lamborghini chasing down the Porsche here, and this could almost be a move on. It's how aggressive RPM Racing want to be right now. To tell you what they're looking at, far more stronger on the brakes here, Dean, compared to Plummer in the Porsche.
Yeah, it's the opposite, isn't it? It's a flip. So now you've got a Lamborghini chasing down a Porsche rather than the Porsche running down and chasing Lamborghini. Yes, you can pronounce Porsche any way you want. Porsche, doesn't matter. It's a beautiful car and it's quick. Here we go, Lamborghini pace. You can see a little bit twirly coming out the corner there. He's lost a little bit of the rear end, but got the pace. Convert that into an overtake.
Well, now we get to find out a little bit more about who's running what setup, but I don't know about you, Dean, but that Lamborghini is definitely catching up here in the slipstream, but electing just to pull out and sail behind, playing the long game. And yeah, again, seeing what we saw at the front end, the Porsche electing to be a bit more aggressive over the curves compared to the Lamborghini. And looks, hopefully we can stay with this battle a little bit longer just to see if what happens out of turns 1 or 2. They're going to remain pretty much as they are. And see if we can move down through the field. There we go. So Alex Marsh just falling back a bit. Maybe made a little bit of a mistake there, but the touring cars, they're all pretty much bumper to bumper, and starting to make a little bit of light work here of the touring car, so of the GT4s, or Grand Sport as they're known in America. It's part of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. And this is where I know previously as a touring car driver, and especially running in that series where you've got the touring cars and the GT4s, it can get a bit frustrating because if you're quicker than the GT4 through the corners in front of you, you can end up losing quite a bit of time where it feels like they're almost getting in your way, and they'll obviously then just breeze past you with that power advantage down the back straight. It's a really, really tricky one to try and manage for a few of our drivers.
You play psychological warfare games there. You try to force them to a mistake in the corners, of course, get them to keep focusing in their mirrors rather than focusing on the race up ahead. That, I think, would be the biggest challenge. But, of course, yeah, overtaking, it seems to be very difficult at the moment. Of course, it's still early, so tyres and all that jazz are going to come into play. You mentioned, when are you starting to think about pit stops here?
Well, ultimately, you're going to be looking at around about the hour mark. However, due to the beat of this series and running the Race Director software like they do, could well mean that, you know, it throws everything up in the air. I mean, I don't, you know, good chat to a few of the drivers post race, you know, after Brown's Hatch round 1, and they were all saying it's so hard to know what to do. I mean, at Brands Hatch we had 5 safety car periods during the first hour and a quarter, and it's a do I stop? Don't I stop? Do you gamble and try and run it a bit longer, or do you play it safe and put some fuel in the car? It's such a challenge, and like no other that you experience in iRacing. I know obviously you do get safety cars naturally occur within the oval racing, but when it comes to road racing, there's no other series like it out there, and I think it's why this is so popular. The fields are so strong, and there's so many more teams and wanting to come along and to be a part of this series because of that extra dynamic. On top of that, there's great racing also.
100% great racing, and I hope you guys are enjoying it out there, tuning in for the Sim 3D GT series. We're about to probably almost see our race leader getting close to starting to get to the back markers as well, too. The back markers, of course, being the other series. So that's going to start to spice things up a little bit, because now you got to get overtakes, of course. Now, blue flags should be shown, of course, the polite thing, but you have to get it done somewhere, right? Main straights and things like that, you know, that tricky midfield section, the sector 2, that's the one where you can't really go side by side through there. So it'll be interesting. And how much time will it cost you, too, getting those overtakes done?
It's a really, really good point, that. To be fair, it's a bit of a freeway battle going on here. Lamborghinis and Ferraris jostling for position. With Italian warfare being played out. It's a civil war between the manufacturers, and talking about what was happening at the front end. Well, they've remained as they are, only 3 temps separating those two right now. Backmarker Racing Yellow leading the way from RSR by butt kicker. Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters like the last of the podium positions, with RPM currently in 4th, Apex Tech Racing 5th. They're a place from where they started. Prismatic down 1. Let's see Porsche swapping positions there. Stage 1 Junior, so Stage 1 Senior even. The Lamborghini currently in 7th, then the BMW. The second the BMW runs, it's the Alpine Stars Geodistic Racing team. Parkour currently at the helm for them. And then we have got the 49 Motorsport 4 at 10th overall. It's our leader in GT3 AM. It is the Track Limit Racing GT3. Porsche
Alex came into the pit lane, I think, but it's going to be very interesting to see now that traffic's going to come into play because Sean can really put the pressure on here. The 26 car running in P2 because that traffic up the road there, Sebastian's going to navigate it as quickly as possible. Look at this. This is the time. I think Sean's been thinking about this moment right now because where are they going to get the overtake done? They're going to be approaching the corners here, up 3 and 4, the ones that you mentioned before, to keep it out of the wall. You want to get close to the wall. Let's see. Last late breakers. And can Sean sneak through here as well and not cost him any time? Yes, he has. Very lucky. They'll actually give him a bit of a buffer back to Harry there, running in.
Well, it's not done and dusted, it did. He's pulled alongside. He likes to just duck back in once again. But Campbell really turning under pressure here in Montreal early on. You had that's Pipes in the BMW trying to stay into the clutches and just in contact with these ahead. You might have just caught it. We're down to the hairpin. We've seen the GT4s just making their way through this. It's not going to be long before they're fighting their way through the mid-pack, and this is where it gets interesting, Dean. The tactics, the mind games, they're almost playing chess and using the other cars of car classes around you as tactical pawns to make gains over your competitors. Not just for the pack coming through, but also for the cars that they're coming round to lap as well. This is where things get interesting, and they're going to be onto them within the next few corners.
And they're onto a pack of cars too, like a lot, all tucked up together. So you just saw how much of a challenge it was there to navigate one car. Now you got to navigate 3 and change together, 3 or 4, and then you got a few more up the road. Yeah, this is why we love the different divisions in racing, because it's so much more elements to it, isn't it? You got to also be thinking about fuel management, taking care of your tires. You got to look in your mirrors now all over the place, front and rear, everywhere, and try to make an overtake somewhere along the line. And you also got to think where, and once again, same place as the last lap. Now he's got a couple more of those gladiators to get past.
This is where it gets interesting because it's not just one, it's now 2 they need to clear, but they do really easily there. Campbell is looking so aggressive right now onto the rear end of that Lamborghini Huracan. Just trying to find a way past it. Oh, there's a bit of a traffic jam through the touring cars. Who's going to find some gap? There's a flash of the lights from Boston Williams. All roadblocks in. They're 3 wide. They're almost 4 wide as they try to pick their way through. Oh, and nearly losing the rear end. And there's contact in the background between one of the Lamborghinis coming through. Campbell having to take to the grass, but everyone's tripping up over one over here at Montreal. It's getting messy. We knew it might be due to the tightness of the track, but Boscher Williams has checked out. He says, see you later. There's contact in the background when the Porsche's into the wall. We're going to see a safety car surely from there. Just I didn't quite catch who it was in the background, but drama here already in the opening stages. Wow,
that's what you would expect, isn't it? We had a traffic jam like an M5, whatever it is, that you guys have in the UK. It was all there. It was who was going to go around. It definitely cost the Porsche driver quite a bit of time there. I think he dropped a couple of places because they had to navigate the traffic. Of course, hey, it's there. It's a part of it in the series, isn't it? You have to get past, but it was so much there. And he could have gone any way. I don't think we have a safety car called out, so we might still be on green flag racing. Yeah.
Amazingly, I'm not too sure how. Let's see if we can maybe get a replay, provide some answers. So, this is where it was getting interesting, a bit spicy. So there is Campbell in the Porsche 911. And so where they're trying to sieve their way through the field now.
He gets squeezed to the left, I think, into Laping, if you see this one. So he had to go on the grass. And yeah, have a look, check this. There's so much going on here.
I'm just trying to have a bit of a look. This might be a lap later after they've come through the field. So yeah, this is the lap later, isn't it? So
yeah,
because that is Naya. So Campbell has lost out. What's happened to maybe not, but yeah, definitely close stuff here at in Canada. It's really interesting as one of the Porsches heading out of the pit stop, and that is Quite catchy that was. I think that might have been the Apex Tech Racing team there. Wow, all while that's going on as well. But looks like we've had a change to the lead. Pipes for Sim3D eSports Ghostbusters has got past Boscher Williams. Things really shaking up and flipping on their head here. It's hard to know where to look, and with everything going on.
Yeah, I know. I feel for our fantastic director out there of Sean having to put a lot of the work in there trying to capture all the action. Of course, yeah, Harry did. So he's gained it. I'm quite sure 100% where he did, but Sebastian, maybe we'll have to definitely come down to that exit, isn't it, out of turn 10, when everybody was just navigating that traffic tooth and nail, and it has not paid off for some of those drivers, of course, but it has no doubt paid off for Harry, because now he's in the lead of this race. You can see right now making an overtake on some back markers, as well as Sebastian, just a little bit further down there in the Lamborghini. Patrick now, Gannon, is now up a place there in P3, the 44 car.
Hey, I tell you what, it's looking. Whereas a bit of a mix between BMW, Porsche, and Lamborghini in the top three, and well, now it's BMW leading the way, followed by a trio of Lamborghinis here, and it is so close between them all right now. And then we've got the Porsches.
What's going on with the leading boards out there? Sorry to cut you off. It's just that, you know, because there's so much changing at this moment, and it has to wait until there's somebody a bit excited about this race at the moment. Somebody has to wait, of course, until those laps get counted over before those leaderboards settle themselves out, because once again, there's just so many cars on the track. We have what, almost 40 and change out there, so all over the place, all over different divisions.
Oh, there we go. It's sort of managed to sort itself out now. That's always handy. It's clearly the system just listening in, but yeah, it's so close right at the top end right now between so many of our drivers. And yeah, for some reason it's showing the BMW is slightly ways in GT4. It's not. That is firmly in GT3, although the BMW M4 also available in the GT4 class as well. They're not within this championship. And what has Boscher Williams got up his sleeve? He needs to find a bit of an answer. 1.8 seconds, the advantage that Pipes currently has here over him.
He's got the traffic now up the road. So I expect he's going to be starting to pull them down, because he's down the Camel Straight where he's going to have that ridiculous power. He's going to be even close to the back of them as he gets to the Wall of Champions. But he will have a break to follow him through. But now he's going to have to follow him through into the first, start another lap. And see about on turns 1 and 2, so he's going to be approaching the back of them by that, and then this is going to be the difficult part, because when he's going to be on the back of their tailpipe, it's going to be through your favorite sector, mate, well, your favorite corners, 3 and 4, and then 5 and 6 a little bit further down the road, where we saw it cost a bit of time.
Yeah, this is where it gets a bit tricky and a bit treacherous. You know, everything calming down a little bit. Excuse me, once again here after the GT3s made their way through. However, you know full well it's never a moment away from everything kicking off here.
Oh, he's getting held up a little bit here, has to get past. Sorry, yes, I'm referring to Harry.
He is, yeah, you see. But wow, I think Boscher Williams is going to catch him, maybe just the wrong time. Bit of a lunge to the inside there to cover that one off, and this is yeah, it's tricky times ahead where the traffic just a little bit more kinder to Sim3D Sport at the moment in that BMW compared to the Lamborghini. And there you go, a Doof dines out on a bit of a 2-for-1 deal, clearing the Audi RS3 and the Aston Martin, and now everyone breathe in a little bit as the Lamborghinis find a gap in the middle and sieve their way through. But Boscher Williams has got Gannon right on his tail, and the pair of them as they race down towards the final corner. We could see a change for position. Gannon's trying to sleep it up the inside, and Boscher Williams has to yield there, otherwise it was going to be contacting the flash of the lights. Well, he's clearly not impressed by that one. Remonstrating.
He's got it.
Wow.
Yeah, he did it. The reason why he did it is because he had to slice the way through the back markers there, the 23 car, and it's also difficult, isn't it? Because the other players, you don't know where they're going to go. They're going to go to the left, other to the right. So it's like a straight down into the middle. Costs him a bit of time. I don't think there was any issue, obviously, between the drivers. Not quite sure why he's flashing his light and any sort of frustration.
I'm not overly sure.
Yeah, because it didn't look like there was any problem. That was a nice clean overtake into the classic, final couple of turns. They didn't have any contact there. He committed to just inside the racing line. It paid off.
It's, difference in the light pack. Bit of an odd one for you here. Difference in the light packages being used by the two different teams. So the Backmarker Racing Yellow electing not go for the endurance one. So you can see the two Lamborghinis. The RPM one has the extra lights at the front of the car and heavily illuminated compared to Backmarker, which isn't running the endurance light package that you can turn off or on here in iRacing GT3 class. But now you can see Bosher Williams pulling out right at the last second, trying to use every last little bit of slipstream, a bit of a flash of the lights there to push his way through past the traffic to let them know that it's not just one of the GT3s, there's two of them coming through. To see Pipes still leading the way here in Montreal. Well, and starting to pull away here, 1.6 seconds ahead of Gannon of RPM. Currently in second with Backmarker Racing Yellow in third. And then, well, Campbell, after that earlier incident, down to fourth with Stage 1 Racing Senior rounding out your top five here. They've had a cracking start. They're already up 6 places. Started down in 11th in the Lamborghini Hurricane. That's a great start from them. They'll be really pleased by that.
Yeah, and the 77 car there of Justin, he's putting a little bit of pressure there on the back of Sean, and Sean was that 26 car that we saw at the early. It was putting the pressure on Sebastian early in this race. He's still behind Sebastian now, of course, but just 3 and 4 rather than 1 and 2. And Justin just nursing in there, but the battle's still there between Sebastian trying to bring it on Patrick, who did that fantastic overtake before. But guess what? What goes around comes around. So do you think Sebastian right now could be lining him up to get ready to make that run down the casino straight and then try that same alternative approach? If he gets a good exit out of here, a Laping, bang on the power, this is very similar. Get a tow, and let's see if he can reverse what just happened.
This is where the difference in setups might come in, and just keeping half an eye on that gap. I think maybe a little bit more wing being run by Backmarker Racing Yellow compared to RPM right now, because there was a huge disparity in pace between the pair of them.
Back too, isn't it? Like the way they're throwing those cars around, I'm like, you're definitely going to feel it in the morning, boys and girls. Absolutely.
Let's have a bit of a look at let's have a look at down at GT3 Amso. Ball leading the way there. Pat Moore in second. As they just clear another one of the GT4s. Fane currently occupying the last of the podium positions in GT3 Am. As for GT4, well, Move leading the way as he done since the start, and already 8 seconds clear of Walkup and Brandt in the last of the podium positions. As for touring car, well, a little bit of a change around, and well, a little bit in terms of that one. FTR currently leading that one with RD SimSport 2 in second, and Sim 3D Robocop in the last of the podium positions for in that class.
Part man, part machine, all driver. If he's a Robocop, of course. There's the puns. Been a little while for puns because we haven't really had much of a chance because there's motor racing all over the place. In fact, there's not much of a gap between many of people. Soon you're going to see so much of a spread around this track that everybody's going to be able to see a car on track. You're certainly not going to be lonely on this track, that's for sure.
No, it's a little bit more breathing room compared to what we had last time out at Brands Hatch. However, so many cars out in the field, 44 all in. We've had, actually no, make that 42, apologies of course, to bring out the black marker of doom for a couple of retirements. We've had Track Limit Racing in Touring Car, the lone Audi. They are in the pits. With Atlantic Motorsport in GT3 Pro, they've stopped at the car on lap 11, and FTR eSports GT4 being the first one all the way back on lap 8. Now, just looking at the time here, so just coming up to 20 past 5 local time. Now, I know you're more into this time zone. Mind you, you're a bit more further south, so it probably wouldn't affect you, would it, Dean, so much. But I'm just thinking, we're going to have a bit of a finish in the darkness here. I mean, we're 20 past 5 at the moment. We've got three hours remaining on the clock. So that's going to take us up to about, do the maths, Timothy, there we go, 8 o'clock, about 8:30 local time. So it's going to be close in terms of sunset, and could this potentially affect some of the teams who haven't elected to take the endurance light package, which gives them obviously extra lights to be able to see the track a little bit more visibly there than the drivers that haven't. Namely, RPM have got it, Backmarker Racing Yellow haven't.
It could get dark, exactly, and you need that. The track is not illuminated, because they don't do any night racing here at all, so it's going to be only illuminated by your lights. Now, obviously, as you get closer up to the northern hemisphere, it's starting, depending obviously what time of year it is as well. But I remember when I was living in New York City, it'd go dark about 9 p.m. in the evening. So yeah, about 8:30, I think you might have just been referred to. So yeah, it'll get a little tricky, and especially that's going to be towards the end of the race too. So you're tired, you're exhausted, and a tiny little bit of like that relapse of concentration, it could be all over. You don't want it to be all over, don't you? After such a long race.
No, it's another little conundrum to have to deal with here, and I know there definitely will be driver swaps going in between the drivers teams, but just seeing, this is a bit of a change for position here as RTL currently 9th place in GT4, and that is the Track Limit Racing Aston Martin just in front of them and coming under a bit of pressure here. A good start from Spikerman, up 4 places where they started, and trying to make it a 5th here, Dean.
Why not? Give it a shot. You have to. You're a race driver, after all. Race drivers are all about making race maneuvers and racing overtakes. Early still at the moment, because we haven't even gone into a 1 hour in the session just yet. I believe we've probably got about 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes and change to go, but see plenty of racing going on all across the field. Still our race leader Harry's leading there from Patrick, and Sebastian, the man that started on pole, currently running in P3. Sean started in P2, running in P4. That's obviously for the top dog division GT3s, but battles at the moment. And this is just, well, it's actually, they're speaking, that's Hayden, isn't it? Trying to make a way past.
That is indeed Robinette, the American, trying to find a way through. I'm going to disappear for a cup of tea, but I'm going to leave you in the comfortable hands of our friend and fellow commentator here, Chris Rowland. Chris, I know you've been watching on in the sidelines. We knew it's always a bit treacherous when the GT3s come around to lap cars on that first lap, for the first time. We saw it here once again. Big drama, and Campbell of RSR by butt kicker, definitely the driver to lose out big time for it. But equally, Pipes and Gannon of Sim3D and RPM, respectively, making good progress and really winning from that lottery.
Yeah, good evening everyone, or good morning, or good night, depending on where you are. That moment into the hairpin that really cost Seb Boscher-Williams, I'm surprised we didn't see a bigger incident from that than we did, because that was a lot of cars trying to occupy a very small amount of space. So I think props to everyone for managing that so safely. And we've actually only really had the 2 or 3 incidents. I believe the stewards in the first, what are we into now, 40 minutes of the race so far? We've had, I think, just the 4 incidents under investigation from the stewards, which compared that to Brands Hatch 2 weeks ago, this is substantially better behaved. But as you say, we have had quite a few spicy moments of overtaking us. It looks like RD are just ever so slightly getting in the way of RPM there, but what can you do? You've got to manage your line, and you can see Seb Boscher-Williams just behind there in the 23 for Backmarker Racing, trying to pick up the scraps, but at the moment Gannon keeping him nice and clear, and this is only really going to benefit Harry Pipes just up the road in the Sim 3D, who is slowly but surely building a small gap that quite frankly, it's not, this is a 4-hour race. 1.5 seconds means nothing at this stage, but to not be under pressure, that is a good thing, I would imagine, isn't it, Dean?
Yeah, absolutely, of course, because the leader is the one who had to have the target painted on your back, and he's the one that has to, obviously, like all the other gladiators in the field, have to navigate their way through their traffic as quickly as possible so they don't lose that time, You don't want to be building up that gap and then all of a sudden have it just drop like a stone. But, yeah, let's have a look at this.
And you can see, Baxter Jones in the 11 for 11 tenths racing. They've made that move stick on Lucas Pravaznik of the JD Sim Racing 76. Baxter Jones, of course, having to recover. He's dropped 6 positions from where he started in P8. Compare that to JD Sim Racing, who were in 21. They were second last, I believe, or third last of the entire GT3 field. So this has been a pretty good showing so far for the leading of 2 Ferrari GT3s that we've got. And we've just had a steward's announcement for decision number 3 for incident number 2, a 10-second time penalty for RPM Racing, who are currently being piloted in the number 44. That will be by, bear with me as I try and find where they are. That is Patrick Gannon. So that is our P2. They're going to have to take a 10-second time penalty for the incident involving, that was incident number 2, so that was involving, oh, that's quite a few cars. That was back in 8 minutes. That's Vulcan. Yeah, that's Vulcan 49, FTR Yellow, and Track Limit Racing, I believe.
That's the reason why he was flashing his lights then, because I was wondering why there was a moment there where he was a lot upset about something.
Yep, also from the same incident, there's been a warning from Prismatic Motorsports Academy, the 389 for unpredictable driving in traffic. And as we've already been saying, Dean, that's the difficult thing on a circuit like this. Yes, you've got the long back straight, which is nice and easy, but as we've already seen, the traffic into the hairpin, it's pretty much the entire infield of this circuit can, you really have to learn how to cooperate with the other drivers, and it's very easy to be compromised on your line.
It is right now. That lead that you thought for Harry, that's starting to come down, my friend. Look at this. It's down to almost, if you get an overtake in the background there of Patrick's car he has. So he's bragged down in 1 second. So as you said, Sebastian's gone into the pit lane, I believe. So the 23 cars decided to get some fresh boots on. This is about the time that we had heard before from Tim when they're going to start boxing around the hour mark. And he's elected to go in right now, change his fresh boots and see what's problem is right now for an engineer, isn't it? Where do you get your car out in clear air? It's traffic everywhere.
Yeah, it's such a tricky thing with multi-class racing, and it's an interesting decision for Seb Boscher-Williams to go in early. I wonder if he was aware of that time penalty for RPM Racing. Perhaps he's trying to go for an undercut here, and Harry Pipes, as you said, he's not that far up the road.
This spice it up as well too. Yeah, sorry to cut you off because the backbacker's holding him up big time. And Patrick, watch this. Harry's leading this one. And I don't know if Patrick can sneak one on the inside here. That's going to be dangerous. Going to get around the outside there, but he's got to have a great run here. Now, if he can manage it, also another back marker. It's going to be the navigation as you go into La Ping, into turn 10. That's going to be the key.
Yeah, exactly.
If he can get a good exit out of there, he's definitely got to run down the casino straight and obviously into the Wall of Champions. Now, different racing line. Look at that. The 44 cars elected to stay behind the toe there. That's definitely cost him too much time, I'd say. I don't know what he did there wrong. He's going to have the exit speed here, but that's definitely cost him that possible overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, and Harry Pipes there, that's very good, aggressive dealing with traffic there. Take your line nice and early on the inside so that the Texense Fitzgerald, driven by Jordan Johnson, the 266, well aware of what's going to happen. And Gannon sort of had 2 decisions to make there. Be aggressive and follow Pipes through, or just hang back and try and get a better exit. And it does appear like for this lap, Harry Pipes has survived. Now, Sebastian Boscher-Williams has come out into P16. He is between the Scania Endurance Lamborghini and Rob Sutherland in the RD Sim Sport, but he has got not the well, I say not the busiest. You look up the road, it's actually quite a busy section of track. But he's got past that first line now, right? And we're going to have a replay here of Tom Jenkins in Track Limit Racing's 248. Now, this is coming along the back straight. We've come out alongside, this is the 233. That is Brian Spikerman in the RTL Racing Team Limburg. So let's see what happens as we come into the chicane for the Wall of Champions. That is the 233 coming through.
Whoa.
Any contact with all? Nope, nice and... or a better exit, it does look like for Tom Jenkins. So is he going to go for a move? Yeah, he's I mean, these two are going line astern still. And it looks like, I mean, of the two of them, Spike in the RTL, they've made up 4 places to track limit staying where they were. So you've got to imagine RTL have probably got the overall pace advantage there, as I believe we're starting to see a few more GT3s looking to pit, although actually it might just be that Seb Bosher-Williams has got past another car. But it is interesting, as you said, Dean, we're getting into that stage now where the GT3s are going to have to start pitting. Now, they can go a little bit longer because we've had that safety car. That extends the stint. Seb Bosher-Williams was giving us the inside scoop earlier on, saying that you can, you know, depending on how long it goes, you could potentially end up triple stinting the tyres with enough safety car time. And I wonder if that's perhaps part of the reason why they've decided to pit early, because they think they can try some funky different strategies, perhaps.
Why not? You do have to risk it. It's a game of strategy, of course, especially with all that traffic out now. Now, Sebastian, it looks like Evan in P5 has gone in. Now, Sebastian, 28.9 second pit stop. That's pretty impressive because it's about 23 seconds in a Formula 1 car and you don't have that Formula 1 crew. So, no. Yeah, interesting. And Simon's also following 148 car. So yeah, that's the crossover point right now, mate.
It will be interesting to see how Seb Bosher-Williams and the back marker yellow team's pit stop time compares to the other GT3 cars. Now, Alpine Stars will be the first one that will give us a clue as to exactly how quick of a stop that was for back marker. And of course, Bosher-Williams was in the lead for the longest, so he's not been able to benefit from drafting, where I think Sean Campbell in particular was right behind him for a lot of the early stages of the race, so he might have been able to take advantage of that. Of course, it is early days, so these minute strategic issues that we're talking about now, they're going to have sort of a sliding doors butterfly effect, but to an extent, there's not a huge amount the drivers can do about it. You just have to run your own race and go as well as you can. It actually looks like Sean Campbell has got past Patrick Gannon, the RSR by butt kicker, and Harry Pipes has dropped them a bit as well. So Patrick Gannon looks like he's had some issues. That will be on this lap, I presume, because last lap was still a 35 dead, which is on pace with the cars around him.
Yeah, there's been an accident. I've seen a bit of exchange here, so we'll find out.
That's a bit of damage to both of them. And I'll tell you what, if Seb Bosher-Williams has kept his car clean, he is the main beneficiary of this, because they will all have lost time. Yeah, Harry Pipes on the lap just gone. That was a 1:39.09. So, yes, that's Seb Bosher-Williams, I think, by taking himself out of the firing line here, because that could well have been him involved in that incident. And, you know, like I was saying, this is the sliding doors effect of the strategic decisions you have to make, because we could be looking by the end of this first pit window, will the backmarker racing car be in the lead? Because the pace we saw last time out from Brands Hatch, and again this time out from the Sim 3D and the RSR cars in particular, like, they seem to be the cars to beat. But Seb Bosher-Williams and backmarker yellow have been absolutely flying round, and actually,
a ton of cars in the pit lane.
Yeah, the window well and truly open now. Now, Alpine Stars, Geodesic and Track Limit Racing, they're the first other two GT3s to pit. Their stops were both over 30 seconds for stop time. So not only did Seb Bosher-Williams pit early, he stopped quicker as well. So he really does seem to be the car to look out for right now. And Mark Baxter-Jones is 2.5 seconds up the road for him. And Mark West, we know from experience, and those of us who've watched Total Sim Sport for a while will have seen Mark Baxter-Jones absolutely cruise to victory in a Porsche Cup series we watched. He knows how to drive, in particular, Porsche cars, so not a car you're going to be too sad about having to follow around the track, especially with the lighter fuel load he will have. But it'll be interesting just to look through the other
Sean's
field.
Sean's going in.
And
Patrick's
as
going
well.
in. So,
But
yeah,
course,
let's keep an eye on that one. Because we know that the pit stop was 28 seconds for Sebastian. He's running a P9. He was looking at the timing chart of being, it's pretty close. I mean, quite close around that. But anyway, we'll see what's going to happen, of course, as they pan out. They're going to get in and out, spot the braking points. Because don't speed in the pit lane.
Oh no, the last thing you want, the amount of time you lose from there. Now, don't forget, RPM Racing have got to serve a 10-second time penalty on top of their pit stop. So they're pretty much out of this battle for the lead as it stands. But of course, 10 seconds in a 4-hour race is nothing whatsoever. The other car to watch out for as he's coming into the pits now, Harry Pipes. So let's see what happens to Seb Bosher-Williams as he's coming up the back straight to the chicane. I'd like to think, unless something's happened, he should be inheriting the lead of this race.
He flew around that corner, mate, like he does nothing. He knew it. He knew it. He's got a back marker, of course, there, but I might give him a little bit of a tow. It's coming out. There it is. Who's that car? Is that...
Look at all the stuff he's got, two different classes to contend with here, so everyone's trying to get past. But this is just the thing, you've got to be sensible, you've got to be careful, and so far it does seem like, so Sean Campbell's come out, he's about 4 seconds behind, so Harry Pipes is the other one to look out for. Now he is 42 seconds up the road from Sebastian Bosch-Williams. Now, the actual pit lane time is around about a minute for these GT3s, but of course you're still travelling, and you'd surely expect Harry Pipes to be pitting anytime soon. Let's see if he comes in. Yep, he is coming in now. The 94
He has to, doesn't he?
3B.
Because he's going to realise he's going to drop too much time at the moment. He's probably,
Well,
I don't know if he's going to be ending up behind where Sean is, or maybe we're still having, maybe we're looking at Justin. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, it's going to be one to keep an eye on for sure. Because
Yeah,
maybe staying a little bit too late might not have paid off. We know Sebastian should take this lead back.
yeah, it's interesting to look in some of the other classes as well. So, of course, the GT4s and the TCRs, they do not need to pit quite as early as the GT3s do. And you see a car off in the background there. Hopefully we can catch who that was. I could see the lovely pastel blue of their livery. But Daniel Muth here, I believe it was Trevor Anderson, who is for Beeline Racing. But yeah, you can see Daniel Muth here. It's someone we expect to see at the top here. Absolutely coasting in the lead, 10 seconds clear in the Deutsche Payment Aston Martin, the 287. Stephen Walkup in Sim 3D Sport in a pretty tight battle here with Callum Brandt of the RD Sim Sport. These two have been together, I think, pretty much the entire race, and they've done very well considering they've had to deal with, I think, Dean, this is the tricky thing about the middle class. And actually, look, you can see here, overall our predicting, we've got Bosch-Williams and Pipes. And
look how close, but
look how close. That's Pipes and Campbell. They're battling for second. Campbell's gone through. Has he managed to get it stopped? He has got that car stopped. That's the advantage of, now they haven't changed tyres, but of course it's still, the car is unsettled when you come out of the pit lane. By going an extra lap, Pipes has obviously got to readjust his braking lines a bit better, whereas Campbell, so much more assured on the brakes, and he has got that car stopped nice and early. These two don't want to fight too hard, because here you can see we've got Seb Bosch-Williams just up the road, and he's managed to gain a 4-second gap out of those pit stops. So very well done to him. That is superb tactical work from the backmarker Racing Yellow team. And we are now focusing on David Van Sambroek in the Stage 1 racing car. You can see just how busy the road is now getting. He has got Tom Fain of Burt Sim Sports just behind, with all of this traffic around and track limit just in front. It does look like Fain in the Sim Sports car has got a good exit out of the corner. They're going to go side by side while dealing with traffic into the penultimate chicane. Now, this is not necessarily where you'd expect to see a move, but it does look like Fain has made that stick. Is he going to get the exit okay? It does look like he has. I think he might have compromised Van Slambrooke there. That's very intelligent driving from the Burt Sim Sports team, because that will protect them coming down into the chicane here. And look how busy this track is now getting, Dean.
It's like a motorway, isn't it? In the United Kingdom, a Friday evening,
Yeah.
for a holiday weekend. Exactly.
I know exactly where you're coming from, and yes, the stress of it. And we haven't really talked a huge amount about the TCR, but another good battle going on here. We've got Christopher Cook in the FTR Esports and James Holman in RD Sim Sport 2. Now, Cook has come up 3 places. He started in 4th. He's come up to pole position in the field, overtaking Holman, who was our pole sitter. And they have cleared a 10-second gap back to Stadler in 3rd. So this is very good driving from the two of them and in their Hyundais. And the trouble they've got, of course, because they've got some TCRs that have pitted behind them, and there's also a couple of other cars looking to get back through the field, while dealing with the fact they've got all the GT3s on 2 different strategies trying to come through. So to get this battle coming through, they're doing a very good job. But we're going to try and go to a replay now, I think, of what happened to Callum Brandt in the RD Sim Sport 258. He's on the right side of the screen, and he's just got tagged there by the BMW. That's the geodesic, I think.
Yeah, he has to wait for traffic as well. He has to back up, doesn't he? Because and the problem is there's traffic everywhere. So when you go, he's got to go right now. Spin it not too much, of course, because they're going to go the way around. Car's going to come around. He's on the racing line. Has to try and get out of the way. Good. Well, you got it done. Thank you very much. Allowed the drivers through. But yeah, you spin around here, mate, and this amount of traffic, it's very difficult to find a slot back in there, a gap to get back to motor racing.
I think that's the real challenge of this Canada circuit, because that entire infield is a difficult part. Look how easy it is here as you come along the back straight. You know, no worries, all done. Although, as you were saying, Cook and Holman battling. Is Holman going to go for a move into the chicane? Is it worth the time compromise that causes? He's going to follow Cook through for now, but it does seem like Holman is the racier of the two, and at the moment Cook is just having to fight for his life to keep that Hyundai RD Simsport behind him. But of course, the other problem I got here, as you can see, we've got another car trying to overtake them. Is that you go for the move, but you've also got to keep half an eye out on the traffic coming up behind you. They are in the slowest car on the field. It is, you know, they are just as entitled to fight within their class, but they've got all these faster cars coming through 24/7.
Yeah, they're working together as teammates, I believe. We're looking at James. Just thinking about his teammate, but now they're all broken up, of course, because that's allowed the other classes to go through. But they've also got to be defending. And there's the lap leaders, of course. There's a 185 car coming around. Yeah, it's a lot of management, it's a lot of communication. But, you know, they're doing the right thing and running their own race, of course, as Sebastian's leading this race at the moment there from the top GT3 field there, from Sean and Harry in that P3 position. So there's that, not so much of a change that's occurred in that race. They all started in those positions, I believe. So,
yeah. Let's not jinx things, but we've only seen the one safety car so far. Now we've got a pretty tight battle here, and you can see them side by side now, the 11 and the 76. That's 11 tenths and JD Sim Racing. Brian Crawford got the move done on Lucas Pravasnik, but that's not all they got for company, because you can see behind we've got Zach Plummer in the Apex Tech Racing FTR, and then Dario Delerner in the Sacania Endurance Motorsport. This is a big battle, and Stage 1 Racing in the 34, they're not exactly clear of this battle either, with a bit of traffic to put between them. But look how many GT3s they have got in a row now, and it does look like Brian Crawford is perhaps the most confident of them. He is looking to build a bit of a gap so far. He's not going to have to worry a huge amount about the draft now. Pravasnik has got Zach Plummer right behind him. Plummer looks very interested in getting past him. Look, just and you can just see there the Apex car just losing itself a little bit. That's a real shame for them, trying to get around the traffic. Bit of a breather now for Lucas Pravasnik, but that lead Ferrari does not look particularly comfortable right now, and Zach Plummer is wringing everything he can out of his car so far. But is Dario Delerner going to be looking to make a move, do you think, behind that? Or is it just a case of sit and wait and see what happens, because we've still got just over 3 hours left to go?
Yeah, and probably try and maneuver down the casino straight as well, because this is the kerfuffle part of the section that you don't want to be trying to risk it for the biscuit a little bit too much. Once again, it's plenty of time, but yeah, and a lot of traffic around. You've got to just bite your bullet and just, put it, send one when you can, but do it in the most safest way. As you mentioned, time is still plenty of it.
Oh, exactly. And we've still got 42 cars lapping this circuit. We've only had the 2 retirements from our 44 car field, with James Richardson in the Atlantic Motorsport GT3 retiring on lap 12, and Alex Marsh in the FTR Esports GT4 yellow Aston Martin. They had to retire on lap 8, which is a real shame for the two of them. But same as last round, we've actually had, I would say, a very low number of retirements, considering the size of the field and the difficulty, as you've said, of managing the traffic on this field. And we can go and have a look at a battle in GT3 AMS, which is actually for 3rd place in amateurs and 10th place overall. Christina Ryan is currently ahead in the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva car, but Landon Patmore looking very interested in our newest entry on the grid. And yeah, we'll see how they get on. Lucky Landon Patmore didn't have to deal with the madness of Brands Hatch, which was a very entertaining race, but I think everyone's heart rates were thoroughly raised by that. But at the moment, I would say it looks like Christina Ryan is looking pretty comfortable, but Patmore, again, we saw this in the other GT3s a few laps ago, got a very good exit out of the second set of chicanes. But this time, it looks like Ryan has decided to just ever so slightly defend that line, puts the car in the middle of the road, just to say, look, don't do anything silly here. We've got a nice long straight coming up. We've got some traffic to deal with. Let's see how they deal with that now. Again, coming out nice and early to get round that Aston Martin. But Landon Patmore opting to follow. Does he get that car stopped in time? Yes, but they are so close currently. That, however, has worked out for Christina Ryan, because it's compromised Patmore's exit. And you can see there, he is going to have to work really hard to get that car caught back up. And Christina Ryan lives to fight for another lap. But this battle for actually P2 now it is in the GT3 amateurs and P10 overall in GT3. We've got quite a few amateur teams here who've, you know, quietly but very clearly, and of course they get points within their amateur class and the main GT3 class, but Track Limit Racing up in 8th, and then Prismatic and Landon Patmore here, and Tom Fane as well. They've all got themselves up 4 or 5 spots. This very quietly having a very solid race, this sort of top of the GT3 amateur field so far.
Quiet races are good races as well, aren't they? That's what I know from a lot of drivers at the moment. They go, hey, they don't mind driving by themselves there. Bit of Italian opera or whatever you want. Maybe some French classical music or whatever you would need. But just racing yourself there. There's a battle at the moment here. You can see the Christian, the Rabido, I think there it is. That is a 248 car for the Brazilian driver. We know Brazilian drivers are quick, but they got about 3, I think, into the wall of champions. Final couple of corners. They do line stern file. You realize it's a long race here, guys. You don't get too abreast in there, otherwise somebody's visiting a medical center.
And of course, Vulcan, D-Line and Track Limit here, they are all behind 5 of our touring car fields, so they've got to work their way back through that, having had incidents. Oh no, not incidents, sorry. It's the touring cars are with their massive fuel tanks, not having to pit yet, although we must be approaching the windows soon, and it'll be interesting to see, as we ride with Christopher Cook in the FTR Esports, who's going to blink first? Are we going to see, similar to the GT3 Pro Field with Backmarker Racing, is James Holman in the RD Simsport, is he going to go for an undercut? We are surely approaching the pit window soon. It will be interesting to see, are the drivers going to bring out any tactical manoeuvres this early into the race, perhaps?
Well, he's also the hometown hero, so I'm pretty sure he grew up around this track. He knows every nook and cranny of it. Probably played in, there's no gravel runoff areas, but he's probably played in the grass when he was a little kid. So, yeah, I mean, he knows. Team know. They're going to make that call, of course. Him and obviously, they've been sticking together, haven't they, the FTR Esports, to the whole race.
I think we are going to go back to the battle for 2nd and 3rd in GT3 amateurs. And, of course, Garrett D'Alessandro, I believe, or is it Tom Fane, actually? Excuse me, yeah, it is. So, yeah, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in GT3 amateurs are about as close as 3 cars can get on this circuit, and of course that puts Landon Patmore in the Sim Racing Grid M4. Very awkward position for him, because he's got to look both at where he's going, he's got to make sure he doesn't go into the back of that Prismatic. He's also got to look out for Tom Fane in the Burt Sim Sports car, who had a very strong showing throughout the Brands Hatch round last time out 2 weeks ago, looking to make even more progress up the field. And yes, aside from a little bit of traffic just ahead of them, they don't look to have a huge amount of other cars to worry about right now, as one of those Porsche touring cars gets out of the way ever so slightly. Daniel Muth in the Deutsche Payments as well, managing to get out. Actually, so excuse me, that's now Ben Kelly McCauley. They did a driver swap and came out in the lead still, with a 12-second gap over Stephen Walkup in the Sim 3D Sport. That's in the Aston Martins in the GT4 class. But Tom Fane, it looks like, has had a very good run on Landon Patmore here. He's moved to the inside. He's going to look to see if he's more confident on the brakes. He is certainly halfway alongside that car now. Surely this is the time to make the move.
Yeah, you have to commit.
Very confident on the brakes. Goes nicely over curves. That's a textbook move. If anything, I'd say Landon Patmore was probably quite gentle with him there. You think he left, I mean, I appreciate we don't know what hardware he's running on. He might be on a single monitor, and I very much feel his pain if he is, because that spatial awareness is difficult when you can't really see alongside. But yeah, very good move by Tom Fane. Textbook overtake in these kind of cars on this kind of circuit on that kind of straight. And now let's see if Tom Fane has got the pace to catch back up to Christina Ryan, who's benefited from that battle and has managed to pull out a nearly 2-second gap. You can see the 198 will be a bit further up the road, but yeah, Tom Fane in that Burt Sim Sports, very nicely done. That is about as textbook a move as you could want to do, and I guess probably an hour in there just thinking, let's not fight too hard into the chicane, because track position is not quite so important as just being on the track is this stage of the race.
Yeah, you're right. And thank you very much, Chris, for stepping with Tom. That'll be back in a little bit. But it's also like you're forcing them in to go a little bit deeper on the brakes. They're off the racing line, which means there's also a risk of taking the wall there into the world champions, of course. But look at this battle at the moment occurring. Jamesy, there's James Holden. He's got his teammate there around the outside. There's also another car in play at the moment in the back markers. Once again, I'm going to pass the one over to you because I'm still pretty new to this. But this is Racing 101 in an hour and change into this race.
So we have the 26 in the front there. That was Sean Campbell getting through quite ably. We've then got one of the Aston Martins in the GT4 field, who thankfully has got through. I think that may have well been actually for position, if that's Jordan Johnson in the tech sense, who after their pit stop has having to come back through. Now this is one of the tricky things with these two non-GT3 classes, because they're on such different pit windows, but they're actually quite similar pace lap times wise, because the GT4s are lapping at around the 142s at their best compared to the 145s for the Hyundais, and we've got one lone Audi today. That's James Carr in Track Limit Racing, who's currently in 42nd place. But I suppose you could say the lead Audi of the touring cars. I'm not sure how much they'll appreciate that, but yeah, this Cook and Holman battle is still rolling on, but as it does, Dean, would you like to roll through the standings for us?
I would love to roll through the standings if I could pull it up on the screen, but I might not be able to. You might need to do that one, but we definitely need to go to the standings. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a noob here. Over to you, Chris. You got it?
That's fine. Yep, so we have got Sebastian Boscher-Williams, our pole sitter in the GT3 field. He's back in the lead after the first round of pit stops, and he's actually extended that gap over Sean Campbell to 6 seconds now. Sean Campbell, who started in second, he's still in second. He's had a slightly instant-packed first hour, but he is back up into the podium positions where he will believe he belongs. Our race winner from last time out, Harry Pipes, right, driving Sim 3D Sport, was at one point in the lead and looking comfortable, but such is endurance racing. The pit stops and that incident just before the pit stops we saw at the hairpin has put him down into third position. Following them, we've got Justin Nyer up 7 places for Stage 1 Racing Senior GT. They pitted a lap earlier than Harry Pipes and a few of the other GT3, and it looks to have paid off for them as they have made their way up the field. Following them, Evan Pickle in the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team, the second BMW, another team quietly having a very good race so far. Following them in P6, Patrick Gannon at one point up into second in the RPM, but they had to serve that 10-second time penalty at the previous round of pit stops. They have got Emily Howe nearly for company back in 7th for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Emily, an ever-present in this series and yet again showing her class, driving quite high up in the GT3 field, very much still within touching distance of the leaders. 8th place and also first in GT3 AMS, we have Simon Ball driving the Track Limit Racing Porsche, and then he is in a little sort of gap of his own. Following him, Gallet D'Alessandro of the FTR Esports GT3. He is 9th overall and 8th in GT3 Pro, but he will be getting points for 9th position were it to stay like this. Following them, we have got that 3-way battle for 10th overall and 2nd in GT3 Amateurs. Christina Ryan currently leading that battle for Prismatic Minerva. Tom Fain has caught up in the Bert Sim Sports car after overtaking Landon Patmore, but he's dragged Landon Patmore with him in the Sim Racing Grid M4 in their first race in the series. A very good showing for them so far. But they've got Apex Tech Racing, FTR, in 13th. Not too far behind, just, still an interested party. Following them, we've got David Van Slambrook for Stage 1 Racing. They are up 5 places in 14th. Dario Delernia in the Sicania, another team up a few places in the 152 in the amateur field and in their Lamborghini. Following on, we've got Lucas Probaznik in JD Sim Racing 76, Rob Sutherland in RD Sim Sport, and then Brian Crawford 11 tenths Racing, and then a team that are just slightly out of sync because of an earlier incident, Kamal Hashimi in the Apex Tech Racing FTR 2. They're down in 19th. Following them, Max Boyder in the Track Limit Racing Ferrari, and then Daniel Munoz in the 49 Motorsport, and rounding out our currently still on the track GT3s is Ivo Linden and Stage 1 Racing Green. We did unfortunately lose James Richards and the Atlantic Motorsport team back on lap 12. And then in our GT4 field, Ben Kelly McCauley has taken over from Daniel Muth and carried on doing what the Deutsche Payment Death Omen team do, which is build an incredibly big gap over the rest of the GT4 field, which is extra impressive when you consider that the drivers they got behind them, in second place Stephen Walker for Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters, very, very good driver. Following them, Alistair Catchpole in Effect Esports, another incredibly strong driver, so it's all the more impressive what the Deutsche Payment team have done. Following them, Callum Brandt in the RD Sim Sport is in 4th on his own little stretch of track with no one else in a GT4 near him. Peter Elson for Backmarker Racing Orange will of course be cheering on Sebastian Boscher-Williams in the GT3. He is currently up 3 places to 5th in GT4s. In the lone Porsche, Jordan Johnson just behind in Texans Fitzy Ares, Dominic Forster for Vulcan, then D-Line, Track Limit Racing, 49 Motorsports, RTL Racing Limburg, And then, unfortunately, I think they might just be in for their scheduled stop, but it is going long. Antonio Alvarez for the fantastically named Huge Ass team. Looks like, yeah, that car looks like it needs some repairs. They've had an incident, and what a shame that is. And of course, Alex Marsh for the FTR Esports GT4 retired on lap 9. This is why Antonio Alvarez is in the pits. In fact, it looks like they've already got damage, but they just got a little tag there from the, well, I say little tag.
Oh, a little?
It's ended pretty badly. So Patrick Gannon in RPM Racing, I don't want to make decisions for the stewards, but there may well be, and oh dear, and a bit of netcode bad luck for that Hyundai on the left there, tagging them just as they managed to tow to the pits. But there may well be some more penalties coming the way of that quite unfortunate Patrick Gannon RPM Racing car, but not perhaps as unfortunate as the Huge Ass team. Now, while we've been going through the standings, the touring cars have got in for their pits, so let's go through what's happened as a result of that, because there is now a gap. And I believe Daniel Martin has taken back the lead for RT SimSport 2. And Christopher Cook is now in second, a second down the road in that FTR Esports TCR. Following them quite a way down the road, having just come out of the pits, Harold Stadler for Sim3D Sport Robocop. And then another team who are just ever so slightly in their own gap with the RD SimSport, driven by Neil Ferrier in the third team. They are back in fourth. Gareth Messam in Texans Fitzky Athena. Again, it's spread out quite nicely at the moment, this TCR field, so we've got no battles as such. Fitzpatrick in the Prismatic Academy team, they are in sixth. And then a lap down on them, having had to make nearly 4 minutes of repairs. Jason Freer in the Driveline SimSport is currently lapping around second last with James Carr in the only Audi for Track Limit Racing TCR, who had to pit on lap 5 with a lot of damage, and they will be having to make another pit stop soon. But, you know, we don't know what will happen later on in the race, Dean. There could well be some major incidents and plenty of places for these cars to make up still.
That was a lot to go through, my friend. Thank you very much for running through that grid there. That was a lot of action, because there's still a lot of action on track here, because we're just under the first hour, a minute and change. Of course, there's action at the moment. I'm going to pass it over, of course, to the man that started the show, Mr. Tim. And let you two gladiators bring it up for the rest of the battle there. So let's, yeah, thank you very much.
Well, pleasure having you on board, Dean, on your debut with us. And yeah, definitely an action-packed race to get introduced and settled in with there. But, wow, Chris, it's been a bit of a recovery from Campbell, hasn't it, to bring it back up into second after that, well, incident through the traffic first time around for the GT3s. But, to say, Backmarker Racing Yellow looking pretty and looking quite comfortable at the top of the standings. A really strong result for them. But as per usual, we've come to accustomed to it in this series. Battles up and down the field, even with well over hours of racing already completed.
Yep, and I'm especially excited about this TCR battle for the lead. They have caught straight back up to each other, RD SimSport and FTR. They can't be separated, and they've got Brian Spikerman in the Aston Martin just ahead of them, just to keep them honest. But yeah, this battle here for second place in GT3 AMS, and I must say, I do think Ryan and Fane have done very well to get themselves this high up the grid. And they've also done very well to be driving this close to each other. And, you know, neither of them have looked at all flustered by either the traffic or each other. You know, we've not seen any silly adrenaline-filled moves. We've not seen anyone panicking with traffic. They've just got on. They've driven well. I'm going to hopefully not be cursing them here, because these chicanes are very tricky to deal with. And especially once they go offline. Oh, actually, it looks like we might be seeing a move here, Tim.
It looks very much that way as the Lamborghini pulls out from the slipstream there of the Porsche, but SimSport surely have got to make up a position here, and that is the move done. They have a move on the move up for the field now. This is where it gets interesting, Chris. What can they do to pull away? Because especially now Prismatic are going to have, they've got cars behind them to think about here, and this changes the dynamic from just concentrating on the car in front of you to regain that place, to now having to keep one eye on your mirrors of what's happening behind you, and if you're having a car lunge up the inside, especially in the name of that BMW M4.
Oh, for certain. I think the worst place to be in a three-car battle is in the middle, because you just, like you say, you have to think about so much. And look how late on the brakes Landon Patmore was there. He's very confident in that car. It looks like he's going to want to make the move on Christina Ryan. soon. He must believe, I suppose, that BMW, it's the best all-rounder on the GT3 field. And the advantage of being the all-rounder is that you sort of become more confident because it doesn't have a weakness. It might not have the best straight line speed, it might not be the fastest in the corner, but it's the most predictable, and that can make you incredibly fast just because you can afford to push that bit better. But of course the downside for him is that Christina Ryan has got the draft Tom Fane ahead of her, so it's just that little bit harder to make that move, and it might be why Landon Patmore is looking at doing it under braking, because we've already seen he's very confident on the brakes. But you know, Christina Ryan, as long as she's got that draft from Tom Fane, it's going to be very difficult to get past. And again, as we saw earlier, just making sure she occupies the middle of the road and the middle of that straight, just to discourage any silly moves. And good taking the curb there from both cars. Those are drivers very confident in their machinery right now.
So definitely where Ryan is having to think about position of cars, because Bert Simsport in that Lamborghini just starting to edge away a little bit. Of course, the BMW incredibly good over the curbs, always has been since it came along to iRacing. That's where you see him, especially in the corners, really start to make up a little bit of the time over the Porsche ahead of them. But now picking up that double slipstream, having to just stay put for the moment, because that prismatic Porsche 911 looking very good in the straight line, absolutely monstering the curbs there as it came in towards the wall of championship through the last couple of corners. And I think just starting to come up onto the back end of one of the TCRs. I can't quite catch who that is there, Chris. But maybe a bit of the perennial multi-class jiggery-pokery while I say that, as here comes Patmore, looking to make the move up at the inside into turn 3, tries to squeeze it, as always gets a little bit tricky. They start to trip up over one another, and now this is maybe their chance, and trying to box in the Porsche, and does it in spectacular style, and oh no, as Prismatic just about holds onto it, as there's a GT4 off. That's TechSense, they're off on the grass.
It's all decided to happen at one set, and I will say Christina Ryan will be kicking herself for what happened there. This is what happened to Jordan Johnson. Oh, just a slight coming together, and you do have no grip round that chicane because of the weird cambering of it, and this is what happened here. So Christina Ryan just didn't quite make the right decision with the traffic, decided to stay on the outside line. I think Landon Patmore, where he had a bit more time to judge what was happening, realised the inside line was better, took the inside line. Ryan then, I think, with the adrenaline pumping through the veins, just ever so slightly puts that car on the grass. And actually, the save was really, really good, because that car now has no damage. Really, the only thing that's happened there is it's cost Ryan about 3 or 4 seconds. And in a 4-hour race, that's nothing. Whereas if they'd made contact with the wall, that would have been not lights out, but it certainly isn't good. But Tim, this battle again in the TCRs, it's just still going. These two cars are about as close as they can get.
They are absolutely all over one another, and not too far away either from one of the GT4s in front of them. As just swooping up behind them is the prismatic Porsche. Expect the GT3 to make light work of the TCRs. There you go, just blasting past there, the number 83 of Emily Howe. Currently in 6th place. Maybe not quite the performance we saw from her last season. Maybe just a bit of a grips after, I mentioned earlier, making the transition from the BMW across to Porsche. Over the way, she's just carving her way like the perennial hot knife through that traffic. Is all bit of contact nearly there from the effects simulation Aston Martin, who carried a bit more speed there into the hairpin. And just having a look, yeah, they got away with no damage there, not even a scuff bumper to their name. That's Alistair Catchpole currently at the wheel for them, the 299 machine. I think reasonably well, and hoping to carry on from the strong performance we saw from them last time out. It's incredible, Chris. This is why we love multi-class racing. We are an hour and a quarter, nearly an hour and 20 minutes deep into this race. And these two, at the top of CCR, if you said so well, separated by a tenth, and well, maybe even a change of position. Utilising the back markers, there you go, once again, to try and get them moved up, but they're still going to be side by side as they come around turn 2. And this is where it gets a bit dicey into 3. This is a bit more technical, a bit more tighter. No room for mistake here. And you can see they're just backing out of it is the RD SimSport 2 machine. And FTR take the lead here in Montreal.
That was a top quality overtake and top quality driving from both of them for Daniel Martin to leave space, but not so much space, because this is the good thing about the way they've been driving. They've cooperated for the first hour or so. They've built that gap. Harold Stadler in the Sim 3D Sport Robocop car is now 15 seconds down the road. They can afford to have these battles, and they trust each other. They know each other, and look how hard they're pushing the slip angle on that FTR Esports Hyundai, and we can have a replay of the move here, Tim.
You see, just there you go, just slipped up the inside. He made it look relatively easy, just carry that extra bit of speed there. And this part of the circuit, turns 1 and 2, nice and wide, does allow for plenty of side-by-side racing. And you're going to see the Hyundai Elantra there of Martin in RD SimSport 2, just backing out of it, playing it safe, playing the long game. And then trying to go too wide through there is uber treacherous. And remaining right on the rear bumper of that FTR TCR for now. I've missed out on a lovely bit of alliteration there, but that one's gone. I'll save that one for later in the race.
We've got plenty of time. There'll be more. But one other thing that's worth considering with these two is that the FTR Esports car, they did pit 1 lap earlier. Now, that isn't a huge difference, but it does mean, say, for example, we get to the end of the race, there's been some safety cars, strategies have changed. That RD SimSport 2 car has got 1 extra lap's worth of fuel to play around with, so that could well make a difference with the fine margins that the top quality drivers we have at the top of the touring car field have got for us this evening.
Well, let's not forget this, Chris. We've only seen one so far today, and we saw it really play out really well in last time out at Brands Hatch. We saw it last season as well. If there's a safety car, that just throws all the balls up in the air, and you're having to think about your team strategy on the fly of what you're going to do. And you know, if we do have one, but you'd probably imagine we'd see them both come in at the same time, and then, you know, it would then be reset. You wouldn't have that disparity in strategy between the two teams where they stop sort of a lap apart.
Well, no, exactly. But this is the sort of the jeopardy of this kind of racing with the race director software is that, yeah, you can. It's not like in F1. You can't just make your plans and be done with it and have a plan B or a plan C. Or I'm pretty sure I've heard some of the team radios say plan D last time out at Miami. These guys are all volunteers. They're all, this is all their own free time. I don't have the time to be coming up with 4 different race strategies for a 4-hour endurance race. You just you stick the fuel in, you occasionally change the tyres, and you just go as fast as you can. Which is what I think Trevor Anderson is doing with Dominic Forster here ahead of him in the Vulcan Sim Racing car. Yet again, like you said, when you came back from your break, Tim, just battles up and down the field so far today.
You see, he's trying to turn up the pressure onto that 207. That number's going to be ingrained into his memory. So, we've got a replay here. This is stage 1 racing, Van Slambrook. And that is down at the hairpin, running incredibly deep. And what's happened to them? And just a bit of blinking, but that's going to be incredibly distracting for the car behind. That's just trying to catch. That's one of the Ferraris. Yeah, JD Sim Racing Ferrari just tucked up behind him. And I mean, Chris, especially for yourself, I know being primarily a single-seater driver, where you obviously don't have the brake lights to be able to see, but if you've got someone blinking out in front of you, brake lights or not, it is so distracting.
Oh, 100%. And sort of this is one of the unique challenges of sim racing is you're second guessing. It's actually, if you're the lead car and you're blinking, it's a huge advantage for you because most drivers behind are going to be giving you that extra bit of space, which just makes it that little bit harder to get past. Now, I'm not saying anyone does that deliberately because, of course, the risk is you get disconnected. But you've really got to start factoring in the fact that their car might not actually be where your client is telling you it is, and when they come back, obviously they're not going to. The way the sim works is they're not going to crash if they just reappear inside you. The car goes until they're not touching, but it's just risks you don't want to take an hour and a half into a 4-hour race.
Well, this is getting. I did wonder how the geodesic might clear the traffic, but oh dear, has it happened again? Maybe there was some see. But too sure on that one there. But let's take a little look at Castro and for 49 Motorsports to see what's happened to them, Chris. So
Yeah, I think going wide in that corner, according to the software we use, is a bad idea. But one thing to look out for with that is as we get further into the race, you can already see it developing. You get the marbles on the track, and if you go offline, Tom might not going offline there, but taking too much speed into the first corner. But as you were saying earlier, Tim, nice wide first corner, no harm done, just a little bit of damage to Pride. And Seb Boscher-Williams has exited the backmarker racing car. They are in the pits, and he has let Stephen Jones take over. So again, backmarker racing taking another early stop. I wonder if we can get Seb in here later, maybe, just to sort of congratulate him as a fellow commentator on what a good driver he is. He's making us look very talented indeed.
Definitely electric qualifying from him, and some really intriguing early on battles as well he was having, and well, some absolutely epic bit of racing. Talking of epic racing, this is in GT3 Pro, all the way down the field in 14th overall, only 11th and 12th in class. Stage 1 racing in the Porsche, followed by JD Sim Racing in the Ferrari. And Chris, we've seen what the straight line speed that Ferrari possesses so often here on this channel across numerous different series. It is the party piece, as it were, the strength of that car in GT3, but it's carrying a little bit of damage to the front right corner. The bumper just looking like it's just bent in a bit. Not going to massively negate things, but maybe just not helping the aerodynamic efficiency of that car, and maybe just taking that slight edge off trying to get past the Stage 1 Porsche ahead of them.
Yeah, I think the amount of damage we're seeing there, it's going to have less than a 1% effect at any given time. I do think that the main issue that the GT3s will have with damage here is not so much the straight line speed, which is obviously a hindrance, but the chicanes. It's not so much turn 3 and 4, but certainly 6 and 7 and 8 and 9. Those two chicanes, they are certainly the first of the two of them, very oddly cambered, and it's so easy, as we saw earlier in a few of the incidents, just so easy to lose the car around that chicane. And if the car is driving unpredictably because you've got a bit of damage, you will get tired, you will make a mistake. I bet you before the end of the race we'll see someone lose that car there.
Chris, that's a pass done. Vulcan finally found a way past there. So D-Line have made a way past Vulcan, so that's changed for position there in a GT4. Two Assens swapping around. And we've got a replay here. What will this show us? So Rob Sutherland, what's happened to him here, Chris?
He's gone wide again.
There you go.
Oh, he may even, well, that may well have been deliberate, because that 94 is Harry Pipes in the Sim 3D Sport Predator team. So that's probably a good way of letting that driver through without costing yourself much time at all, because of course now he benefits from Harry Pipes' draft. What he wouldn't have benefited from, though, is the fact that Harry has just pitted. So I don't think we had an incident, but I wouldn't be too surprised if before the end of the race we see someone go into the back of someone trying to pit. We've had to modify the safety car line rules for if we have there, but right now we can have an interview with the team manager for the Prismatic drivers. We've got Jessica Martin in the booth. Jessica, how's it going so far for your drivers?
So far, I'd say it's going pretty well. It's all considering. I'm quite happy with the performance of all three cars at the moment, especially the AM car. I know that they've been under a ton of pressure. I know Christina has been. She's been feeling it this entire race, but no, I think so far they're all relatively happy with the performance.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ryan with her save after that slight miscommunication with the traffic. I mean, we could be negative and focus on the miscommunication, but I thought the save there was top draw, personally.
It was. To be honest with you, I look at it and I do feel bad for the TCR in that situation, just because, yeah, it's almost as if they weren't able to. There was nowhere to go, and I think it was going to be tough for us to handle that situation. But I mean, credit where credit is due. Christina Ryan is an incredible driver. And yeah, I mean, there's a reason why she qualified for all three NASCAR e-college series races this year.
How's Fitzpatrick getting on in the Hyundai for the Prismatic Academy team so far? She's in fifth as it stands. Is that sort of on target what you're looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're giving it as much as they can. I think definitely for that academy car, they're there definitely just to have some fun, to enjoy themselves, and also to see what they can achieve. And to be honest, I think they're pretty happy considering where they're sitting at the moment.
And sort of conversely, is Emily Howe disappointed with P6 in GT3? Because we've seen her fighting for podiums in this series in the past, and obviously P6 nothing to sniff at, but we know she can go quicker than this. I would say. I'm trying not to be too harsh.
No, I get it. No, she seems okay with it at the moment. I think ultimately part of it is that the race does need. Sometimes the race does need to come to you. It hasn't really come to us in the manner that you would wish. But I mean, we're still in a reaching distance for getting higher up the field. So I'm certainly not going to counter out. And plus, obviously, we've got another driver in Bree Widener who can. Who's probably going to get in the car a little bit later and see what they can do.
Well, thank you for hopping in the booth with us. Good luck to all three of your teams and all your drivers, and potentially we'll talk to you a bit later.
Thank you very much.
Interesting points from Jessica there, and like you say, a bit of a mixed bag for the Prismatic squad across the 3 different cars they've got running here. And I mean, it was so close. It was almost a Kevin Estra style pass on the grass. Well, of course, he was running in the Porsche 911 GTE or GT Le Mans, depending on if you're World Endurance or IMSA preference. But it just so tricky, Chris, where it's one of those moves where just that slight touch of the race, slight little, move either left or right, and it sells the car, but incredibly well held.
Yeah, and like we were saying earlier, I don't think the actual spin is so much of a problem. It's the damage you get if you hit the wall, and this is a sort of a semi-street circuit. I mean, obviously the Wall of Champions is famous. I think it's perhaps less important, but the GT3 pit window well and truly open now with Geodesic in the pits. We'll see if Stephen Jones will come out. So Backmarker did take tyres when they pitted back on lap 50. They have pitted substantially earlier, and this is a replay of what's happened in Sim3D Sport. Ghostbusters,
Ooh.
Tim, we were just saying not hit the walls. That car 290 of Sim3D Ghostbusters has very much hit the walls there.
Wow, that was a big incident, but where they reset the car so quickly, that's how we've managed to remain under green flag conditions here. So that is Campbell in for RSR by butt kicker. That is from the lead overall and in GT3 Pro. Now let's have a bit of a look at where potentially they're going to come out, Chris, because that's good. I'm just having a look up and down the field. So Backmarker, they're going to resume the lead here. So, but could they even lose potentially another place as well?
I guess it depends on how the other pit stops work out, because we don't know. Some teams might not take tyres here. Some teams may well do. Seb Bosch-Williams, again, our man on the inside, telling us that with enough safety car periods, you can triple stint these tyres. But I guess the safe thing to do in that sense would be to double stint them now, which would mean changing on this stop, and then hoping there'll be some more safety cars later as the drivers tire and start making mistakes. And Harry Pipes in that Sim3D Predator team, the only of the front-running teams hasn't pitted by lap 55. Of course, Christina Ryan in the Prismatic Minerva, now in P8, has also not pitted, but they are coming up to the pit lane. They're just coming along the back straight now. Stephen Jones for Backmarker Racing Yellow, Tim. They were in the lead. It'll be interesting to see who comes out where, because it looks like RSR have not taken tyres.
No, it doesn't look like they have. Now, a bit of a sort of interesting one. See how this is going to play out. So, I mean, Pipe's clearly going for the fuel-saving strategy game and trying to hang this one out as long as possible. As we see Backmarker just clear the huge-ass GT4 there, but there is your leader, and surely has got to be in this lap. hopefully we can stay with him. He was in the lap later last time as well, but going again, actually this would probably make a bit of sense. So if he's managed to get an extra lap out of every tank of fuel, Chris, although it won't make any difference in terms of the amount of stops potentially, but what it does come to mean, correct me if I'm wrong, come the last stint, means they'll have to put in less fuel, so they will save time that way.
Yep, and that effect will be compounded by any safety cars we have, because of course it's all well and good, you know, if the difference between if they're stopping for fuel and the stop takes 30 seconds, but they take on 2 seconds less fuel, it's not going to make a huge amount of difference. But if it means they're stopping for 3 or 4 seconds less fuel, suddenly, you look at the gap right now, it's deceptive because of the different pit strategies. But look at the gap between Campbell and Jones in second and third. They are 3 seconds apart. If you're stopping for 2 seconds less, you're still coming out ahead. If you're stopping for 4 seconds less, you're losing that position. So, you know, the fine margins, even in endurance racing, can make a huge difference. And one of the other things we haven't seen too much of since that very early hairpin incident with 1,000 cars trying to make it in one corner in 1 second, Harry Pipes racing, I think most cars have been reasonably fortunate about where they've hit the traffic, or reasonably sensible about how they've managed it, because we haven't seen too many egregious backmarker incidents so far.
No, and we've found out obviously a bit about how one of the teams are getting on, obviously in GT3 classes and touring car. But let's chat to one of the team managers from one of the GT4 teams. Now joined by Paul Busby from FTR Esports. Paul, I know you're not racing today, I believe, but Alistair, he's had a strong, stable start, hasn't he? And despite being a little bit hairy and a bit ropey and dangerous on the few opening laps.
Yeah, Alistair's doing a great job. He's just being really consistent and avoiding all the dramas. A few laps ago we had P2 and P4 come together, so that's worked out well for us. And we're now sitting in P2 just from being consistent and avoiding the dramas, really.
Now, of course, you raced last time out at Brands Hatch, where it was I remember speaking to you post-race, where you said it was a real nerve-wracking at times and a very busy race due to the shortness of the track and being a little bit, thinner, the track width compared to what we've got here at Montreal. But is he finding it still to be a similar sort of situation to Brands Hatch, or is it a little bit more calmer out there?
It's a little bit calmer. It kind of depends on whether the GT3s want to send it on you late into any of the chicanes when it becomes hairy. But yeah, it looks good at the moment. Everyone seems to be driving pretty well. And it's only affecting other cars around us, not us at the moment. So touch wood, that carries on.
So obviously, you can see Deutsche Payment, they're well clear at the front, some nearly 22 seconds clear of yourself in second. I mean, are they looking like they're in a bit of a class of their own, or are you still confident that maybe the race might come back towards you towards the end?
I mean, all it takes in this series is a safety car, and then we're right on the back of them again. And with the amount of cars that are on the track as there is, it's so easy to have an incident around here. Like you say, there's still 2.5 hours to go, so anything can happen. We'd be really happy with a podium, to be honest with you. P2's looking great at the moment. We've got a nice big gap to P3. But yeah, we're always looking to win. We're not out here to come P2, so yeah, let's see what we can do.
Well, to quote the famous line from Talladega Nights, if you're not first, you're last. And though from your side, you're all, you love winning, so I'm sure you'll be grinding out right to the end. Thanks for joining us. That's Paul Busby, the team manager for FTR Esports, currently running second in the GT4 class.
Cheers, Tim. Cheers, Chris.
Wow.
Nice man.
Yes, lovely guy. But yeah, you can see, well, get my words out in a minute. I mean, it's been hard to describe the dominance, I think, is what my brain's trying to tell me, that Deutsche Payment have asserted on GT4 this time out. I mean, Daniel Murphy, we saw last season, incredibly quick, transitioned that across to the GT4. However, when Kelly McCauley's got in the car, he's really picked up from where Murphy left off, and is bit by bit just eking out that gap a bit more over FTR Esports. But equally, I mean, they're nearly a good minute up the road from Vulcan, who are in that last podium position. So a little bit of time to play with. And what sort of difference does that make in terms of your race when it comes to multi-class racing and dealing with traffic?
Oh yeah, I mean, those top two are lapping nearly a second a lap faster than Forster. Now, as Paul just said, which is good to see the sort of clarity, as FX have actually just come into the pit lane. Well, firstly, it means you can make slightly more aggressive decisions with your strategy, so you can pit earlier or later depending on what works for you, not having to worry about track position quite so much, because they are going to come out ahead of Vulcan on the track unless they are stopped for an absurdly long time. Tim Darracott is getting in that Effect eSports, the third driver of the team. But you know, as Paul Busby said, all it takes is one safety car at the right or the wrong time, and you're right back on line with the other teams. But if they keep this pace up in clear traffic for that much longer, they're going to start lapping the other cars in their own field, and that's where the advantage will really come in, because unless they get a wave around under a safety car, that's effectively secured those top few positions for those 2 or 3 teams. But we still have plenty of time to go. Plenty of things can go wrong or right depending on who it is. And sort of talking of things going wrong or right, we were hoping to get an interview with Tyler Langenberg from D-Line Racing, but he just seems to have disappeared. So hopefully we can get back to him in a little bit. But they've been one of the teams who've been doing less well. They were saying they've just been hanging around the back, although I'm not sure where they're getting that from, because Trevor Anderson's currently got that car in P8 of the TCR field, up 4 places from where they started, Tim. So maybe some of us have got slightly higher aspirations than me, it would seem.
So your leader from GT4, Deutsche Payment, they are into the pits right now. And Vulcan in P3 now only 4 seconds behind Effect, so they're going to get the hammer down. Expect them to really try and close up and really apply the pressure to try and force a mistake from Effect. I mean, I know from speaking to Tim, he had the absolute pleasure of driving the Nürburgring 24-hour race earlier in the year with David Pittard, the real-life GT3 driver, which drew a lot of experience and knowledge from. Great opportunity to get inside the mind of a real-life racer who's had really good success and distill that down into your sim racing world, as we're seeing 11 attempts here in a very bruised and battered Porsche 911. We saw last season, Road Atlanta, they had an absolutely stonking qualifying, did that team. And they were in AM category last season. Let's not forget they've made the move up to GT3 Pro for this season. And I think probably rightly so. I mean, as I said, qualified in the front row overall at Road Atlanta last season, and remained in second for quite a while as well. Really took the fight to the pros around him. It was an amazing performance. Sort of conjured memories for me of about 5 years ago when at Le Mans, when we had an LMP2 lead overall. It was one of those types of stories, but just being chased down right now by the AM teams. That's the Sicania in the Lamborghini just behind them. Italian team, well, they had to pick, of course, one of the Italian manufacturers available for them in this series. Had the option, of course, of the Lamborghini Huracan or the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, and all very squirrely on the brakes. Just about gets it in time. Does Roberto Di Filippis. And there we go. That is the move done. Past 11 attempts, and off they go. But 11 attempts are going to be in the slipstream all the way down the casino straight. So they're not going to get away too easily. You can see the 34 of Kevin Wall behind them. He's starting to come into play as well now. He's around about 7 tenths of a second. And from looking at the times, Chris, incredibly good on the brakes in comparison to 11 tenths. Really closing up the gap into the braking zones, the Dutchman.
He is, and I must say, I'm going to just sort of say, I really enjoyed that move by Roberto in the Sicania car. It was so aggressive, but in quite a controlled way, but you could see that car squirming under the brakes. That's the driver right on the edge of what they can do with that machinery. But, you know, there's room for that kind of aggression in endurance racing, and it's good to see someone chance their arm with it. And actually, if anything, I think, Johnny, it took Elia by surprise, because he sort of turned in, perhaps not necessarily expecting Di Filippis to be there, but he's made that move stick. And hopefully, he'll be hoping that Stage 1 Racing and 11/10 will fight each other, and Scania can try and pull away. They've made up the 5 spots from where they started, so it's a team who've had quite a lot of bad luck when we followed them before here at Total Sim Sports, but they'll be hoping for a bit more luck today.
It's talking about 11/10. Obviously, you mentioned about the damage that's very obvious at the rear of the car, but also looks like they've taken a bit of a bash to the left-hand side of Stage 1. Well, they're good on the brakes. I said about it earlier, and Elia napping again for the second time and 2 laps as up the inside goes the Porsche of Stage 1. Yeah, it's taken a bit of a bash to the left-hand side as that 11/10 Porsche, and I do have to wonder, Chris, whether I think these cars can, you can cope with a bit of damage, as you were saying earlier, but just how much that damage is maybe to affect him a little bit more, and well, that's not going to help us. They came through the final chicane, being held up behind the D-line GT4 there, which has meant that Scania and Stage 1 have really extended that gap. However, Scania not getting away from Stage 1 like they would have hoped, and I think we could be on for a bit of a scrap and a bit of a fight. We did see as well D-Line just in the GT4 just have a bit of a flash of lights, clearly not overly impressed by Stage 1's pass at the inside. This is starting to intensify now, and it's going to be interesting to see over the next few laps just how much pressure Scania can absorb.
Yeah, and I think you could see it there. De Filipis quite deep on the brakes into that chicane, but I think maybe the traffic helping a little bit there. De Waal wasn't able to get alongside. We've seen quite a few of the GT3s in particular going side by side along that straight into the final chicane before the hairpin, and it's not necessarily a place I've considered in the past is a particularly strong overtaking place. And actually it looks like, Tim, he's got if De Waal had managed to keep the power down right, I think we were going to have a drag race to the chicane there.
Well, it's not done and dusted there, Chris, because despite not getting the best of exit, he's sucked up fully in the stripstream. So who's going to come out on top? Is it going to be the V10 of the Lamborghini? Straight sticks in the Porsche and a lunge up the inside. Oh, wow. Just casually made it look like he was almost on the racing line there as he just slotted through into absolute perfection to Kevin De Waal through the final chicane. I mean, he just looked like he was out for a casual, walk in the park on a Sunday afternoon after a lovely roast dinner. It was that easy. And De Filipis had no answer for it. But how can you, with a move like that, and then still taking the corner with so much momentum and so much speed, despite not being on the racing line?
No, exactly, and you think that Stage 1 racing car was a BMW with how confidently he took the curbs in it, but sometimes it's just that confidence is all you need. It's, these are all talented drivers, but you've got to trust the machine you're driving. I think that's possibly what's been hamstringing Johnny Elia behind them in the 11/10s, is that with that damage, perhaps they just don't have the confidence in what they're driving currently. But, they've got a few more pit stops to make. If there is some damage to be repaired, they could get it repaired, although they did only stop 8 laps ago, so if they didn't pick that damage up in the last 8 laps, they've obviously already opted that it's not worth fixing, but we shall see. But it looks like, Tim, that De Waal has already managed to make enough of a gap that I wouldn't necessarily expect that Lamborghini that Scania are driving to be able to counter-attack into the chicane on this lap.
No, it's very much looking that way. So we just see Scania just trying to stay onto the back of Stage 1, just slotting in front of the TCR there. It's right on board with them right now. So the driveline Hyundai Elantra. You can see the way, just how confident De Waal is over the curves. Just really throwing that Porsche 911 around. It looks like he's having absolutely great fun out there. And a little bit of understeer there just in the entry into turn 3, Chris. I don't know if you just caught that from the Scania Lamborghini. And not something you tend to see from the mid-engine cars.
No, but this is, as we've been saying for the last hour and a half, I don't know why it's stuck in my mind so much. the entire sort of infield section of this track is just weird chicane after weird chicane, and by weird I don't mean bad, I just mean compared to what you get at a standard racing track, they're all very weirdly cambered, and there's just very unique chicanes. And I do think what we'll see as we get later into the race with the marbling is that if anyone goes offline, it's going to be hugely compounded by the marbling on the circuit, and I think we're going to start seeing some potentially quite serious incidents depending on exactly what happens with those incidents in the future. But you know, got plenty of time still to go.
Well, talking of the marbling, Chris, I mean, it's sort of love to hear your thoughts on this. Of course, with multi-class racing, you get a lot more overtaking compared to a single series, so like say just all GT3s, or a single make series such as F3, where everyone's pretty much taking exactly the same line. So, like you say, those marbles getting onto them really does affect you. But of course, with multi-class racing, especially where we've got 3 different car classes here today, and as always you're having this championship, you get people making more overtakes and going around the outside, coming offline than what you would do as, I think this left temps, it looks like it's going from bad to worse for him here, because that's the 49 Motorsports Lamborghini, tucked up right behind them, and wow, making light work of them by the looks of things here. Chris squeezing up the inside, boxing them in beautifully against the Tech Sense Aston Martin, not quite able to get it done, and everyone having to just breathe in a little bit there. There's Elia, just swings around, nearly making contact with the rear end. That Aston Martin was tripping up over one another. That was a little bit close for comfort, but just to make it of that, we were saying previously, Chris, where you're having to take these different lines to clear through traffic. Does that maybe alleviate from the amount of marbles that are built up because you've got cars running on different lines a lot more regularly than what you would have in a single make series or a single class series?
Yeah, I think you compare it to a formula style race, the longer ones you get, like the F1 series that's 90 minutes long, you're very much going to want to stay online because no one's going offline, and like you say, that isn't quite as severe of an effect here, but equally, it's 4 hours of lapping around this track. That's going to be over 130 laps for the GT3s. The majority of that time is going to be spent online, and so therefore we are going to have, you can see it developing on the track now. There will be a racing line, and it will just be like, say you're on the motorway and it's rained and it's now beginning to dry out. That dry section is wider than the cars, but not by a huge amount, and there are still going to be off grip bits. But no, I think the main issue, as you're seeing here, is when you end up with about 300 cars occupying one section of track. And are they going to do the chicane okay? This time, yes.
There's contact between the track limit.
No,
TCR, we've had a big incident there. Out of the hairpin. Cars across the track. And this is RD Simsport caught up in that as well.
And
there it is. Yellow flag flies. We have got the safety car out. We did wonder. That was Tom Minot in there, and he's going to be absolutely devastated by that. The Audi was running really, really well. Lone Audi in TCR. Let's get a replay. So they had a bit of a bump from stage 1 coming in there. Squeezed out wide and then just cut back across, and just didn't expect to see the GT3 BMW coming through there. And that's what maybe it just caught them out and caused that issue. And then RD Simsport had nowhere to go, but straight into the side. And I'm amazed that Audi has not carried more damage than what it would have done. But this really, really throws the cat amongst the pigeons here, doesn't it? Because all of a sudden, these big leads like Deutsche Payment had, when we remember, obviously earlier we spoke to team manager of FTR eSports, Paul Busby, and he said all it takes is one safety car, and this big advantage that they've got at the front suddenly changes everything, because we'll be closing right up onto them. And lo and behold, look what's happened. So these big advantages that certain teams have got are now going to disappear in a flash and bring everyone back together. And as Dean said earlier, of course, safety cars bring safety cars, caution breed caution, and we're going to have everyone all interwoven with one another, different car classes. Yes, a few will get waved round, but even so, the chances of people tripping up over another, it's going to definitely cause potentially another one or a few issues. It's going to be treacherous out there.
Now, I'm really interested in the Apex Tech Racing FTR, who are currently in 14th, being driven by Chris Barrett, because they were in the pits as that safety car was called, and they've done their tyres. They've stopped for a minute in total. They were in the pit lane for 90 seconds. Now, of course, everyone else in the GT3 field had to drive at yellow flag pace, so they've slowed down. And of course, at the start of that yellow flag, the pit lane closes, so the other cars can't react to that. They've effectively got a free pit stop. When the pit lane reopens with the safety car, if the other GT3s on their lap decide to pit, which is everyone up to, I believe, Simon Ball for Track Racing GT3 in the Porsche, they could well have just jumped about 7 or 8 teams. But of course, this does depend on if everyone decides to pit, because the GT3s were only in their pit window in the last 10 to 15 laps. So it's come at a bad time for the GT3s. It'll be interesting to see with, I think, the TCRs in particular, who were beginning to approach their pit window. Are any of them going to go in early? Because you could well steal quite a few positions if you get it right.
So the safety car has picked up our leader. That is RSR by butt kicker, Sean Campbell at the wheel for that. Just having a quick look across the chat while we're into this safety car period. Jens de Roy's been in there. Kevin DeWall is such a good driver. That overtake was beautiful. Wow. I gotta say, I agree with you. Really, really showed off all of his racecraft. There he is right now for Stage 1 racing in the Porsche 911. And that extra thinking of not just quite often, Chris, where overtakes are planned numerous corners in advance, where you're moving your opponent around to try and position them and to get them moved done, but also having the foresight to think about the slower car's car that they're going to be coming up to, and not just positioning the car in front of you around to make the overtake, but also then to box them in so that you can easily get the move done and then try and position them, the slow car, between yourself and the car that you're overtaking, so you can extend that gap out even further.
Yeah, it's amazing how sneaky you can be. And here we go. That's Sean Campbell electing to pit from the lead. He has been... Now, actually, I've just thought about this. He was on the Discord channel in FTR complaining that this has ruined his strategy. I've just realised he was driving. We know he's a talented driver, but save some talent for the rest of us. If I tried to type and drive, I'd be in the wall, both in my house and on the sim.
Got numerous people taking advantage of this safety car period. So our leaders in Sim3D Ghostbusters, they're in Prismatic Maneuver, they're in JD Sim Racing 49, 11 temps. Well, 11 temps surely going to have some damage repaired during the safety car period and to lose the minimum amount of time. RD Sinsport, they're in. Likewise, who else we got there? RD Sinsport GT4, Baton Marker Racing Orange, D-Line, Tech Sense in TCR, Sim3D and TCR again, and Driveline there in 2. So many teams in here, Chris, trying to take advantage, and a few cars up on the jacks, up in the air, replacing tyres. Our leader being one of those. And some new boots on, lighting up the rear tyres. Off they go. So where are they going to come out now? That means that Back Marker, they are back in the lead, and Stage 1 have gone from being a mid-pack car in GT3, like both AM and Pro, to all of a sudden they find themselves in second and 2 seconds off the leader.
It's amazing how your strategy can work out sometimes. I think also, without wishing to criticise anyone, I think this works out very nicely for Back Marker Racing, because as good as Justin Nair is, he's not got the pace of your Sean Campbell's or the other teams we had at the top earlier in the race. So there's a good chance Stephen Jones, if he's got the pace that his teammate Seb Boschel-Williams was showing in the first half of the race, he could really try and pull a gap away as we get out of this safety car period. But of course, the other thing to look out for is Back Marker Racing. They pitted 5 or 4 laps earlier than Stage 1 Racing and Alpine Stars Geodesic behind them. So they're very much a beneficiary of this safety car, because that's what Seb has told us earlier before the race. These safety cars really allow you to extend your stints and your tyres, and don't forget they've also already taken their tyres in the back marker car.
Well, funnily enough, you mentioned about that one there, Chris, because I just suddenly looked down and saw that Alpine Stars, who've been struggling for pace a little bit here today, all of a sudden they found themselves up in third. And this is the beauty of this series, and also real life racing. Safety cars can happen at any period, and we saw it last season, and I know the season before we had the absolute pleasure of covering this series here at Total Sim Sport. That cars that look
back marker have gone in.
Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Now that changes things a little. Well, there you go. Stage 1 Senior now are your leader. Wow, what a turn up for events here. And just having a bit of a look. Yes, Alpine Stars, they've stayed out as well. So two teams looked out of the equation, now suddenly right at the sharp end. And with a good gap due to the traffic over RSR, who was the leader as the safety car was called. So things really, really flipping on their heads here in Canada once again in this Sim3D GT Series by FTR Events. There is your overall leader, Naya, of Stage 1 Senior GT, the Lamborghini. They've got the TCR ahead of them. Just trying to spot who that one is. So that's the RD Sim Sport Hyundai Elantra. They are currently... They're going to go away from surely here, Chris, because well, the light's still on the safety car. Yeah, that's the 3-5... No, sorry, apologies, the RD Sim Sport machine there, that's your leader. So they should remain where they are. They will do. So, bit of a strange one where we've got the slowest car class is going to lead the way here when the safety car pulls in. It's definitely a topsy-turvy world we live in at times.
Very unfortunate for Naya as well, because if he'd have been in the lead, as we see another wave around there, then obviously the start-finish line at Montreal here is quite near turn 1. So like we saw in Brands Hatch, where you can't overtake before the start-finish line, if he had all of these slower cars in between him and the GT3, he could have built a massive gap. But as it is, he's going to have Daniel Martin in his way. He'll probably get round on turn 1, so he might still get some of that effect. But it's yeah, it's not quite as big of a gain as he might well have hoped. But it'll be interesting to see how Sean Campbell, with his free pit stop and his heavily laden car, will Sean Campbell be able to get past Alpine Stars, Geodesic and Stage 1 Racing quickly and try and build a gap again, because his strategy has supposedly been ruined by this safety car.
Looking at it, Chris, he has got a few cars in between himself and those teams, so there is that little bit of that element. Also, I mean, those cars have just obviously, they've been given the wave round that allows them to come right around the track and join up with the back of the pack. Just how crucial is that, Chris, that they ensure they get up onto the back of that pack? And also, I mean, they're going to be going at full race pace. Now, I'm going to guess the safety car, as we see the RD Simsport Aston Martin there just fly past the pack. If they can get back up onto the back of the pack by the end of the lap, I'm going to guess the safety car is going to come in this lap. Lights are still on, which indicates it's still remaining out, but those kind of get switched off much further around the lap, so I'll keep you up to date with whether those are on or not. But obviously, they're going to come around to the back of the pack. They're going to have tyres that have already heated up, because whether they've been going at race pace for a whole lap, or at least much warmer tyres than their competitors, they're going to come up around to the back of the pack on. That's surely got to give them a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I would imagine so, but I'm going to stick my neck out, and say we'll just have to wait and see.
Lovely, Chris Raylers there. Committed, as always, to a definitive opinion. So, I've just heard from Reaction Control the safety car lights are going to be off on the next lap. So that means in 2 laps time we will go green again, and we will be under away racing once more in Montreal. As we're pretty much, well, I'm not even sure what the first 2 hours gone. We're at halfway stage, Chris. Just over, in fact, by 2 minutes and 40 seconds, in fact. Things are really changing here, evolving as always. Thank you very much for joining us at home, watching along. Don't forget to hit the like button and hit subscribe if you want to stay up to date with everything happening here at Total Sim Sports. And again, always love to hear from you in the chat. Anything you've got to say, feel free to post it there. We'll read it out during the broadcast. But we wait as the anticipation builds. So we've got an extended, obviously, safety car just to allow those cars that have been given the wave round to catch up with the back of the pack, so they don't lose out too much, which is going to really, obviously, benefit them. But, Chris, we've got this TCR touring car at the front end of the field. It's going to lead the cars away. Is this maybe going to be a little bit treacherous and a little bit tricky, especially for the GT3s directly behind them, because they could end up, we've got fastest class versus slowest, potentially trip up over one another, and it could get a little bit messy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say these drivers will make mistakes, but we saw it at Brands Hatch. Some of these tracks are awkward for multi-class racing. I think they've been a lot of fun, but let's not pretend it's easy. This is very difficult. I think it would be incredibly surprising if we don't see any incidents on this restart, because of course a lot of these cars won't have been driving in much traffic for the last hour and a half, and suddenly they've got the entire field in about 1/3 of the circuit. As you can see, the lights have now gone out on that safety car. I'm personally interested to see how Daniel Martin handles this, because it's surely in his best interest to facilitate as many of these GT3s past as possible. For his rival, what does that mean for him? Like for Ryan Chevalier, who is just a bit down the road, and Neil Ferrier in the other RD Sim Sport, is the teamwork? Are they going to work as a team there? Is Neil Ferrier going to try and get in Chevalier's way? Obviously, in a completely legitimate racing sense. I don't want to accuse them of anything. Because if Daniel Martin starts facilitating too many of these passes, suddenly he might find he's letting his rivals through as well.
So over in the chat, C Small saying FTR Racing sponsored by the bot that just keeps posting in the chat very kindly of it with its lovely pictures that it has to offer. Well, I think it mentions the word naked. It's gonna be all laid here to bear here in the last 2 hours of racing. Lovely little pun fitted in there. It took me 5 minutes to try and, while you were talking, just to try and come up with that one. A bit disappointed with myself on that. But we're not too far away. As Chris mentioned, the lights are out on the safety car. Here at the Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve, will be going racing when we come around past the start-finish line once again. And we will get to see how things are going to pan out in this intriguing, fascinating race. Yet again, this series that never fails to deliver on action, drama, excitement, and even if you're, one of the races or a neutral watching at home, especially definitely for the neutrals, you never know what can happen, and you can bet your bottom dollar that anything can happen, and it will happen here as we head down the back straight. Say back straight, it's pretty much then leads into the final corners. A little bit the polar opposite of what you have at Interlagos, where the back straight comes after the first set of corners, technically after turn 3, although they are all very interlinking. The center, turn 1, the center S's, where you head out down the Ressa Aposta, and you have the Castino straight here. I'm sure just past the big lake on the left-hand side, and the safety car is going to pull in. I'll keep going straight into the pit lane. And we get ready to go racing once more in Canada, being led away by a leader in TCR, controlling the pack, RD Sim Sport, waiting it, leaving it quite late here. And Stage 1 Senior, they're going to surely lunge out of the traffic and get the hammer down, touch the brakes, and we are green, green, green. We are away, racing once again, and there you go, straight out around the TCR, trying to get that advantage early on, and we've got a free wide into the background there. Everyone just getting through, a couple of Porsches involved there. Arnie Simsport remaining clean, and here they come, the GT3s trying to pick their way through and just getting boxed in there. Sakanya caught napping the Apex Line car. Oh no, that's the stage 1 car! That's the stage 1 car, Chris! After what was a brilliant restart, everything worked out to their advantage, into the wall, and are we going to see another yellow flag situation here? They're going to have to sit and wait for the whole field to come through. Absolute disaster for them within the opening 4 corners.
I wonder if he's actually beached that car because he's had to tow to the pits. That's so unfortunate. And you've really got to feel for them because everyone else has made it through, which is just going to compound their misery. But I think that was actually well managed by Daniel Martin, because so long as everyone at the back of the pack behaves, by Daniel Martin waiting until the start-finish line, he's basically ensured that everyone can get past him quickly from the GT3s, which means he can go back to focusing on his own race. The downside being Chevalier is only 2 seconds behind him, but there wasn't a huge amount he could do about that. But look at the gap that Naya and Pikul have got over Campbell already. They're nearly 5 seconds clear. And is Pikul going to look to make a move perhaps soon?
So you have to wonder, you know, the real good time to try and strike and have some quick wins after the resumption, after a safety car period like this. Your top 2 are now all over the back of each other. Like a rash right now is that Alpine Stars BMW. 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. Stage 1 Senior in the Lamborghini leading the way, followed by the BMW of the Alpine Stars, and the Porsche of RSR by Butt Kicker, rounding out your podium overall. Into a GT3M Track Limit Racing, 6 overall, up 6 places from where they started. Now leading the way, the 7-second advantage over Bert Simsport. They've got done the Canadian at the wheel. They're hoping for a cracking result here, but he is 10th overall and a fair bit of well, actually no, about a second behind, so not too far away. So still a chance to try and make that one up. GT4, well, they still lead the way. Deutsche Payment, however, that gap has shrunk between themselves and Darracott, currently in second of Effect eSports. Oh, let's forget that gap was 22 seconds or more at the time of the pit stop, so that's close right up now down to 8 seconds, with Vulcan Sim Racing occupying the last place in GT4. As for TCR, well, they're still incredibly close. Is this a bit of move on here? Potentially. Jones, back marker yellow, trying to find a way past. They've led for a fair chunk of the race, but being caught out a little bit by pit strategy. Jones now in the car, and they are currently down to 8th.
I will be quite interested to see exactly how the track's evolved, because Sean Campbell has just set a fastest lap of the race on a nearly full tank of fuel, at 33.97.
So
but we've also seen purple sectors from Justin Naya.
So track temperature has dropped, Chris. So when we started the race, we were at about 27 degrees Celsius track temperature, 20 degrees Celsius ambient air temperature. Now, ambient air, that has remained the same, but however, now, as you can imagine, we have 2.25 hours of racing completed, obviously plus qualifying as well, adding an additional hour onto that. In fact, we've seen them drop just coming up to 5 to 7 local time. Stage 1, after that incident, they have come out of the pits. As you see, the Lamborghini in the hands of Stephen Jones, Marker Racing, trying to find a way past the FTR BMW that is just in front of them. And Chris, you can win from a safety car, you can lose from a safety car, and you'd definitely say that that was one of the teams that lost out from that.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you look at the gaps from first all the way down to 10th in GT3s, there's only 30 seconds between them, and 30 seconds is not a gap that you can't make up in an hour and 50 of racing. Certainly for someone like Sean Campbell, for example, I'd be pretty confident he could make up a 30-second gap over even some of the top drivers in this league. But as we are with Tim Darracott, no, we're not. We're sorry. We are with Stephen Jones still with Backmarker Racing.
Oh, Chris, 3 wide here. Oh, gets a bit nervous when you see situations like that. Wow. somehow everyone just about making it through. And amazingly, they remained as they are. I mean, the prismatic Porsche that they were just trying to clear there, it was very, very treacherous. You saw them, I think they had a little bit of a brush. That is the AM outfit that is currently got Elise Main in the car at the moment. They had a little bit of a wiggle and a brush with the wall on exit. So we're seeing, this is Stephen Jones of Backmark Giller on board with him, coming through the traffic. And let's take a look at what this is going to show us. Well, I think it's just him going through the traffic. Yeah. Well, you say taking it easy, Chris. I mean, well, I suppose probably is for these drivers, but I don't know about you. I'd be sweating it out. And I'll tell you what, we've got the Justin Naya fan club in clearly. Nils, I'm going to put your name here. Tusters. It's tricky when you don't have any vowels within your name to get that one right. But yes, absolutely leading the way. However, that gap has shrunk for around about 0.4 of a second between himself and Peichel at the moment, as we see Jones going side by side and onto the brakes. A big lunge there from the FTR, trying to be the last late breakers, going to be screwed on exit. And they remain as they are. Backmarker Racing, they are pushing, and they are pushing hard because they desperately want to clear the FTR BMW in front of them, Chris, but can't seem to quite find that edge to get the run out of a corner and get past them. And get a feeling they're going to be sat behind them once again for another lap, and the next best opportunity is going to come at exactly the playing place where they just tried.
I think perhaps it almost Stephen Jones wants to not do so well into the hairpin, because he was already alongside Rich Cawthorne by then, which meant he couldn't really benefit a huge amount from his draft. I mean, that Lamborghini looks very planted right now. It looks like a very easy car to drive. Looks can be deceiving, of course, as we've both said many times before. It's quite scary for us mere commentators when we get behind the wheels of some of these cars. But yeah, I think Stephen Jones is just biding his time, trying to be careful, and it will be interesting to see if he can get the move done this time. But Tim, I believe we've got Tyler Langenberg to talk to now. Tyler, how are you getting on?
Hold on, Chris.
One sec.
Apologies, Tyler. I thought we were going to get the move on there. Potentially got a drag race right down the casino straight with a couple of back markers in front of them. This could be finally the move that Jones has been praying for and trying to achieve. But look at the straight line speed of that BMW. But here comes Jones up the inside and finally makes his way past the FTR BMW. That's going to be interesting to see what sort of pace they can carry on now they've got the move finally done. And yeah, as you mentioned, that job by Tyler Langberg of the D-Line GT4 team. Tyler, I mean, that safety car appearance sort of came out of nowhere, really. At one instant, all it takes, as always. How did it fare for yourself?
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised it didn't come earlier. I don't know if y'all saw the huge ass wreck.
Yes.
Earlier.
Yeah, we were a little bit surprised by that. They didn't trigger it then.
Yeah, me personally, I'm surprised it didn't get thrown, but this one was kind of well timed for us. But that's racing, I guess. So.
It is indeed. And how's Trevor finding it out there? I know we spoke earlier to another one of the GT4 teams who were saying it's a little bit easier compared to last time out at Brands Hatch, but still quite treacherous when it comes to dealing with the GT3s.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight track for multi-class, even for F1, really. Yeah.
No, definitely a lot.
Especially with like 3 classes, it's like, I think earlier during my one stint that I'll be doing today, because of my connection issues that I've had this week, there was one point where I believe it was after it was coming into the hairpin. There was a GT3, GT4, TC3 wide moment coming into the hairpin, which even sitting behind that was kind of scary.
I could imagine, definitely. In terms of your aspirations for the race, What are you looking to achieve in terms of your finishing position?
We're currently P7. We're currently just crawling our way back up. We didn't really have any incidents or anything, but I think the first yellow kind of threw us off a bit because I had to dodge it myself. So that kind of threw us off a little bit, but other than that, it's been plain smoothly sailing.
Definitely, yeah, and great to catch up with you, Tyler. This is Tyler Langenberg of D-Line Racing, the GT4 Aston Martin.
Thank you, guys.
Chris, definitely interested in there, the way that the safety cars, you said about it before, said it numerous times across all of them, but it's so true, so pivotal in this series. Got to bring your A game when it comes to strategy and thinking about things on the fly and looking what's happening around you. And so saying there, it's so easy to get caught out and things to not go your way if you're not there at the right moment, right time. It is a little bit of a luck of the draw, but equally, you have to always be on it. It's such a challenge that no other series really provides on iRacing. Chris experienced a couple of technical difficulties there, but I'm sure he'll be back with us soon.
There's a magic button I needed to press to be heard.
Okay.
I was just saying, in the foreground or background, I don't know if you'll have seen it on screen, but Stephen Jones has managed to get past Bree Widner in the Prismatic Athena car. He's now up to 5th. Now, we're used to seeing Sean Campbell be the one charged through the GT3 field, but Stephen Jones is getting all the glory today. But unfortunately for him, his next victim, Yanis Albert in the Sim3D Sport Predator team, is 13 seconds up the road. So it would be mightily impressive indeed if Stephen Jones can get up to him. But it's been a good recovery from what may well have been them getting caught out by that most recent safety car. They opted to pit a lap later. But you never know. Where they've taken their tyres earlier and they're having to triple stint now. Maybe that safety car actually came at quite a good time, just to ensure that they can triple stint those tyres a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. Time management definitely does play a large part of this, and how you can deal with it and how much you can extend it. I mean, these cooling track temperatures, Chris, are surely going to really be aiding the teams in that situation, especially the later and later it gets. I mean, you can tell it's starting to get. It's quite a cloudy day anyway here in Montreal, but even so, with those clouds, it's making it that little bit darker early on. You can see, those headlights on those cars are starting to become a bit more pronounced. The later it gets, you can see as they come round out of turn 2, those shadows from the bit of sun that is creeping through the clouds here in Canada, they're starting to get longer. We're getting later and later here, and normally those sort of half-light conditions can sometimes be harder. I mean, we've just gone 7 PM here.
It's it'll be an interesting one to determine, because of course Brands Hatch, it was light and it was daytime the whole way through the race. We're going to go through sunset here, or at least get very close to it, and it's a very different skill managing a multi-class race in the dark, because it depends really on how much you rely on a spotter, how much you rely on iRacing's relative box, how able you are to race while looking at these things if you do need them, because you can't necessarily tell what class car is behind you as Stephen Jones makes it past the lap down 83. Oh no, that's Bree Widner, that's for position, sorry. It got back past again, and that was Rich Cawthor, I think. Yes, it was. So Bree Widner going backwards at the moment, but still P7 for the Athena team, so that's pretty good going for them. And probably good news for Stephen Jones as well if these two fight, because it will mean he can try and develop more of a gap as he tries to catch up to the lead 4 cars, who are, I think, Tim, beginning to catch each other. So I think Evan Pickle in the geodesic car is getting a bit closer to Naya in the Stage 1 racing, and I think Sean Campbell is ever so slowly creeping up to the back of them as well.
Yeah, I've just been keeping half an eye on the gaps at the front end, and I'm just having a bit of a look onto my software. I'm not sure if it's running correctly. If we've had a bit of a change in the lead, but I'll keep you updated with that one. has something happened to Campbell? I've got him dropping down my order here.
I've still got him in third, lapping
okay.
the pace of the leaders.
That's okay. That's okay. It is my end having a couple of moments there just for the just the timing software. That's okay.
We don't need artificial drama. There's enough real drama.
You're absolutely spot on there, Chris. I'm not sure if my heart could take it. It's just the excitement we have in here. And yet the gap, Jones is little by little, just if backmark yellow, is starting to creep up onto the back of Sim3D. I'll say coming back. There's still a really chunky gap between the pair of them. However, I mean, what's more positive, I think, for them is the fact they're actually getting away from FTR in the BMW behind them.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of double whammy there, but where I thought we'd get a bit of a battle with the TCRs. I think Daniel Martin's done a very good job so far of just maintaining. It's less than a 2-second gap to Ryan Chevalier in the FTR Esports TCR, but he's maintained that gap since the safety car came in, which for the TCRs would have been about 10 or so laps ago now, I think it would have been, and he's maintained that gap. And of course, the trouble for Ryan Chevalier is that he's got the other RD Sim Sport right behind him, and I think Bree Wilder, Tim, may have been involved in an accident.
She might have just run, there you go, a bit of a lock-up and runs in a bit too deep. That was allowed FTR to sneak up the inside and come through there into the hairpin. And that compromised exit. Mind you, having a little bit of a challenge back in the Porsche, but just that compromised exit, not allowing her to come alongside the BMW of FTR Esports. Wow. Still out in front. It is Stage 1 Senior. Currently with Naya, the Dutchman, at the helm. Up 10 places so far today. Started down 11th on the 6th row of the grid. Now leading here with some 1 hour and 30 minutes just over left on the clock. 90 minutes of action. It's a lot you could do in 90 minutes though, Chris. You could have a whole game of football. Rugby's only 80 minutes. And a lot of motor races are, that sort of length. And we've still got that to go. I mean, F1, as producer Sean just said in my ear, rightly so, F1 can be done and dusted within that time. Yeah, here we are, still slogging it out and all that to go.
This is really hammering home to me just how impressive what these drivers are doing actually is, because I've done a couple of the iRacing official full-length F1 races since they've been introduced, and I'll be honest, it's absolutely exhausting. But it's 90 minutes of driving in a car whose force feedback is far less intense than the GT cars can be, on top of the fact that you're not having to deal with multi-class. So I was mentally and physically exhausted after just 90 minutes of racing. And then you've got some of these chaps, I think Neil Ferrier being one of them, drivers who have raced this entire race. They've done 2.5 hours without stopping, and they've still got an hour and a half to go. The mental and physical endurance they need is honestly incredible. I don't think it could be stated enough that what they do is pretty damn impressive.
Now, interestingly, Ferrier, the Brit of RD Simsport, was around about 3 tenths quicker last time around than the FTR TCR of Chevalier in front of them. And this gap down to 3 tenths. I mean, it's just seeing the RD Simsport BMW just breeze past them. It displays the power and speed difference between the bottom and top car classes. When they're able to just walk past them like they're practically stood still. Now this is where it gets a little bit interesting, because the whole gaggle of cars lined behind them, that's back marker just coming through. And from GT3, they've got the GT4 behind them. That is the T48 track limit Aston Martin, who they have got hot on their heels. The TechSense Aston as well. And this is where it gets a bit tricky, Chris, because also we've got a few GT3s tucked up just behind them. I know you can't quite see it from that camera angle at home right now, but there's one of the BMWs just behind them, just coming through. Whereas, I think our leader's got to come into the pits, because they have disappeared, and yeah, bit of a switch around at the front. But where you've got, obviously, as you're coming around to lap car, you've got two battling cars. It's so tricky. But when you're in a battle yourself, as this is Alpine Stars, just seeing what's happening, Chris. That's them. That's just them heading to pits. I was getting a bit worried. Like you were saying earlier, Chris, we don't need any extra drama on top of what we've already happened. That's not real. But yeah,
exactly.
When you're locked in a battle yourself and you're having to lap cars that are battling themselves, especially I'd say probably more so for the GT4s versus the TCRs, it's so tricky and treacherous for everyone involved.
Oh, 100%. And what we've seen on this lap was exactly the wrong way round you want it. If you're any of these drivers, you don't want the slowest class followed by the medium class followed by the fastest class, because the risk is they all then approach, and this is what we saw at the and I thought there were going to be a bit of a touch with the Wall of Champions for Neil Ferrier there. He did get a bit of a contact. But yeah, the 3-1 got a bit of contact, but seems to have survived. I was quite worried we were going to see an incident. Oh, we're getting very close again there. It's getting my nerves up, Tim. I don't know about you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can see just how heavy it was braking there. The rear brakes on that Honda Elantra are glowing brighter than the sun right now, as this is where it gets tricky. So we're on board with Ferrier. We've got GT3s in front of us, GT3s behind us. There's a couple of GT4s into the mix as well, because that isn't enough. What we've got between GT3 and TCR, Ferrier just losing a little bit of time, lost about 4 tenths, looking to regain that against Chevalier. He's no mug himself, and he'll be trying to position that traffic, as there goes one of the prismatic Porsches, another one streaming through. That's the 11 tenths car heading through. Johnny Elias still in the cockpit, and wow, look at what Ferrier can close right up. He's going to box in the GT3 as they squeeze through a gap that didn't really exist. This is going to get treacherous on the run down to the hairpin, side by side. Chevalier just tries to close him off there, just tries to squeeze him to the outside. Now looking for the classic switchback move, but he can't do it because the track limit, GT3, is tucked up the inside, and that's going to compromise them. But now they're boxed in, they swoop through a gap between the two cars across the track, and that could have been the chance to take the lead there for RD Sim Sport 3. But there was the GT3 of track limit on the inside, having a bit of a look there into the final chicane. But I mean, they've got the all tech sense. They just bail and head into the pit lane there, so they're just left with the track limit GT4 set behind them. That could have ended in disaster for a lot of cars there, Chris. We've already seen one instant earlier on, but here comes Ferrier up to the inside. He's definitely really pushing this one, and he definitely feels like he is the quicker car right now. But as the late great Murray Walker said, catching a car is one thing, passing them is something completely different altogether.
Well, it really is, and I think it's impressive we've seen nearly no contact from all of that anyway, because it's this is a difficult track to race round, difficult track to lap traffic round, and so far we haven't seen particularly egregious incidents. I am touching the wood of my desk as I say this, because I seem to have a very terrible track record of cursing the drivers here. But yeah, we've had our two leaders from the GT3 Pro from the restart have both now pitted, and that's promoted Sean Campbell, who is angling for an interview with us, and he's solo driving, and he's, I believe, not being spotted by anyone, so it would be very interesting to see how he manages also interviewing us as that happens. It'd be lovely if we can potentially get him in. I think Tim's suggesting next safety car, but no, well, I don't know Sean that well, but based on what I've seen of Sean, that FTR's just hit the wall. That's Neil Ferrier advantage to him, because I wonder if that would have done any damage to the straight line speed. But also, Tim, that Aston, I think, has been behind him for a lap or two now. He's struggling to get through.
This is... I was saying to Dean earlier about this one, Chris. So, the Michelin Pilot Challenge runs, of course, the GT4s and TCR Tour. Grand Sport as well, there's the Aston just heading into the pits there. Well, Grand Sport instead of GT4 is what's officially classed in America as, or named as. And the issue that you have, and especially if you're one of the faster TCRs, is that you're a lot quicker through the corners than GT4s. But when it comes to straight line speed, the GT4s just breeze past you. It's so easy for them because they've got all that extra horsepower and grunt to allow them to do so. And that's where it could become a bit trickier if you're one of the, maybe carrying a bit of damage, especially a track like this where you've only really got that one overtaking opportunity, and maybe if the race isn't quite going your way, and you can see these two are battling hard for the lead. They have been since the very start of the race. I mean, the gap, I think it's been as big as 1.72 seconds at its very biggest, but for the predominant most of it, it's been around about half a second for 2.5 hours of racing. And the last thing you want to do is to get in between them and mess it up and cause an incident.
Oh, exactly. And I think that might have been why the 248 of Track Limit Racing pitted. I don't know if that would have necessarily been their strategy had there not been traffic, but then we're seeing Brandon Blakesley of Vulcan Sim Racing pitting from second as well, so he might just be hitting the GT4 pit window. But yeah, I think Ryan Chevalier and the FTR Esports team are probably going to be fed up of RD Sim Sport liveries, because if it hasn't been Team 3, it's been Team 2 that they've been fighting with this race. And yeah, those three at the front of the TCR group have very much made the class their own. We've not really spoken about Tim Darracott with Effect Esports, who, Alistair Catchbold did quite well to bring that car up to second on the grid, and they thought they might have a chance where they got way through in that last safety car round, Tim. But Daniel Muth has done that Deutsche Payment thing again. He's built the insane gap, and he's nearly 30 seconds clear of Tim, who is currently in third place. And
that's what it pretty much was after the before the last safety car, Chris. Let's not forget, it's he's had that gap reduced down to, I believe it was around about 7 or 8 seconds during the safety car. They had quite a bit of traffic between the pair of them, but I mean, once again, pulling it out. But RD Simsport, let's not forget them. They're all mirror. Into third, and what was looking like a good second for Effect. They had a really, really good advantage. I mean, they lost a bit of time as well when they span as well. So it's a really good result, and just showing yet again where these safety cars can bring it right back into play. I'm just seeing a little bit of chat there. Sorry, apologies about that. Where Sean Campbell's trying to nag us, despite leading the race casually, just wants to come in for a chat. I don't want to put the cursor on the commentator onto you, Sean. There he is. Last thing we want to do, as much as he's claiming it adds to the fun of having a bit of a chat while carving your way through the field. Well, in his case, at times, and we've seen it here before, slashing and hacking your way through, trying to find a bit of a gap, and that's what caught him out earlier on in the first hour. And I mean, let's not forget, we talk about other teams that have span and where they've recovered their races. I mean, he had that incident down at the hairpin, which during early on in the first hour, when they were coming through past the TCRs for the first time, the GT3s, and it put him down all the way to 6th place, I believe it was. And he's hauled himself all the way back up. Yes, aided a little bit by the safety cars, some may argue, but he's hauled himself all the way back up, closed the advantage, got past people, and is now nearly 7 seconds clear at the front of the field. Metronomic once again from him, like we saw last time out, and we did quite a bit last season as well.
Yeah, it's amazing in what is such a strong field here. So this TCR battle continues to rage on. He's just a very, very quick driver.
Ooh, and it's one of the Lamborghinis off there, Chris.
Was that Hans Blackert, I think?
I think that was just caught the curb on the inside there, and that's what's caught them out. Now, Chris, I'm just having a bit of a look across, and I believe now Track Limit Racing, the AM team, who are leading that category in GT3 AM, are now on the podium over. No, apologies, just having a bit of a reshuffle my screen there. I thought they'd managed to make their way up onto the podium overall, which would be an amazing result.
They're only 20 seconds off of the podium, which is currently Stefan Jones for Backmarker Racing. But the other impressive thing is they're not too far away from having lapped the entire amateur field. which is a pretty damn impressive thing to do. They might well need to be promoted classes if it carries on like this. It's currently only Thomas Dunn in the Burt Sim Sports car that they're yet to lap, but they are a minute and 17 seconds ahead of it. So I have a feeling we say we know who's won GT3 Am. A, I don't want to curse them. B, we still, as you said not too long ago, we've still got 80 minutes of driving to do. Anything could happen, and it would be very silly of any driver to make assumptions about how they've done this early on into the race.
It is a really epic display by all involved at track limit in the GT3 Am category. I think, wow, you sort of run out of superlatives to say about them with that sort of performance. You see 11 temps just in front of them. That's Johnny Olaya still at the wheel. That car right now just trying to clear some of the GT4s here. It's coming behind the TechSense, and I think that's Deutsche Payment just ahead of them there, Chris, as well, isn't it? If my eyes deceive me. Yes, it is. There you go. Always tell for them. Lovely big Deutsche Payment livery and logos across the car. As you see, Leptons just trying to squeeze their way through, and it always amazes me, Chris. You know, despite the walls being just literally millimetres away from at times, the way that these top drivers across all the categories just launch the car across the curbs. Like, it's nothing, it's just every day, really simple for them, and don't lose any time, and don't lose control of the car, more importantly. I know myself certainly would do.
I think don't lose control of the car is always a good tip for racing. One of the first things they might well teach you at racing school. But no, I think the GT4s do have that really unique challenge of make sure you facilitate the faster cars while not disadvantaging yourself so much with the slower cars you need to get past. And yeah, I think it does help when you seem to have all of that pace. But yeah, it's been quite a calm race in general, I'd say, although it looks like we've got a few cars in the pits, hopefully just for scheduled stops. But we might well be able to have a chance to chat to Sean Campbell, who is itching to talk to us. So we'll let him know we're ready for him, and then when he next sees that on a straight, he'll probably jump in and we can have a chat.
Yes. Well, he's about to come round to a straight, so I'm sure he'll probably pick up on that, and we'll have a chat with him shortly, see how it's going on. I'm a bit nervous about this one, Chris, but he's an incredibly confident man, and yeah, he's doing incredibly well in some other series that I've been watching him in as well. Really pushing harder at the moment in his sim racing career, and dominating wherever he can, once again, and looking to make it 2 wins from 2 so far this season. Of course, was driving with Calvin Dent last season. Now, obviously, gone their separate ways. That makes it sound negative. It's not at all. Kevin obviously running some of his own teams in the series and the Sim 3D banner, and also, of course, his new podcast as well with Lorian too. It seems to be going well for him, as well as, of course, his Sim 3D ventures. So, of course, one of the sponsors for this series, as we just see, second place in GT3 Am, but Sim Sports. As you mentioned about, the possibility of them being lapped by our leader in the Am category, they've managed to pull about 2 or 3 seconds out of the lead. So clearly hearing about that from you, Chris, and they've got the message as a bit of a hurry up to close the gap.
Yeah, it's clearly when I talk, people listen, which might not be a good thing. But we now do have Sean Campbell in the booth. Sean, I seem to remember you typing in one of the driver chats that the last safety car ruined your strategy, but since then you seem to be 20 seconds or so in the lead. So I'm not sure I necessarily believe you. Your race is going quite well, I think it's fair to say.
I think the strategy I'm on now is opportunistic. I didn't realize the other strategy I had that I was going with was going to take me, I think I was going to stop on the second to last stop and then just run it to the end. But I got free tires, and I didn't think about that because I was typing at the time. But I thought about it, and I was like, wait a minute, I can just go to the end on this set of tires. So that's my plan, at least, unless something happens.
Now, does it actually, in a weird way, become easier to drive once you're this far in the lead because you can start to relax and maybe not have to make you don't have to do risky things, or is it just a case if you drive your own race and you just happen to be a very fast driver?
I wouldn't say I'm a very fast driver.
I don't know. The timing tower would disagree with you right now.
I think it's just strategy. It's and also the traffic pendulum, I like to call it, where I got really bad luck on the first couple laps when I just had I don't even know what happened. It was kind of funny now looking back on it, but it seems to have swung back in my favor for now.
How are you finding getting past the other GT3s? Are they being particularly cooperative, or is it a bit of a challenge compared to the substantially slower GT4s and the touring cars?
I think on this track, the speed difference from GT3 to GT3 is pretty much none. So you get to the straight, and they kind of help you along. And then if you just get a better run out of the final chicane, you can pretty easily get them into turn 1.
I'm just sort of asking this as we see now, as I think we've got stage 1, but we'll see if we can feed you. I think that might be. Oh no, it looks clear now, but yeah, I imagine those puffs of smoke must get the heart racing a bit, especially when so much is at stake for the race win.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I say I can talk while I drive. It's kind of like a subconscious thing. I don't think too much about what I'm saying, but it's fun. It's exciting. Like you still have to push in case something happens and you can't, your strategy won't work anymore. So you need to give yourself a gap.
I would imagine at this point you wouldn't want any more safety cars because you just want to try and build that gap as best you can.
Yeah, I think that's the plan, and my plan already didn't go to fruition early on in the race, so we'll see if it goes to fruition this time.
Well, we can see you're in quite a lot of traffic now. Thank you so much for chatting to us, Sean. Good luck for the rest of the race, and I hope we haven't cursed you by talking to you.
All right, thanks.
Chris, I'm not gonna lie. I spent most of that interview wincing and well, the only as producer Sean just said is he passed a lot of cars while talking to you. One occasion he got incredibly close. I think it was the first time he came past it, the Wall of Champions. And I thought I had to breathe in a little bit for him. And then of course when we saw that spinning, I think it was one of the stage 1 cars down the wall of the final chicane, I was a bit nervous for him because I thought, this could all of a sudden come undone, where it was trying to obviously get pointing in the right direction once again. It's seen a 3 wide across the start-finish line, but
I mean, well, yourself, myself, and producer Sean.
Oh, Chris, sorry, cut across you. There's been a big incident in turn 1 in the background. I did mention about him being 3 wide. Something has happened, so we're on board now with the 49 Motorsports machine. Oh, and that was one of the Ferraris, I think. The Ferrari came across the front of him, and it wasn't JD, so yeah, it must have been the other one, so that must have been track limit. Philip Shaw currently in the cockpit at the moment for them, and wow, a bit of drama there, and that could be heavy damage potentially for the pair of them.
Well, that's certainly heavy damage to that Aston Martin. I don't think there should be that much smoke coming out of the machine.
Ooh.
Oh,
He got tunnel vision there, Chris. It seemed to be so fixated on the car in front of him, forgot about what the CCR was doing, maybe thought it was clear of them. And
I'm
all of a
surprised
sudden,
that didn't flow a safety car. I think Sean Campbell will be delighted as we head back to him. But, I mean, yeah, the GT3 got away with that a little bit, I'd say. The anti-Tuominen's car, not so much. I imagine they'll be heading for the pit lane. But, that was, I think that's the biggest incident we've seen so far today. And, yeah, I mean, like we were saying just before, you yourself, myself and producer Sean have all privately streamed our races with a few of our other friends. We can't talk while things are happening in our races. I know for a fact. I've tried to talk. I've heard you try to talk. I've heard Sean try to talk. We can't do it. we're mere mortals. Producer Sean's just said, no, he's tried to eat while driving before, and that ended as I think you'd suspect it would end.
Now, I'm going to spill all this because he did share with me exactly how this panned out. So he was at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife, 2 hours in, leading, really doing really comfortably. Had a nice plate of warm onion rings next to him, freshly oven baked. Can't beat them. Of course, long straight. Technics one takes a bite. Now, once you get down towards, as we all, many of us know, especially those that know the track inside out, as you come down to the end of the straight, it kinks to the left a bit, and then you've obviously got that tight right-hander and the left-hander before you then head out across onto the Grand Prix circuit. Well, as he came into that left-hand kink, decided in his infinite wisdom to reach for another one because he just couldn't resist them and put it into the wall and ended his race there and then.
Well, you've got to eat the second onion ring. I know we're in the pocket of big onion ring, but it's the sensible thing to do in that situation. But as we've gone back to Stefan Jones, I'm really interested in how their strategy is going to pay off. They have actually just pitted again. In fact, all 4 of the top 4 have on the last 2 laps while we were dealing with that incident. I actually wonder, do you reckon they all pitted anticipating a safety car, or am I overthinking this because they wouldn't have had access to the data we did?
No, I think if you might have either visually seen it, because a lot of these teams where we have privilege of being able to look into their voice channels, where they're obviously within the FTR Events Discord, a lot of the teams have got 2 or 3 people within there. Obviously, the person that's in the car, but then also other drivers in there too, and who will be spotting from keeping an eye of what's happening around them. So there is, a strong possibility that, look, I'm maybe to a bit of my pit window. There's been an incident happen. Let's gamble and do it. And yes, sometimes it works for you. Sometimes it doesn't. Let's just see Alpine Stars here. Molinati, he's in the car right now, currently trying to hunt down the FTR BMW. Now these on slightly differing strategies. FTR, they stopped all the way back on lap 69, currently on lap 98, whereas Alpine Star stopped on lap 88, so some 10 laps ago. And you'll assume they'll either make the pass on track or definitely come the round of pit stops. It's just the RD Sim should come back out there. So yeah, there is going back to your original question, Chris. Yeah, there is a strong possibility that they gambled on it. You see a big incident like that, you would have seen it if they run the same timing software we do, or other ones that are available. That a car has stopped on track, had a crash, or some form of incident, and also the other car would then show up. You'd see it as well within the timing software too. And I've taken the gamble. Let's go for it. It's a real strong possibility, and all the more reason why this series is so similar to real life racing, where you'd have exactly the same people sat in the garage, spotting and looking at the data, analysing it, and trying to understand what's happening around you. Can you fit into a window or an opportunity that maybe suddenly presents it to yourself, and you take that gamble. And sometimes you roll a 6, and sometimes you roll a 1, and occasionally it's something in between.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting, I think, as well. Perhaps there was an element of all 4 of those cars. They all knew that they'd have to pit twice more because there was longer than, they had more than 2 stints worth of fuel left to take. So why not do the short stint now? Potentially, take that risk of seeing a safety car come out, and it's not actually cost them any pit stop time because they had to pit again anyway. So that might be what was the plan there. We'll see how it plays out.
No, it's a really, really good point, isn't it? You say you take that shorter one now, and as when we spoke to Sean Campbell earlier, and didn't expect that safety car to. Oh, it might have been Tyler Landberg. Apologies. Didn't expect that second safety car to come along. It did, and could well have another one. I mean, I think the results of the poll that we had up before the race, people estimating 4 or more here, which based on what we saw at Brands Hatch, and obviously having a street circuit element to it, especially certain parts of the track, it was a likely proposition. If you're a betting man, you know, probably put a bit of money on it. However, so far, only 2.
I don't want to ruin the race for the stewards, but they've only actually had 21 incidents to investigate in the first 3 hours. That is, I think, probably a lot lower than hoping. Now, I've clearly cursed it for them. They're going to get another 21 in the last hour. But, you know, considering how difficult this circuit is to lap on, as you see the track getting very busy yet again.
Hold on, Chris. Sorry to cross you here, mate, because Alpine Stars are dragging it out down the back straight with FTR. FTR running a much lighter car in comparison. But I tell you what, Alpine Stars, with that BMW, Molinetti, it's really, really looking racy right now, and crawling all over the back as they just come up behind one of the GT4s. That is our lone Porsche Cayman out there in GT4 class. And in the end, not losing too much time to them. That is the 221. Let's not forget, that is actually the second place car in class. It's the backmarker orange team. Ed Cooksus currently in the car for them, as I believe he has been for the whole race as well, Chris. And in a real stunning effort, and it's been quietly going about his business and made his way up through the field to second in class.
A very solid race indeed, and I can't speak for all our viewers, but I certainly think if I don't pay attention to it, I fall into the trap of thinking that it's easier to drive the slower cars for the longer periods, and it's really not. You're still fighting that car like you would even in a Mazda MX-5. You're still fighting it with all your might to try and get the fastest lap time possible for 4 hours. So that is an absolutely exhausting thing to have to do. I mean, in some ways, I think the GT4s can be harder to drive than the GT3s. But again, I'm speaking from the perspective of an open-wheel driver, so they're all unwieldy beasts, and these are all absolute titans of the sport to me.
Chris, do you know what might help you?
What's that?
It may well be a lovely segue to one of our sponsors for this series, SimD, who provide some absolutely epic products built by sim racers for sim racers. You can find out more about them by heading across to sim-3d.com. So they also have numerous teams running. Sorry, .co.uk, apologies. I've ruined my own segue there. And they also have numerous teams running in this race. Let's just watch not quite one of them, but Alpine Stars is still trying to chase down FTR there. And also, another shout out to our other sponsor for this series, but both themselves and Sim3D returning again for another season sponsoring this glorious championship. It's Go for the Gap for all the very best and latest in motorsport print and artwork. You can find out more about them by heading across to their socials, where they are at Go for the Gap, or their Etsy store, which has some absolutely epic designs, and in the run to Christmas had some lovely F1 inspired Christmas cards. So make sure you check out that by searching for them on Etsy for Go for the Gap. Should we take stock a little bit, Chris, here of so we're just coming, I can't believe it, we're just coming up to 1 hour left. 1 hour left. Where has that time gone? We've been racing for what, just under 3 hours now, as you mentioned earlier, rightly so. Some been in the car in absolute entirety of that time. We've spoken to one of them, Campbell. He's currently leading the way. But what's happening in the rest of the field, Chris?
Well, we can have a quick run through there. So we've got Sean Campbell leading, also chatting and typing. He's a very busy man, but you wouldn't think it watching him drive very, very casually at very fast speeds round the circuit de Gilles-Villeneuve. He is in the lead with a 13-second gap over Yannis Ulber in the Sim3D Sport Predator. They have been there or thereabouts all race long. I don't think they've spent any really serious time leading the race so far. And then rounding out the current podium is our original pole sitter team, Backmarker Racing Yellow. They are 26 seconds behind Sean Campbell, although they are currently the fastest car on the track. currently being piloted by Stephen Jones. They're also the lead Lamborghini. Also, how nice it is to see 3 different manufacturers occupying the GT3 podium. In fourth, we've got Rich Courtois, who's had a very solid stint. They're up 9 places in the FTR Esports GT3, the second BMW. Following them, Eric Molinatti, who had the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car. They had a lot of bad luck, I think, near the start of the race. I seem to remember them being tapped all over the place in the first few laps, but they've recovered quite well and are now up to 5th. Following them, they've had a slightly adventurous last half an hour or so. That's Hans Blanquert in the Stage 1 Racing Senior GT car and the second Lamborghini in the field. They are 10 seconds ahead of Bree Widner in the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car, they've made 7th place their own today, really. They've been pretty much in 7th the entire time I've seen them, but 7th place in the field this strong is nothing to sniff at. Brad Crouch is behind them, just 2 seconds down the road in the RPM racing car. They started 4th. They'll be looking to try and make up some of those times, but I believe they're on a slightly alternate strategy that means they're going to drop down a bit more. Craig Molnar, 9th overall and 1st in GT3 AMS. He has now got Burt Sim Sports Company because, again, another 2 teams on alternate strategy, but Thomas Dunn in the Burt Sim Sports car has done very well to get up to 10th overall and 2nd in class. Following them, just 15 seconds down the road, Chris Barrett in the Apex Tech Racing FTR team. They've dropped a few places, but they have pitted very recently, so they might well be looking at making some of them up. They are in their own, really. Josh Wiggins in the RD Sim Sport, half a minute behind them, but they have, having started 22nd on the grid, got all the way up to 12th. That is a phenomenal job, and they are the fastest risers so far. Behind them, Daniel Munoz in the 49 Motorsports Maroon. They've had quite an eventful race. They have had to pit 5 times. That is the most of anyone in the field so far. Following them, we have got 3rd place for the GT3 amateurs. It's Roberto De Filippis. He's done quite well. He's been involved in some quite spicy situations, but he's kept that car clean. Gorgeous Italian-inspired livery on the Lamborghini. And he has got Mark Baxter-Jones in the 11th Sense Racing team, 2 seconds down the road from him. We saw earlier with Johnny Elia behind the car. That car is now looking a lot healthier than it was about an hour ago. So we'll have to see if Mark Baxter-Jones can make up any places, as they have lost 7 in the race so far. Elise Main, 16th overall and 4th in GT3 AM. She is driving the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva car. Having quite a lonely race today. She's nowhere close. She's half a minute behind 11:10. She's a minute ahead of Stage 1 Racing Green in the next amateur car currently being piloted by Timothy Vandenbroek. Then we have our newest team to the league in 18th. That is Landon Patmore, and they are the last of the amateur teams, currently in 18th, and they are 6th overall, with the other amateur team currently retired, I believe, being driven by Track Limit Racing GT3. And then we can just go down a little bit. We've got a couple more cars left in the GT3 field. Lucas Pravasnik in the JD Sim Racing 76, a car that perhaps did not look like that when it took to the grid 3 hours ago. They have, it looks like, been heavily involved in incidents. In fact, if you look at their last pit stop on lap 86, which was 17 laps ago, it took them 2.25 minutes, so that's actually better than the car probably looked like on lap 86 or 85 even. And then bringing up the rear of the remaining drivers in the GT3 field is David Van Stambroek in the Stage 1 racing car. We did see them have quite a nasty accident not that long ago, and they have just pitted 3 laps ago as well. We have lost 3 other GT3 cars. Philip Schwerker in Track Limit Racing GT3, the only other Ferrari on the grid, along with the JD Sim Racing. They have unfortunately had to retire after 96 laps. And earlier in the race, we also lost Apex Tech Racing FTR2 after 44 laps, and James Richards driving the Atlantic Motorsport after just 12 laps. Moving on to the GT4 field, it's exactly who you'd expect to see in the lead, and with a very tidy looking car indeed. It is Deutsche Payment Death Omen, currently being driven by Ben Kelly McCauley. But his teammate Daniel Muth has also been absolutely supreme. I mean, Ben is currently a second to 2 seconds quicker than the rest of the GT4 field. So I think it's fair to say they know how to drive this car. However, it is not an Aston Martin in second. The only Porsche currently in the GT4 field, still driving right now today, it's Ed Cookstass with Backmarker Racing Orange. They have gone all the way up to second, having started in 7th in class today. So a phenomenal drive for them, but they are on a slightly different pit strategy. We'll have to see how that pays out for them. And then rounding out the GT4 podium, we have Callum Brandt, 4 seconds down the road in the RD Sim Sport 258, having a pretty solid drive and still within a shout of second place as it stands. Brandon Blakesley in the Vulcan Sim Racing, he went off track in quite a nasty accident not that long ago. He has performed some weight-saving manoeuvres on that car to get rid of the bonnet and increase the cooling of that vehicle, and he is still in 4th, so still a pretty solid race. They're up 4 places from their starting position and plenty of time still to go. Tim Darracott in 5th for Effect Esports. Him and Alistair Catchpole, they've been there or thereabouts all race, but currently seem to be in a bit of a downtime. I think as well, having made one less pit stop, they have perhaps dropped off a little bit from threatening for a podium, but we'll have to see what happens. 12 seconds down the road from them, Daniel Taylor is driving the Texense Fitski Ares car. Now, they qualified on the front row, so they'll be bitterly disappointed with where they are. And they are also another team that are on a perhaps less favourable pit strategy, having not pitted now in 18 laps. That is longer than nearly everyone else in the GT4 field. Following them a minute down the road, we spoke to his teammate earlier. It's Trevor Anderson for D-Line Racing. They aren't last, though, in class. They've still got 2 people behind them. Christian Ribeiro, driving the Track Limit Racing GT4, is half a lap down on D-Line and half a lap ahead of the final remaining GT4 today, Brian Spikerman for RTL Racing Team Lindbergh. Now, we have had 4 casualties for GT4. We have lost on lap 92, or actually they're still driving. They've come back out after what must have been some severe damage earlier. Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters, that car is looking pretty clean, so it's probably being repaired. Luis Rivera Colon driving it right now. And then the 49 Motorsports Magenta car has been in the pits for 16 minutes. So I suspect we're looking at retirement for Eric Biggs and his teammates. They are currently in 11th place in class. Everyone's favourite team name, Hugh Jass. They've been in the wars today. They had to retire on lap 80, 81. And Alex Marsh, way back on lap 9 in the FTR Esports GT4 Yellow, has also had to retire. Moving on to the TCRs, Ryan Chevalier in FTR Esports TCR. He is leading. It's been, if it's not been an RD car today, it's been Ryan Chevalier in the FTR Esports that's been leading, and he's had support in the YouTube chat from Kay Keita, a name that I think we can all get behind. And he is currently 24 seconds clear of Ethan Bass in the Texense Fitzy Athena car. It's quite odd to see, but there's no RD Simsport cars in the top 2. Our best one is Neil Ferrier in 3rd, but he is a minute behind Ryan Chevalier, having pitted far more recently. So again, alternate pit strategies. We'll see how that works out for them. Following him, 15 seconds down the road, Sim 3D Sport Robocop, currently being piloted by Andy Fox, who is himself 8 seconds ahead of George McKay in the Prismatic Motorsports Academy. And then we tail off a bit to James Holman in the RD Sim Sport 2. They, it looks like, have recently taken tyres and perhaps had some damage to that car, because they were certainly closer than 3 minutes behind Ryan Chevalier when I last checked. Jason Fryer of Driveline Simsport is in 7th, and then a few laps down, Tom Minor in the Track Limit Racing TCR, and the only Audi I will always support when we've got drivers driving a rarely seen car in one of these fields. Tim, I believe you're back. How are you ready for the last hour of mad racing?
Refueled, refreshed, ready to go, Chris, as always. As you say, an hour left. Well, 54 minutes and 15 seconds, there we go, to be exactly precise. And still, everything all up for grabs. Still so many positions, you know, not decided. Incredibly close battles going on. Obviously, when we were just running for the order, we did see into the pits, Cooks's just taking on some new tyres and a new tank of fuel. That's going to see them through. Ooh, it's going to be a bit close, but that should get them through and home to the end of the race. I think that is them done and dusted, providing they don't have any incidents now until the checkered flag. Also, to keep you updated on Stewart's decisions. So, the Track Limit Racing GT3, the Ferrari, which you mentioned, retired. That has been served a penalty. Now, obviously, because it's retired, it can't take that. So, it's been issued a 30-second hop and stop and hold even, penalty, which is going to be served at the next race. There's also an incident under investigation, which has come to our attention in the last couple of minutes between the FTR eSports TCR, the Vulcan Sim Racing 207 GT4, and also the RD Sim Sport GT4 as well. So we'll keep you posted on the latest of what's happening then as soon as we find out. And let's see how this is going to pad out, because we've got a little bit of a battle on here between Prismatic and RPM. And, well, let's say we've got a bit of a battle on here. That is RPM and Lamborghini making a relatively light work there at the Prismatic Porsche. And that gets them up into 7th place overall and in class right now. Nice easy move and to extend it. I mean, the Porsche will be in the slipstream, but Prismatic seem to, and definitely a few of the Porsches as well, have seemed to struggle out of that final hairpin so far today, Chris.
Yeah, it's a tricky one to get right, because if you brake, I mean, braking early is good in some ways, but over 4 hours you will lose a lot of track time if you're cautious around there. Like with a lot of corners on this track, you really need to commit to them to gain the lap time. That's why you see Sean Campbell, and that's why you see the Deutsche Payment team so far ahead, because they're just so comfortable throwing that car in at really high speeds around those corners. But there is, you know, if you're not able to get it round at high speed, at least get it round, because if they finished right now, I'm pretty sure Prismatic Motorsports would take a P8 over a DNF, which if you drive overly aggressive for 4 hours, you will inevitably get. Some of the teams who are sometimes victims of bad luck, I think it's probably fair to say, are as much victims of their own aggression as they are bad luck. I'm certainly not going to point any names, because it happens to all of us at all times. Even a driver like me, who is relatively placid, has had races ended by my own aggression that were really the other driver's fault. But you always think there's something I could have done differently. And if a driver's taken that chicane, that hairpin, that little bit easier just to make sure they get round, I don't think there's anything wrong with it in an endurance race. But the other thing I've noticed is that lap times do seem to be falling away quite a little bit now, because for example, I know they were in traffic, but RPM and Prismatic on that last lap were about 2 seconds a lap slower than their fastest lap times.
So, do we think, Chris, that this is maybe just, you were talking about it earlier, in terms of where, and also Campbell mentioned it as well when we had a bit of a chat to him earlier on, where the drivers are double or even triple stinting their tyres now, that lack of available grip is starting to come into play. And also, as you mentioned, rightly so, there's build-up of marbles off the racing line, where if you get it slightly wrong, the time loss is even greater than what it would have been at the start of the race. I mean, track temperatures keep up to date. You can see it on the top of your screen right now. That's down to 21 degrees Celsius. That's the lowest it's been so far today. Of course, it will be. We're currently at 5 to 8 p.m. in the evening right now, so it's only going to get colder. And I think we're from memory, Chris, about 20 minutes away from sunset here. So we're going to have, you know, additional some 25 minutes or so of racing past sunset.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if any drivers adjust to that better than others. For example, as producer Sean's just pointed out to us, backmarker Racing Yellow do not have their headlights, so that's going to be let's call that a unique challenge for Stephen Jones, assuming that he is the driver finishing the race. They're probably looking at one more pit stop now.
Oh, Chris, apologies about cut across you there. There was one of the TCR. Wow, I'm not sure how they managed it. But I think that might have been the Driveline Sim Sports Hyundai Elantra that was pointing across, well, side on across the pit exit. Looked like I'm not sure if they had a collision with the wall on the outside. We're getting a replay. Hopefully this might give us a few answers. And I've got a tree right in the middle of my way from being able to see Chris. So
he just took a bit too much speed into the corner, and very nearly tagged a car coming out the pit lane there. I imagine for that car coming out the pit lane, it was a adrenaline pumping moment. But no harm, no foul, I guess is the other way of looking at that. But yeah, Jason Freya, very lucky to have not collected someone else on his re-entry there. This is Ivo Linden for Stage 1 Racing Green, who were the near victims of that. And you can just see on the left there, that car reversing in. Oh my lord. Yeah, if I'm Ivo Linden, I would now need the toilet, I think.
Wow. That was definitely a breathe in, everyone type moment. Now, bit of drama for you at the top end of TCR. So FTR that have looked really strong and really dominant, as part of that steward's decision that was under investigation, they've picked up a 20-second time penalty for causing a collision. Now that really shakes things up a little bit, and it really is game on at the sharp end in TCR. Now, that time penalty, I don't think, so they haven't pitted, so they haven't taken it.
I don't think they need to pit again, so I think that's going to be applied at the end of the race. So they'll be begging for no more safety cars.
Yeah, that'll. Even so, Chris, if you're right and they haven't taken it yet, then as things stand at the moment, they would finish. Apologies about this, just trying to do some quick maths in my head. They would be demoted to second place because RD Simsport are 15 seconds behind them. Third place, currently Texans, Ethan Bass at the helm for them, is 8 seconds down the road from RD Simsport 3. So that would make them just outside. Yeah, they're 23 seconds, so they need to try to make about 3.5 seconds. That's one between now and the end of the race. If FTR haven't taken that penalty to bump themselves up in position. So drama all the way down to the final stages, and like you say, Chris, let me pray there is no safety car here in the closing stages. And wow, I mean, I think we were talking earlier about, obviously, the headlight situation. Having commentated on a single-seater race that, due to a miscalculation by the league, I know was trying to make it as immersive and true to life of starting the race at the right time, but just not realising what time it got dark in the UK as we were racing at Silverstone. That finished in the pitch black, and yeah, I can tell you, even with the limited headlights that some of these cars will have, it's a little bit of a struggle. But those who've elected and been a bit more forward-thinking had fitted their car with the endurance light package, so gives them additional headlights both at the bases. Ooh, back marker! Wow, you talked about the new underwear earlier, Chris. Nearly into the rear end of the prismatic TCR there. Stephen Jones, well, be breathing a big sigh of relief. Still currently in third. I mean, well, they were on for a race victory, but still 26 seconds down the road from leader Campbell, and also only 12 seconds down the road from Sim 3D Sport Predator.
And on the last lap, they were the fastest car on track. Now, of course, they've had a bit more traffic on this lap, so they've gone 2 seconds a lap slower. But I don't think that 13-second gap to Yannis Allbert is particularly insurmountable. The only trouble might be that if you remember back to the halcyon days of 2 hours ago, as we see what happened to Rich Courtois here, I think he might well get a tap there from the RD Simsport car. Don't think they were going so fast that they'd lose control around the apex like they did. But he's lost the position there. But Eric Molinatti is into the pits. But I think Stephen Jones and Backmarker Racing can catch Yannis Allbert if the tyres hold up. Now, the other car I've noticed that's done something very clever, I think, is P37, 21st in class, Track Limit Racing GT3 488. They were served, if you remember, a 30-second stop and hold that they were going to have to serve in the next race as the car has retired. Now, they were stopped in the pit lane for 15 minutes, and they've come back out. The stewards have issued a correction and say they're not retired, 30-second stop and hold to be served in this race. They've now served that stop and hold. I presume they probably would be falling foul of some sportsmanship rules if they now retire the car, but they've basically given themselves, they've cleared a penalty that they were going to have to serve in the next race. Now, obviously, they're not fighting for anything because they are 11 laps down on the next car in their field, but, you know, I think that's very intelligent race management from the Track Limit Racing team. I think
it sounds a little bit like a 200 IQ move there from them. As you mentioned, I mean, the next car, yeah, as you mentioned, they've got about 3 laps. So yeah, they're behind the next nearest car. So yeah, it's a bit of a challenge for him. And as producer Sean, he got there before I could even mention it. Also, remember, I'm trying to think which season it was. It's going back many years. I want to say 98, I think it was. Schumacher in Formula 1 at Silverstone? It was Silverstone, yeah. I'm just being confirmed that. It was obviously the legacy version on iRacing. Got issued a penalty, but served it by coming in on the final lap. So obviously took what will be the white flag here in iRacing to say 1 lap to go, and then came into the pits then to serve it. And he was in the rules. It was through a big. It was after due to a big loophole that he managed to do that. Needless to say, as people find loopholes, they instantly get tightened up. As see Sakanya there just in the background. Being held up a little bit by a couple of the TCRs, having to be patient and wait the time. One of them is your leader there, the FTR eSports Chevalier, currently running 29th overall, obviously leader in class. Now coming past the Audi track limit, you are running last in class at the moment, and well, you really see the speed difference and the power difference there. A 4-cylinder engine versus a V10, making light work, just breezing past them. Chris, I think we're starting to maybe about 10 minutes off, starting to get up into result prediction time. Really, just looking at strategy elements of who needs to have a bit of a look at things and whatnot. Is where is everyone? Where who has still got to stop? We've got GT3 Apex Tex Racing. They've just popped in. That's going to be them fueled up and ready to go for the remainder race. And we've had just on that ruling there, Tom Minot has been into the chat. Good to hear from you. Something I've commented on many times. The 488 can still get 90% rule and score points, but it will be tight. It will get to the 90% mark only if it remains green all the way to the checkered flag. Really good point there, Tom. Really good point, and clearly that's what they're looking to try and bag a few extra points, although looking at it, I don't know if it's the same for yourself, Chris. I think they've come back in again, or they've stopped somewhere.
They do appear to still be driving. They are 14 laps behind Sean Campbell, so I'm imagining we'll be over 130 laps by the time we get to the end of this race. So it's very, very tight. Of course, the other solution is we have 10 safety car periods and 10 wave rounds. I think someone will have been paid off if you get to that stage. Well, a lot of people have been paid off if you get to that. Yeah, that would perhaps, I think Nelson Piquet Jr. would even be surprised at that level of race fixing. But no, I think you're saying in terms of race prediction, it seems to that all 4 classes currently the leaders. I mean, Sean Campbell's actually the leader with the smallest gap to their nearest rival, which for how much we've been singing his praises, you'd expect him to be as far ahead as the other teams. But no, Yannis Ulber for Sim3D Sport Predator is still only 14 seconds down the road. He's been matching the pace, really, as has Stephen Jones. So the podium does seem set, but like you said, all it takes is one thing happening that's a bit off. Has something happened to Stephen Jones here as we're seeing a replay? I don't think anything has.
No,
we are live. And he's nice clear air. So we'll see if he can bring that 11-second gap down a bit further to Yannis Ulber, because that seems to be, for the top GT3s, the main potential battle we'll have coming up.
Just saw previously on the replay the 4th place FTR Esports BMW GT3 just running it in a bit deep there, trying to get past one of the TCRs. It's Garrett D'Alessandro, the helm, and that's a surname that always sticks with me, Chris. For those of you that love Football Manager, or Championship Manager as it was back in the day, Used to be an Argentinian player for Real Madrid who used to be able to pick up incredibly cheaply, and there's always 1-2 players every year that were always really like OP and go on to do great things, and Alessandro was one of them. Well, I think he ended up at Villarreal in the end and didn't have quite a career that promised him. He was a attacking centre midfielder. But there you go.
You're in danger of sending me down a Wikipedia wormhole after the race with this kind of chat.
Yes, I am. Definitely, or that's even if you can wait that long, Chris. I know you're a lover of the Football Manager series. But yeah, I mean, as you say, really interesting point there that Campbell, for all of his dominance, we've got a replay here. GT4 versus TCR, just both running in a bit deep there by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think, again, that's possibly deliberate. Oh, maybe not. But like we said, it's very easy to mess up your braking point there. And this prismatic car, Tim, it's just constantly in battles for round about 7th, 8th, 9th. I swear they've been in a battle the entire race.
I think so as well. And I mean, you just obviously into that final hairpin, we're starting to see, we've seen pretty much an incident per lap from one car or another. You mentioned earlier about the marble and the build up off the racing line, so bits of rubber that come off the tyres, and you can in certain parts of the track, certain camera angles, you'll really be able to see those. Do you think it's obviously when the cars are obviously moving offline onto those marbles that's what's extending their braking period, where obviously they're not getting the maximum amount of grip from the tyres due to being on those, well, literally like marbles, and it's causing them to overshoot and run in a bit too deep?
Yep, I reckon that's probably the main factor, but there's several other things that could contribute. Fatigue leading to errors. We're 3.5 hours into this race now, so these are going to be some very tired drivers indeed. And I think there's an element of some of these cars will have bits of damage to them, which just makes them that little bit more unpredictable. And that's very kind driving from Neil Ferrier in the RD SimSport 3 car there. Just getting, he's not obliged to get out of the way, but it just avoids any untoward incidents, because I think he's trying to protect that 4th place he currently occupies in the TCRs. But no, it's good to see, even after 3.5 hours, we've still got pretty intense battle here between these 3 cars for what is, I say only, I don't want to diminish their achievements, but it is only 7th place within their class that they're fighting for. But, there are points on offer. This could make a huge difference by the end of the race, and that's why Roy Mars, in the Stage 1 Racing Senior GT car, is just moving that car out of the draft for the prismatic behind it, and no changes of position have happened at that corner.
Wow. This freeway battle raining on Gannon, RPM, who just onto the grass. They're trying to find a way past, weaving left and right behind the prismatic Porsche 911 there. And let's not forget, RPM, they were one of the front runners early on, just caught out a bit by the safety cars, and so they've fallen down through the field now. And just while they're leaving each other alone for a few seconds, Tom Why Not, he's kindly been in the chat, had his abacus out, doing the calculations for us. Thank you very much to that, sir. So he estimates that this race is going to go to 130 laps. Sorry, that's what the track limit racing car needed to achieve to hit the 90% mark. He also says great work with the broadcast. Thank you very much for your kind words for that. Really appreciate that. Look forward to seeing you out on track soon, Tom. We've also had one of the drivers pop into the pits. Yes, that who it was. It was 11 temps. Brian Crawford's got into the car. They are currently 12th overall now. After that pit stops, they're fueled up, ready to go right to the end of the race. And and also Catchpole has got into the car for Effect eSport. Well, I say just, that was about 20 minutes ago. He hopped in for them. They're looking to make a bit of progress up through the field. Another team ready to go right to the end here, as we're heading towards the final half an hour. And just saying earlier, Chris, Stage 1 Senior GT. Another car that was at the sharp end after the end of the second safety car. They have just dropped back a little bit, but still lots of different pit strategies that are being played out here live amongst, well, pretty much the top, I'd say, getting on for the top 10 cars in GT3. So this will not finish shaking out until right to the end, but that Lamborghini looking incredibly racy right now, desperately trying to find a way past the prismatic Porsche. You said, Chris, seems to have been locked in one battle or another pretty much the entirety of the race, and has been incredibly good at defending and just maintaining that, well, that gap. I mean, they've got to go for the gap, but they've been maintaining that gap, obviously, written across their rear wing.
Nicely done there, Tim.
Thank you.
I don't know how much this is confirmation bias on my part, but it feels like the bulk of the overtaking we've seen today in the GT3 field has been performed by Lamborghinis. I don't know if I'm really, I think I don't necessarily think it's the fastest car on a single lap. Having said that, our pole position was literally a Lamborghini. That pole position Lamborghini currently in the pit lane, taking what should be its final stop, with Stephen Jones behind the wheel. Look at the traffic here, Tim. Goodness me.
Chris, I don't know if you caught that, but that was incredibly well played there by Brie Widner, because what she did was allowed the Stage 1 Senior Lamborghini just to go ahead of the TCR and the GT4 there, but just covered it off the inside line to prevent Gannon of RPM heading up the inside, and just made him wait behind her, and allowed the GT4 and the TCR to negotiate the final chicane, and then foot to the floor, breeze past them as they're just making light work of another of the TCRs there. That is the Sim3D Sport, who's having a little bit of a cheeky look at the inside of RPM's there. They've got, just trying to spot that's I think it's one of the Stage 1 cars there, isn't it? The Porsche just behind them. But yeah, incredibly well played there, and that traffic management part, it's something we talked about numerous times here during our broadcast, but it is so crucial. But this could be the move on, and yet again, as you said, Chris, another move by the Lamborghini. But this is not done and dusted, because up onto the curbs Patrick Gannon went, and that's when he put on the power. He was still on the curbs. That made the rear end get really loose, Larry, and just move around a bit. But what sort of pace down the straight has the Porsche got? It's not enough to counteract the mistake, and the Audi TCR is in between them. And Prismatic playing it safe once again, clearly not feeling the most confident on the brakes there into the final chicane. And that has allowed RPM through, and already taking time out of Stage 1 ahead of them, their fellow Lamborghini team. And wow, this is still not done and dusted. Top 9 up. You've been reading for, not only for your abacus out, but you've also been having a bit of a flick through the rule book for us so kindly. Leaders should do 144 laps. Yeah, I think that's completely feasible. And the rule states 90% of the division. Now that is correct. Now, track limit are of course in GT3 Am, not GT3 Pro, so that is based on the leader in that class. Now, the leader in that class is obviously the sister car, as you've mentioned, the track limit racing a Porsche GT3. Molnar, seen on your screen right now, currently there. 8th overall right now. Now, they are just over a lap behind our leaders right now. So it's going to be tight. So it's 90% of the laps that they do. So this is going to be incredibly touch and go, Chris, if that Ferrari track limit GT3 Am team can make the 90% mark.
And it's one of those weird things where you think, is there anything that the Porsche track limit can do to help them? But I don't think there is, because I mean, the most helpful thing they could do is do well, I think as few laps as possible. So if they had lapped the entire, that was close. Oh, well, it was more than close. It was contact, but they got away with it, I think, Tim there, Munoz. And is that the Burt Sim Sports, or is that? I think it is, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That was for position overall between the pair of them, despite being Pro and Am cars, respectively, in their positions in the standings. Now, let's have a bit of a look terms of strategy, well, what's happening out? So RPM, after clearing the prismatic Porsche, have now closed right in to the back of the Stage 1 Lamborghini. More action from the Lamborghinis once again. And here we go. This could be the move. RPM heading to the out. Just trying to size up their opponent, make them outbrake themselves, and they've managed to achieve that. They've pulled alongside. They're going to have the RPM out onto the grass, and now they have to tuck back in as they run down to the hairpin, and they were squeezed to the wall a little bit there, Chris. And you get the feeling maybe the stewards might have a bit of a look at that one. You could probably put it down to a racing incident, but this is where they can surely try to get it done, because they're going to be tucked up right into the slipstream. And I'm most surprised that Gannon isn't on the lights here, just trying to distract, moves to the inside again, just faking that move, trying to almost mind punt Roy Mass, the Dutchman, into making a mistake. He's done it once already, but Mass managed to counteract it by just squeezing Gannon out to the wall. And once again, they still remain as they are, but you know damn well that RPM at the hands of Gannon is going to close right in. And that pressure dial, it's off the scale right now with how much RPM are trying to push Stage 1 into make a mistake.
How spoiled we are to still be getting intense battles like this 3.5 hours into the race, but these two drivers are extremely lucky that they are both still in the race, because that incident, similar to about 3 or 4 others we've seen today, they were inches away from full-on disaster. This has been a race really, the story of which has been those nearly incidents. We could have had an extra 4 or 5 safety cars had there just been slightly more aggression in those moves. This time around, it doesn't look like they're going to be side by side at the exit of that chicane, so no opportunity to repeat. But Tim, I think a move's about to happen.
Or is it? You're going to have RPM round the outside. They're going to be on marbles, and we've seen a bit of progress get their power down, but they remain side by side. But they're going to get boxed in surely by the TCR, but Master cut off the line quick enough, and that allows Gannon to remain along and carry that momentum that he has, and he's nearly the whole car lengths ahead, but Mass is fighting back, but he just has to yield and tuck back onto the racing line. And that is P2 right behind him, the Sim3 eSport Predator BMW. Now, if Mass is clever, he will hook up right behind this BMW and use it to pass Gannon once again.
We've got another battle, Tim. It's never ending.
It's strange to see, you know, always within the last hour they all seem to come back together again and have a good old scrap, a good old ding dong, as you were to use a lovely British phrase, right at the end to just spice things up a little bit here. And D'Alessandro trying to find a way of defending from Molinari, the two Americans, both in BMWs.
Ooh.
In this North American race, and nearly coming together there. And I tell you what, that FTR BMW is looking a little bit loose at the rear, Chris. You get
That was
maybe differences on tyres? No, I don't think it is. I mean, there was a short stop. There's leaders from GT4 just headed into the pits, I think.
Yeah, he does appear to, but he's got a pretty sizable gap to RD Simsport in second. That was a lot of moving under braking from D'Alessandro, and she, I think, got away with the way he did it. But if I'm Eric Molinari in that car behind, I'll be making a note of that and perhaps not being particularly sympathetic if it comes to a move in the next lap or two, because it's not the most cooperative way to be driving into that corner. I do appreciate you, obviously, you know, you've got a right to defend your position. And, you know, there's no more pit strategy going on here. These guys will be going to the end, you would assume. We've only got 23 minutes left. They pitted 12 laps ago. So it's going to be tight, but they should both be able to do it. And they're both in the same machinery. So this one could be for the long haul, Tim.
Wow, you look ahead. I tell you what, D'Alessandro knows it. Go defensive uber early there. And just trying to slow it up to prevent Molinari getting on the accelerator and carrying that momentum where he was on the racing line. And the Lamborghini behind him, that is a lapped car. Molinari tucks it right in the slipstream as D'Alessandro defends for FTR for pretty much this position. And almost for his life, it feels like they come into the final chicane. They're going to, of course, being identical cars, they're going to be strong and they're going to be weak in exactly the same parts of the track. Now, this is where it gets maybe a little bit trickier, a little bit harder as they're coming up behind the track limit TCR, and just that tried to get out of the way, but almost Alessandro not expecting him to take the racing line. He just had to jinx out to the left, and that could have been tricky because the Alpine Star car piloted Molinari behind could have ended up in the back of them, but luckily had just enough of the gap to slide out from behind behind the Audi TCR, and they all remain in one apiece. But Molinari is really pushing, just maintaining that 0.2 of a second gap to D'Alessandro. And how long can D'Alessandro absorb this pressure? He's got 21.5 minutes to do so, Chris. This is going to be tight, and look, he's using every bit of slipstream of every back marker that they come around and flash the lights from the Lamborghini, say, don't forget about me, it's not just these two, I'm coming through as well. Wow, if it was me, Chris, and I know you feel the same, man, I think we buckle under this pressure. Well, we already would have done.
Yeah, I would be in the wall now if that was me. I do think D'Alessandro is the way he's moving to get back online. Sort of, he's doing it in a, he's positioning his car, then braking and moving back onto the line. I would say it's technically it's fine, but I can see that leading to an incident if somebody else misjudges how he's doing that, if he keeps doing it. So like you're just seeing him doing it there again. It's worth doing in the sense that it gives you the best corner possible. Oh, a bit of a touch there. Oh, this is ending with a crash, Tim. I'm scared.
I am as well. That was a bit of a netcode incident there, where the service just didn't quite align with one another and just caused Alessandro just to get a little bit squirrely under exit because it was only a light touch, got away with it. And you can tell just how hard he's pushing. You alluded to earlier, Chris, where he's just dipping back into partially to cars he's lapping, just trying to eke out a little bit of slipstream to reduce that drag being put on his car to just get that little edge. And this is what we're talking about, is fine margins here in Canada in round 2 of the Sim 3D GT series. We've got 20 minutes on the clock. That is all remaining out of 4 hours of racing. And this is what it comes down to. 2 temps different for 4th place. And that could be the mistake that allows Molinari through. And they almost touch as Molinari almost gets into the rear 3/4 panel. He has to back out of it a little bit. But having said that, D'Alessandro getting the much better run out where he had that wider line, and Molinari is tucked up once again. He's forced to go to the outside. D'Alessandro defending early yet again. It's going to take a big move around the outside. Molinari keeps his nose in it and forces the move to take 4th place for Alpine Stars in spectacular fashion.
It was an absolutely fantastic overtake, and you saw the difference there to the previous laps as Molinari was able to get alongside, which meant D'Alessandro couldn't go back onto the racing line when he was getting back into the braking zone, and that was the difference. That is fantastic driving from both drivers, but in particular Eric Molinari, a very well worked overtake and a very brave way to do it. As you can see, so confident on the brakes there, but well done to both drivers because there was no contact for pretty much at all in that 5 or 6 lap battle. But not the only battle we've got on the track. We've got, I think, TCRs, we've still got a battle. Andy Fox and Ethan Bass. This is for 2nd in the TCR class. And there have been battles for the podium position pretty much all race long, I feel like it's been.
There's so many intriguing battles we've had the entirety of the race, isn't there? And yeah, again, positions being decided by 10th of a second. 18 minutes left on the clock here in Canada, and time is definitely ticking down, and opportunities starting to run out as the sun is fully setting and those lights becoming more and more prominent on each of the cars. And there is only half a second between Texans and Sim3D RoboCop in front of them. Bass in the Texans machine. Fox in the Sim3D car. Both high on the Elantras. And both trying to slipstream each other and use the traffic around. Try and just pull away and just gain that fine edge, exactly the same way of we've just seen in the battle between Molinati and D'Alessandro.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that it's the same. We didn't really see a huge amount of overtakes down the big main straight, or back straight rather, in the first few hours of the race. I wonder if maybe that's a track conditions thing, or maybe it's just where the field's spread out a bit more, and maybe also where we're getting to the end of the race. It is now the time to take those risks, because you are now racing for track position, not just to make sure you're still there for the end of the race. And what's happened here to Max Voida in the track limit car? Are they going wide around the hairpin? I think they've had to eject. Now that is a car, as with Tom Minor's calculations in YouTube chat, that is a car that does not want to be taking any risks whatsoever, because they need to get to that 90% in order to have finished the race. And David Van Slambrook doing quite well to keep that out of the wall as well. He is 12 seconds ahead of the JD Sim Racing car, so they are not home and dry in 19th for GT3s just yet. Now, RD Sim Sport, they've made up 10 positions in GT3. They're currently in P12. I don't think they need to pit again. Burnt Sim Sports ahead of them might need to, so they might still be able to make them another place. But to make 10 places up in that field, that's really good going, I think.
It's incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible, isn't it, when you think about, what is an incredibly competitive class with fine margins. We saw it last time out in the TCR's debut to this championship, where they were just pretty much following each other like one long train. It brought back memories for myself of 2018, I want to say. Yes, 2018 Le Mans, when we had for pretty much the first 2.5 hours, the whole of the GTE Pro field, nose to tail, all the different manufacturers. Of course, that was the season when we had BMW in there. The only time, the only year that they entered GTE, we had the Ford, we had the Porsche, the Ferrari, the Aston as well. Although the Astons, they did struggle a bit that weekend because they've been hit badly by the balance of performance tweaks that have been made. So they'd one spar majorly, as producer Sean's just jogged my memory there in my ear. Thank you for that, kind sir.
I think
it was epic racing, and it's exactly what we see here from the TCR class.
Within the TCR class, I think something has happened to Neil Ferrier in the RD Sim Sport 3 car. I think they've had to tow to the pits, and possibly, I think Catchpole's just made a scheduled stop, but it's a bit late for that. But this is what's happened to Alistair Catchpole, as we have some trees in the way. Oh, that's the outside of the curb. And has he made contact? No, but maybe their tyres, maybe they were trying to triple stint their tyres, and it's just not gone too well, because I'm not sure they need to. Oh, okay, that might be why they need to pit. Okay. And that will explain also what happened to the RD. That's a real shame, and that just shows you often how one mistake can compound into another one. And it's a shame for both those cars, who raced very well for 3 hours and a half, or 3 hours and 45 now, and with so little time left on the clock, it's all been thrown away. Like Effect, I believe, were in 4th at the time, and they'll be dropping down. At the very least, they're in 7th now. So this is from Neil Ferrier. Oh, yeah, not a huge amount Ferrier could have done based on his onboard. And he'll be extremely frustrated. He's realised immediately his steering is broken, and he has done the very gentlemanly thing of towing to the pit lane. And Tim, the track remains incredibly busy.
It is. It's like they've all come together for a crescendo of a finish here in Canada. There's Texans now having to defend hard. There's there's a spinning free there. That will, well, that's, I definitely wasn't want to lose a lap up there. That is the track limit GT3. Let's right on board with them to see what's happened to them, how they lose it. We'll run it in a bit too deep. And exactly the same as what Catchpole had done for FX literally only on the lap prior.
This is what I was saying earlier about an hour in, that is the corner to watch out for at the end, because it is in my opinion, the easiest corner on the track to lose it at, just because of the awkward camber and the amount of speed you're trying to carry through into that corner. The curb can really unsettle the car, and where I think some of these drivers might be trying to make those tyres last a little bit longer than they should, with some angry flashing going on right now. Well, I presume angry, it's certainly persistent flashing.
Yeah, it is angry from Textense.
Somewhere out there, James Parfit is rolling in his, well, he's alive, but he's rolling in his grave. He's not happy.
I'd tell you what, that is the RD SimSport 2 car that is ahead of him, that he's desperately trying to get past. Now, let's not forget, it is down to the car behind to make a pass and make a pass safely, but he is profusely flashing his lights to find a way through. And it is even more pronounced now as we're heading into the cover of darkness. 11 minutes left on the clock here in round 2. And you get the feeling, I was going to say, I'll be on the lights once again, and there they are. And there's a famous bit of British touring car footage where John Cleland gives a one-fingered salute from history, and Murray Walker, commentator, says, styles it out by saying, "I'm going for first," says John Cleland, and well, you get the feeling that's what Bass is doing right now. Inside the cockpit is this high Hyundai Elantra.
I think he's sticking 2 fingers up right now because he's going for second. But we'll see if from the gyroscope camera, maybe the iRacing simulator driver, that should be a button they can map to get the driver to just stick some fingers up at the other driver. But yeah, this could well be going to the end of the race. Actually, I'll tell you what, I've just realised, Tim, that's the 358. That's not the position. That's not Andy Fox. That's James Holman. That's probably why he's angry. Because
that's correct. It's a lapped car. He's desperate to try and clear them because he's just sat there watching his relative and knowing that gap is growing between himself and second place Sim 3D Robocop. And that's why he's on the lights constantly, because he's desperately trying to clear it. And as I was saying earlier, Chris, let's not forget, it is down to the car doing the lapping to pass safely and responsibly. And
Head Steward James Rivet has posted in the Stewards Announcements channel on the Discord server, "Can cars please use their flashes appropriately?" Which may well be in response to what we're seeing right now, and he has actually stopped, so that does seem to work. Now, like you're saying, it is, it's the responsibility of the passing car. The only time that James Holman's going to be in actively the wrong is if he doesn't facilitate the pass when Ethan Bass goes to make it. However, I can completely understand the TechSense driver's frustration here, because he can see the fact that Andy Fox is just up the road and he's still catching him, and he's just got another same class driver in the way. All it is going to be doing is infuriating him. But really what he could be doing is seeing if he can use James Holman as a battering ram to get through. The one thing he doesn't have to worry about is because the RD SimSport 3 car isn't around, there's no risk of team orders, which we may well have seen in the past with a sneaky accident at Belgium.
Oh, losing it on the brakes there did RD SimSport. The rear end going really Larry, and this Textense finally the opportunity to get past, and they'll be feeling like it's going to be calmer, but I tell you what, RD SimSport, they're keeping their foot flat to the floor and they are not making it easy. You imagine they're going to just yield a little bit, but here comes the 11 temps card, so they have backed out of it to allow the Porsche GT3 car through. But wow, Bass, head down now and grind out, reducing this gap to the car in front of you, because this is going down right to the wire. But there's not long left on the clock here, Chris. 8 minutes 40 is all we have left.
Oh no, exactly. But that's why James Holman wasn't going to let go, because George Mackay in the Prismatic Academy only 4.5 seconds up the road. Now they are running out of time, but it's an opportunity. That's not going to happen because Holman has just crashed. But Roy Matt here and Bree Widner. Again, like we were saying earlier, that Prismatic Athena car has just wanted to be in battles all day long. And this one looks like it's going absolutely to the wire.
So they come down onto the brakes. You see the much tighter line there being opted by the Prismatic Porsche versus the Stage 1 Senior Lamborghini ahead of them. Defending to that inside line incredibly early on, not to allow Widner to sneak up the inside. And wow, you can see there by the steering inputs just how squirrely that Porsche is getting under acceleration. It's not too bad, but definitely a bit more confident over the bumps of the curbs is Widner compared to Mass. Really closing up, and it's not just me, Chris, but you're starting to see wider lines being taken by Mass. Do you think he's maybe struggling for a bit of grip out there?
Yep, and I think there's probably going to be an element of mirror driving as well, just because of how difficult it is to follow a car, especially at this stage of the race. You can see on the way into the Wall of Champions chicane, just Widner looking for any possible room on the track. And again, this is still, this battle is far from over. And we've got Neil Ferrier to talk to as well, who his race has not gone particularly well for the RD Sim Sport 3 car. 121 laps, and you've unfortunately, I believe, had to retire the car, Neil. So that must be a real shame when you were fighting for a strong finish earlier in the race.
Yeah, that's pretty gutting, to be honest with you. Getting that far in after having quite a few incidents in traffic earlier on. To work my way back up to that, yeah, it's not a big gritty TCRs, but around here it's pretty hard work to do it yourself. So to get back up to to get to lead the race was a bonus, and then to be in the podium fight towards the end there, unfortunately, I think GT4 spun out and got caught up with him on the exit of the corner, but it's in the hands of the stewards now, so we'll see what happens at the end.
Well, the stewards have just announced that any penalties from now on will be post-race penalties, so that could, at the very least, that might well help you in the next race if something does happen there. But how have the GT4s been in the way of lapping the touring cars today? Because they're quite similarly paced around this track.
Yeah, some of them are good, some of them, I think the brakes are a wee bit better, and yeah, it's just the usual multi-class racing sort of thing where they're in a battle and they need to get past you to stay with the boy that they're fighting with or the car that they're fighting with, which is understandable, but some of them just need to, I think just need to hold back on some of the moves, like when GT3s are coming through as well. They were trying to squeeze into gaps that GT3s were making as well, which didn't really help, but yeah, that is what it is, and look, it makes it interesting. It definitely keeps you on your toes for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, how are you finding the track choices? Because they're reasonably unusual so far for this kind of multi-class, but certainly from our perspective, it's led to some quite intense racing. Has it been enjoyable from your perspective?
Oh, 100%. The FTR boys run the league's mega. It's probably one of the best leagues that I've been in for multi-class, to be honest with you. So, and how just how the safety cars and stuff work just makes it enjoyable. It gets you thinking on strategy as well, and then it's like, do I pit under safety car, do I not, and stuff like that. No, it's definitely it's the tracks are, I like the track choice this year, but for this season. So yeah, we'll see how it goes for the next one, hopefully.
Yeah, well, commiserations for today, and good luck for round 3 in a few weeks' time, and thank you for having a chat with us, Neil.
No worries, thanks boys for putting the show on for the stream, and obviously the FTR guys for putting the league together as well.
Cheers.
Thanks boys.
Well, Chris, we're inside the last 5 minutes. We've been racing for 3 hours and 55. And a bit of few drivers having to make splash and dashes here in the dying stages. Not too long ago, we had 3D Sport in. We had Backmarker. They popped in also. more recently, RPM, they've had it in epic battle they've been involved in. And also, Stage 1 Senior, we saw them locked in that massive battle with Prismatic. Well, they've had to come into the pits for a quick splash and dash. So there's definitely a few teams out there. RPM, another one and two. So I tell you what, Prismatic, after, you know, starting a bit further down the field, they're up to 6 overall. A stunning result for them. They're going to be really, really happy with that one. Likewise, 49 Motorsport, they required a bit of a top up to see them through to the end here. And a few drivers starting to get caught out a little bit by their fuel calculations.
Yeah, I think there might be a few teams hoping Sean Campbell comes across this line after the clock goes to 1 minute 40, well, 1 minute 37 really, but I think he's going to come across before that. So we've got 2 laps minimum left, I think. Yeah, it will be 2 laps after the one Sean Campbell is currently on. If he was just that little bit slower, we could have 1 less lap, and there might well be some teams on this grid right now who have underfueled by 1 lap, and it's a bit late now if they've got to that stage to really do anything about it. You certainly can't fuel save a lap's worth of fuel in 2 minutes. Trust me, I have tried. It does not work.
Chris, this is the one battle's not done and dusted. The 5th place overall, Prismatic. Apex Tech Racing, only 4 temps right behind them. Porsche versus Porsche USA versus the UK. And this is going to go down right to the wire. This is one of your closest battles on track. There's another one in TCR as well between TechSense and Sim3D RoboCop. That's a bit close there, but let's stick with this one for the moment because we've seen what the potential place for Barrett of Apex Tech Racing, who Tim, you haven't mentioned too much so far this race. They've kept themselves to themselves. That one for a really good result is that Widner seems to be just maybe lacking that slight bit of confidence into the braking zones and more so dealing with traffic, plays it a bit more cautious, and you get the feeling this is where Barrett is going to strike.
Well, yes, but equally Bree Widner has defended really, really well pretty much entirely for the last 45 minutes for a host of different drivers, like not overly defending, not getting silly with it, not compromising her own lines, but placing that car really well just to sort of, you know, coach the other cars into not making moves in silly places, and then just into the chicane at the end of the lap, placing that car again really well. And you know, it's just gone really well. And yeah, look, if Sean Campbell just decided to stop for 20 seconds, he could win the race now. But I'm not sure that would be seen as particularly sporting. We've got 1 lap left to go. Galit D'Alessandro has had to pit for the FTR Esports team from 5th, so that might well be for these two. I think he's probably too far up the road, but yeah, that's another driver that's had to splash and dash. Eric Molinatti.
Oh, Chris, hold on, because look who's come up right behind them. That is Gannon of RPM. And now, what was a 2-way battle is going to fast become a 3-way battle. Widner is defending for everything she can do now. As you mentioned, white flag has flown. There's 1 lap left for the leader. These guys have got another whole complete lap to try and sort themselves out as Widner bounces across the curbs there and nearly loses it into the wall of champions. There is the white flag. Here we go. Apex Tech up the inside, and this is going to be the change for position. There's all Widner just nearly turns in and nearly hits them. But RPM are now tucked up right behind in the Lamborghini. But they want to use all those extra cylinders in that V10 to squeeze away past. But you think, I mean, Chris, Gannon is surely going to wait for the back straight, or is he? Is he going to try and get it done earlier? He's really trying to squeeze the pressure on right now to get it done early.
If Patrick puts his tactics hat on, he'll realise that doing it on the back straight is best because there's no recourse for comeback. But here we see, Tim, Sean Campbell taking one of the easiest wins of his career. Very solidly done. Nearly 30 seconds clear of Yanis Ulber in the Sim3D sport car. But well, Bree is actually
She is, yeah, because they got stuck behind one of the the lap. Gannon just has to back out of it a little bit, thinks twice, just electing to get on the brakes early to take the Tyson line, but Dex compromise against the TCR. I think this might even be done and dusted here, Chris, because look at the exit that Prismatic has got, and although Gannon is in the slipstream for RPM, it's too late. It's not going to be enough, and bar a big shunt into the wall of champions, these three are going to remain as they are. Gannon's giving it a good go, but it's too late. It's already decided. And Apex Tech took the place from Prismatic to finish 6th overall into the first corner, the final lap. Prismatic hold on to 7th, and RPM have to settle for 8th there in a GT3 Pro. And I was just having a bit of a look up and down if drivers are still out on their final laps. But I think we're pretty much done and dusted here, Chris, after what has been 4 hours of, wow, just non-stop racing from the moment we saw the green flag for the first time all the way to the checkered, including the safety cars in between, where we had 2 safety car periods, so 2 restarts. Just, wow, drama.
Such was the drama at the end that we weren't able to follow the TechSense Sim 3D Sport TCR battle, of which Ethan Bass in the TechSense car got the better of Andy Fox in the end to finish 2nd place in class. So congratulations to them for their overtake at the dying embers of the race. In fact, I think we hopefully might be able to see a replay of that now.
We are. Here we go, Chris. And bouncing across comes and into the wall of champions and cannons off it there. Wow. Wow, we didn't get to see that one live. But thank goodness for replays, because that was incredibly close there.
Yeah, that was like you're saying, we're not done with the drama.
We're not
sure how I'm gonna rest easy for my coaching course examination in the morning. The heart rate very much raised as a result of all that.
Wow. Yet again, said about it in the build up to the race about this championship, how it never fails to drama, excitement, action, and how things can turn on their head in an instant. And yet again, it's happened. We saw it 2 weeks ago now in Brands Hatch. We saw it all last season. And yet again, we've seen it here in Canada. And what is now becoming the cover of darkness. Places not being decided until the final corner of the last lap after 4 hours of racing. Wow. I don't think we can add to any more than that, really, can we? Let's just run you through your classified race results now. So RSR by butt kicker taking the victory for Porsche with the Sim 3D Sport Predator BMW on the 2nd step of the podium. Podium's rounded out by Backmarker Racing Yellow. Might hope for a little bit more today to settle for 3rd in Lamborghini, making it 3 different manufacturers on the podium. Always great to see, and only 3 cars to finish on the lead lap as well. Alpine Stars and FTR Esports are 4th and 5th, respectively, for BMW. And then it's 2 Porsches in the form of Apex Tech Racing, just sneaking past Prismatic Motorsports Athena on the first corner of the final lap to finish 6th and 7th, respectively. RPM couldn't quite catch Prismatic in the end, and their Lamborghini had to settle for 8th. Track Limit Racing, they finished 9th for Porsche, and the Lamborghini Stage 1 Senior, who led after the 2nd safety car, finished in 10th. RD Simsport in 11th for BMW, and the last car 1 lap down. Then 2 laps down, we have got, first of all, the 2 Lamborghinis of Bert Simsport and 49 Motorsport. Then it's the 11th attempt Porsche in 14th. 15th is the Lamborghini of Sicania, with Prismatic 3 laps down in 16th. Sim Racing Grid, they are 17th for BMW, with Stage 1 Racing 3 laps down as well. The Stage 1 Racing Green Machine, 4 laps down. JD Simsport, they finished 4 laps off the lead in the end and running out your top 20. Then Track Limit Racing, I believe that is got them within the 90% mark to finish 21st. Apex Tech Racing FTR2, 100 laps down because they finished all the way, retired the car all the way back on lap 44, and unfortunately we lost on lap 11. The Atlantic Motorsport Lamborghini. Let's take a look across at AM. So, Track Limit in the end, comfortably winning the AM category by over a lap to the 2 Lamborghinis of Bert Simsport and Sicania Endurance Motorsport. Both 1 lap down. Then 2 laps down are the Prismatic Motorsport Maneuver. We've got the BMW of Sim Racing Grid in 5th. Stage 1 Racing Green, the Porsche, 3 laps down. And then 14 laps down, and I believe just squeezing in the Ferrari of Track Limit Racing GT3, the sister car to the winner. So there's 2 bookending the GT3 AM standings. That's heading down into GT4. Wow, Aston, they do have the dominance in the championship in terms of number of entries, but locking out the podium once again for the 2nd time in a row this season, with Deutsche Payment comfortably taking the victory, some 40 seconds clear of RD Simsport and Vulcan Simsport. First teams a lap down. Our lone Porsche backmarker Racing Orange, they finished 4th. TechSense in 5th, and then 2 laps down with D-Line. Track Limit Racing GT4 in 7th. Real Team Limburg in 8th. And then Effect, we're into pretty much retirements here. So Effect eSports to retire the car. They finished 9 laps down on lap 126. And then we had the Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters, 49 Motorsport, Hujas, and FTR Esports, who fortunately only managed to survive short of 9 laps. In TCR, wow, drama right to the very end. FTR Esports taking the victory 1 lap ahead of TechSense Fitzy Athena with Sim 3D Sport Robocop in 3rd. Prismatic Motorsport Academy were 2 laps down, likewise with RD Simsport 2 in 4th and 5th, respectively, with Track Limit Racing TCR in 6th. Driveline Simsport 7th, and RD Simsport 3. We spoke to Neil Ferrier earlier, the closing stages of the race, rounding out the field, obviously having to retire the car. Wow, Chris. I think maybe it's time to have a little bit of a chat to some of our drivers. Let's have a bit of a chat first off to Tom Minot. We spoke to you numerous times during the chat. You had the rule book out, you had your abacus out, but
yeah, got Chase Small, the team principal for this weekend, also waiting to come in. He's helping coordinate stuff, so we had a chance to drag him down.
We can most certainly jag Chase in as well.
He's the brains of the operation.
Wow. To take that as a compliment there, Chase. Welcome along. Wow, a real mixed bag. I know you've got numerous teams within this championship, but some really, really great results, and maybe some, a little bit disappointed by maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we got a first place in the AM, so we can't complain with that one. The other one, we had an unfortunate incident on our other GT3 team. They took themselves out, but they still got in, I think, for the points for the 90%. And then we had our GT4 team, who finished about halfway up, was at P7, so they did great. It's a good result for them. Kept it clean the whole race. And then the TCRs, they had a little incident early, but they brought it back and got 2 spots at the end. So, overall, I think we're happy with the team. I think we've got some things we need to go back to the shop and work on, look at the data. But I think, the car's tuned up nice. So everybody back at the shop, we're real pleased with how it's going.
So, according to my calculations, the GT3 AM team in the Ferrari literally just made it in, according to my calculations. But yeah. I'm sure that they need to finish on 129 laps. That is exactly what they did.
Yeah, it was 128.7. So we're hoping that that's a roundup from the stewards. So it should be 129, which is exactly right. So yeah, actually, once we realised that, we got Max and Philip back in the car. First of all, that was to clear the penalty, so we obviously didn't have a carryover for the Nürburgring races, and then actually we realised we still got the 90%, and that's, it's big. I mean, we look at our it's fair to say, Chase, that we look at our average I rating on the entry list here, we're kind of outgunned in GT3, GT4, and TCR. So any time that we're not finishing bottom is pretty good for the team. We've had some, scoring points.
I was going to say, if you take that as well, with that perspective and that win in GT3 AM, that is really got to feel good, especially for Craig, obviously being an American, winning in North America as well. It's going to make it all the more sweeter.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, I mean that's 2 wins for the team. One, the other GT3 team won last time. We won this. They won this time. So we're really pleased. I think we've got a good shot at least coming 1-2 overall. At the end of the season if we keep doing what we're doing.
Definitely. Before we let you both go, anyone want to give a shout out to us all?
Shout out to Tom. Shout out to everybody at Track Limit Racing, all the hard work they put in, all the people back at the shop, all the setup guys. I think we're really running on all cylinders, and hopefully, the next couple races we'll, have some more time in the car. We've got a little bit of a break. Nürburgring's going to be fun. So, enjoyed it.
Definitely.
Finally, Chase alluded, but Dan Vladtek, he's not raced in the first 2 races, but he's done a great job with the livery and all the 4 cars, and he spent hours on that, so he's puts a smile on our face when we're driving around. So great job, Dan. And thank you guys for commentating as well. You've done a great job.
When you guys put on such a great show, it makes our lives so much more easier and all the more enjoyable. And we look forward to seeing you out on track next time. As you mentioned, Nürburgring. It's going to be an interesting one. That.
Cheers.
Thank you.
There we go. That is the guys from Track Limit Racing with, of course, win in GT3. But Chris has disappeared there, so let's have a bit of a chat with your winners here today in GT4. They lost their lead through the safety cars and then had to rebuild it yet again. We're now joined by the Deutsche Payment team, both Ben and Daniel. I mean, wow, it looked like a bit of a walk in the park for you guys out there. I'm sure you're about to tell me it was far from that.
I'd be lying if I didn't say it wasn't a lovely race, to be honest. Honestly, everything went our way. Traffic was really good. The GT3s were fairly well behaved. I think I only had one close call with one of them. So, I mean, we managed the traffic really, really well. Daniel made an absolutely unbelievable setup. So, the pace was good from the get-go. And, honestly, I haven't had many endurance races that were that nice. So, thanks.
Clearly, you're bringing a bit of a look of the Irish to the team there, Ben, definitely.
That's why I'm here.
Definitely. I mean, obviously, as you mentioned, Daniel did an epic, start to the race, built up I think it was around about a 30-second lead, and then, of course, safety car hits. It's got to be so disappointing for you guys, knowing that you've built up this really big lead, and then in the blink of an eye, it's gone.
I mean, we kind of knew that if a safety car came out, we'd lose our lead. Or not lose our lead, but lose our gap, or a big chunk of it. So we were kind of saving fuel the whole time, because that's the only kind of advantage that you can keep, even if a safety car comes out. So we kind of not planned for it, but we had kind of tactics in hand for the safety cars as well.
And that's always interesting, though. And obviously, more so for Daniel, how are you finding the transition? Obviously, last season we saw you in the GT3s. Obviously, moved, say, down. Probably not the best choice of words, but moved to GT4, and obviously the brand new car being the Aston Martin. How are you finding that transition?
It's a pretty nice transition. It's a really nice car to drive. It's a little bit challenging. We had like a little bit of a struggle in the practice sessions, but at the end it worked out pretty good with the setup and everything. So really happy. Makes really, really fun in the GT4s.
Way better than GT3.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely. And obviously we've got Nürburgring coming up. How are you gents feeling about that one? Obviously part of the double header. 2 very different tracks on offer across it. I think correct me if I'm wrong, surely it's got to be maybe a little bit easier for you guys to manage at the Nordschleife compared to the Grand Prix circuit due to the amount of space that's going to be available due to track length.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can't wait. I think it'll be a really fun race. I've been practicing the Nordschleife quite a lot in the last year due to joining a German team. It's kind of mandatory if you do. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I think Daniel is too.
Oh yeah, it's our home track for the team, so like it's probably the track where we have like the most laps done. So yeah, that's our home turf.
Yeah, I think it's one of those tracks, isn't it? Really, being German, you know, it's ingrained into your racing DNA and blood. Likewise for us Englishmen who have Silverstone. Before we let you go, anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
Oh, I don't know. What do you think, Daniel? Who do we shout out? I think everyone back to the team.
Everyone of the team. Such a nice team. Andy and Bella.
Andy, Bella, Matthias.
Matthias
everyone
as well.
Definitely. Lovely stuff. That was Ben, Kelly McCauley, and Daniel from the Deutsche Payments GT4 team, who finished first in the Aston Martin.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
See you next time, hopefully.
Definitely, hopefully. We'll see you next time. Just wait for a few more drivers to drop in so we can hopefully have a bit of a catch up with them. And let's have we'll have a bit of a chat about the calendar. So what is coming up across the rest of the season? Well, of course, we mentioned we have got our trip to Germany next time out, which is definitely going to be an interesting one, part of the double header. So we have not only the Nordschleife to negotiate, but also the Grand Prix circuit. That poses a very two different challenges, because obviously you've got the wide open expanse in terms of track width that is the GP circuit, but it is a lot shorter, so you're going to come around to lap people more often compared to what you will do on the Nordschleife. But that's it's high speed, it's tight, it's why it's loved by so many. It's a brilliant circuit to drive, but due to that extensive track length, the longest circuit on iRacing, does mean you're not going to come across cars to lap as often as what you may do, obviously, compared to the Grand Prix circuit. So it's going to be a real interesting one to see how drivers handle that one and negotiate it. And I think it's going to be a real interesting one to see how that all plans out. Of course, both races 2.5 hours long. Before we then return to North America for round 5 on the 2nd of July, when we head to Laguna Seca. Multi-class through the corkscrew. I'm looking forward to that one. And then we return back to Europe at the mighty Imola on the 30th of July for rounding out the season at one of my personal favourite tracks, Watkins Glen, on the 20th of August. Great for multi-class racing. Lots of different lines available through so many of the corners. It's really going to be a real great way to round out the season. But that looks like we're rounding things out here from ourselves at Total Sim Sport. But what an absolute drama-filled race we've been entertained with once again. From right at the get-go to the checkered flag, battles that were just hardly ever decided, cars that just would not leave each other alone. And I know it's been absolutely enjoyable. Thanks very much to our sponsors for this series. Go for the Gap, obviously with the best in motorsport prints and artwork. You find more about them by heading to Go for the Gap on Etsy, and also following them on their socials where they are at Go for the Gap. And Sim3D, the very best in accessories built by sim racers for sim racers. You can find out more about them by heading to sim-3d.co.uk. Well, at least we say from myself, Tim Cox, Sean Cranny Swash in the production booth, who's been here for the entirety, making the magic and the pictures happen. Chris Rowlands and Dean Biggles. It's very much, and we'll see you on the 11th of June from the Nürburgring.